bring out Fred Tolsdorf's 330 wagon, going up against Umberger, who has been the Grinch when it comes to winner's circle checks. There have been 2 pro big checks handed out, and Brandon stole both of them. Well, he earned both of them, but I'm just saying. 004 dead 9. Brandon gets the win light over Fred Tolsdorf. Tolsdorf was 52 green and goes 651 on a 649. But yeah, we've had 2 checks handed out already in the pro category, and last night Brandon shoved both of them in the hatchback. And now he's 004 and dead 9. And for those of you just joining us online this morning, good morning and welcome to Tucson Dragway. In Tucson Dragway, we are underway with an RB Components Sunday. Last night, if you weren't sticking around, Brandon Umberger took home both big checks. Sasha Hofer's dialed 751, Tim O'Moore's dialed 581. Sasha down the right side, red by 35 thousandths of a second and goes 747. Tim O'Moore puts up a 578 on the 581 dial after being 50 green, and that will put him into round number 2. We'll bring up Brad Burton in his Firebird, dialed in at 682 in the GTO. Dialed in at 770. Head start to the GTO. Red light start to the GTO by 39 thousandths of a second. Brad Burton gets the win light. And 679 on a 682 for Burton. So again, we are in pro round number 1. Jeremy Plyler, Denny Valvo. Rolling up now. Denny 596. Plyler's dialed 585. So Valvo, how about Jeremy Plyler carrying the front tires? 65 green to a 55 green. Denny Valvo was 10 thou better down that right side of the racetrack and wins it on the double breakout. 594 on a 596. Valvo under 11 thou. Plyler ends up with a 582 and a 585. That car was humming its way down the racetrack. But the win light belongs to Valvo as Jeff Taylor and Chris Citro will be up next. Taylor in the pickup truck left side, Citro in a Mustang right side. You got that 767 to a 588 dial. Citro leaving first. Jeff Taylor will be doing the chasing. And out of the gate we go. 33 thou was the difference in reaction time. Jeff Taylor 31 and 591 on a 588. We'll turn on the scoreboard for the Dakota. Down that left side, Citro was 64 green and goes 773 on the 767. Once again, racers, if you are part of our pro program running here on RB Components Sunday and you have not yet made your way to the staging lanes, we need you to be there. Again, double-entered cars should be in 3 and 4. If you've already made your way into 3 and 4, you're good. Single-entered cars, we need you to lanes 5 and 6. Come on down. But Matt Hawk, last night's runner-up, taking on Mark Johns. Johns in the Mustang, Matt in the Maverick. It's an all-fun Ford. It's a fun Ford run. Ford versus Ford. Matt versus Mark. Maverick versus Mach 1. Win light goes to Matt. Matt 005 and 4 above gets himself a win light, taking 700s at the stripe. Mark Johns had a reaction time that started with a 1, ends up 1 above, and ends up 700 behind. So that'll get him 1 bonus round, meaning you can go to the buyback. That's going to bring up the battle of the dragsters in Pro. Adriel Lopez out of Bisbee, Arizona, dialed 560. Austin Downing, who was playing along late into the evening last night. All done, Chad. Thank you and sorry. Didn't know they had turned that on. Red light start for Austin Downing by 15 thousandths of a second. Oops. Ends up going 627 on a 631. Adriel, 56 green and 550 on a 560 dial. Austin's going to be reevaluating that to make sure he's ready for the buyback round. We got Carlos Ortiz, we got Scott Taylor. Taylor in the Chevelle dialed at 667. Ortiz in the 81 Grand Prix dialed in at 618. Better at this end of the racetrack was Ortiz. A winner at that end of the racetrack is Taylor. Carlos was 18 green and runs 615 on a 618 to be 21 thou under. Taking 52 thou at the stripe. Scott Taylor goes 666.5 on the 667 after being 54 green and gets the win light as Paul Lorton rolls up now. In the Vega, taking on Joe Kidd in the pickup truck. 632 to a 620 as we're rolling our way through a pro first round in RB components Sunday. Ooh. So we've already had 2 perfect reaction times. We've had a 6-pack, we've had an 8-pack. Unfortunately, neither of those were that. But it was good enough to get Paul Lorton to win. 42 green and ends up 4 above, getting there first by 28 thou. Joe Kidd had a 1+ reaction time and goes 633 on a 632. So Kidd just kind of missed it, which is the exception for him. He's typically pretty good. He'll get that squared away and Tana Taylor gets the win light, 31 green, dead 2. Rob Killell in the Barracuda, 36 red. So Tana moves on to round number 2 as John Cazzetti and Jeff Ford. So as we are slowly stacking up our chat bleachers, remember, as you enter the room, go ahead and hit that like button. Remember, each day is a new feed, which means a new click. I know, it's so much work. So much work. John Cazzetti airing out the wheelie wagon, trying to get around Jeff Ford. Ford was dialed at 731. Ford is 22 thou behind the green light and runs 732 on a 731 to get the win. John Cazzetti, 40 green, goes 634 on a 635. Takes 7 thou, break out by 8 thou. Win light, Jeff Ford. So again, as you are making your way into and watching the live stream today, since it is a new stream, it is a new opportunity to hit the like button. Let's make sure that we do that. Again, thank you so much to Chad and everybody at Bang Shift for bringing us the live feed. Thank you to Hughes Performance, Kid Performance and Dyno, and especially today on RB Components Sunday for helping to bring out the live feed. Thanks to Holly, thanks to Blue Span for keeping this stuff free so that we can keep watching. Sean Brewster from Suarita, New Mexico, and Nick Engler coming in out of Minnesota. Had a lot of the Minnesota Mafia that have made their way down here and have been making some noise. He's trying to get it done against Brewster. Brewster is dialed 615. Engler is dialed 629. Brewster's wagging the tail down the racetrack, goes 626 on a 615 and will need a buyback. Nick Engler's going to get the win. 39 green and runs 630 on a 629. That is that. So again, as we are rapidly approaching like 100 people, 100 people that are already watching online on a beautiful Sunday morning. Remember to hit that like button as you come into the room. Shrek, driven by Peter Del Guidici, and the Nova, driven by Brett Spence, are rolling up. But just to kind of let you know where we're at with our program after we do this run. Spence gets the advantage. He's 16 green and goes 641 on a 636. Del Guidici 688 on the 571 dial. Win light turns on for Spence and the Nova. Larry Cann and Tony Marconi going to be our next two. Marconi in the Arrow dialed 595 right side. Larry Cannon dialed 613 in the Chevelle left side. Pre-stage bulbs already on. So again, pro bracket, round number one. If you haven't made your way into the staging lanes yet, let's do that. They were racing to the red light. Larry Cannon got to the red light first. Tony Marconi gets the win light. Larry was 11 red. Tony was 3 red. Tony runs 593 out of 595. Win light belongs to the Arrow. And as we do a quick little mop up, again, it is an RB Components Sunday. For those of you that are looking for some extra organization in your trailer, you're looking for a way to clean things up, the folks at RB Components, as part of their partnership, sponsorship with West Coast Bracket Races, is offering a very cool special. You can order online and receive 20% off with the coupon code DRAG20. That is one of those really good things. One of those really cool things about having somebody like RB Components on board. I mean, their stuff is cool. I'm like one of those OCD, like everything's got to be right kind of guys, and their stuff makes that happen. Henry's dialed 653. Jason's dialed 854. Henry right side. 001 and 649 on a double breakout. It's fast. Lots of double breakouts this morning. Henry ends up getting the win light. Jason, 854, runs 842 after an 083 reaction time. Henry dialed 653 and ends up about 3.5 hunt under. But again, the folks at RB Components offering a special for those of you here at the West Coast Bracket Races. And shh, if you're listening online, don't pay attention to this next part. No, absolutely pay attention to this next part. You use the coupon code DRAG20, you can get 20% off at RB Components, thanks to the sponsorship here at West Coast Bracket Races. So use that code. Hey, Super Pro Door Car, we are going to be inviting you into the staging lanes like now. Let's get our double-entered cars making their way to lanes 3 and 4, please. A Super Pro Door Car to 3 and 4. Single-entereds to 7 and 8. Eric Daniels, winner, 007, goes 657 on a 656. John Schur in the Pinto was 45 green. Take 20 thou at the stripe, and no good. Tatum Marconi now coming up against Ray Vicker Jr. Tatum's dialed 688. Vickers dialed 734. And the Farmington, New Mexico car. I'm going to try to get it done against Tatum. Tatum's racing out of Surprise, Arizona. Tatum goes 685 on the 688 after an 064 reaction time. Vicker was quicker with a 001 reaction time. He goes 739 on a 734. So once again, Super Pro Door Cars. Super Pro Door Car. Double-entereds, let's get you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Single-entered Super Pro Door Car. Let's get you to lanes 7 and 8, please. As Tyler Sally and C.W. Hofer are the next two on the line. C.W. is dialed 747. Tyler's dialed 735. Super Pro door car should be making their way into the staging lanes. Difference between them is 0.03 of a second. Wind light turns on Tyler. Again, another double breakout. C-Dub's 200 under the dial. Gets there first by 8 thou. Tyler Sally is 9 thousandths under the dial. Gets there second, turns on the scoreboard. Tyler was 28 to CW is 31. Sally's moving into round number 2 free of charge. CW is going to have to race his way through the re-entry round. As Joy Cazzetti and Diane Burton with the wheels up, leaving the starting line, dialed in at 691. Joy dialed in at 594. Win light, Joy Cazzetti. They were identical in reaction time. Joy was 37. Diane was 37. Diane runs 692 on a 691 to be 18 above the dial, 18 thou above the dial. Joy, 37 green and dead on 0. Oof. So Joy's 37, dead 0. Diane's 37 and above 18 thou. Win light goes to Joy. As Stephen Lakey and Scott Burton next to Lakey in the Malibu. Burton in the Mustang. Wow. Burton stood that baby right up. I like it when the air's like this. 640 on a 631. Scott Burton, 34 green, and wins it with a big old wheelie. Stephen Lakey is 672 on a 657. That'll bring up Mark Fall in the El Camino and Sasha Hofer in the Firebird. Sasha's dialed 749. Advantage to Sasha. Win light, Sasha. Let's see. Double breakout. Said it again. Sasha, 748 on a 749. Again, not too much. Under by just 5 thousandths of a second. Mark Fall ends up running 714 on a 716. Sasha gets there first by 8 thou. Was 009 on the tree. And the Firebird will move to round number 2 as Chris Stout and now Richard Llewellyn. Richard going to try to get it done against Stout's Vega. Vega dialed 720. Llewellyn's dialed 668. And you can hear the honk, 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 honk. Stout 33 green and 723 on a 720. Richard Llewellyn had a 132 reaction time. Goes 667 on a 668. We'll bring up Denny Valvo and Chuck Hawk. Chuck Sr. dialed 695. Valvo's dialed 599 in the Chevelle. So again, Super Pro door cars, we do need you into the staging lanes, please. Super Pro door cars, we need you into the staging lanes for round number 1. Valvo's chasing, Chuck Hawk's running. Chuck Hawk's winning, 697 on a 695. How about 5 thousandths down at the stripe? Chuck 23 green, Denny was 62. Denny was running hard. Breaks out. Chuck Hawk goes 2 above and gets the win lane. So 23 to the 62. Chuck moves on. Darren Taylor and Mike Stewart. Stewart, the Camaro right or left side. Darren Taylor came up on his first run this morning. It was 6 total. He might be able to do it again. This time, instead of being 6 total, he was a paltry 10 total. 004 dead 6. So in 2 trips down the racetrack this morning, Darren Taylor has been a total of 16. 6-pack and a 10-pack. Not bad. Robert Hall now and Jeff Taylor. Taylor in the pickup truck. Dialed 588. Robert Hall dialed 671. Winlight Taylor, he's green. Robert Hall is red by 16 thousandths of a second. 672 on a 671 for Hall. Jeff Taylor was 10 green, goes 586 on a 588. We'll bring up Austin Downing, James Buchanan. Buchanan in the Toyota Celica. And I think that's supposed to be like Swarita as well. Maybe it's not. Maybe it is Salivarita. I don't know. Austin Downing at a Tempe, 629 dial for the Dragster. James dial 554. I'm going to go ahead and put out a last call Super Pro door car. Last call Super Pro door car. Double enters need you to 3 and 4. Single enters need you to 7 and 8. Austin's dialed 629, goes 628.6. After the 029 reaction time, Buchanan was 56 green and was being hurt. It was Mark Johns and Travis Rutzel. So today, we've got another one of those really cool dialed-in details kits, thanks to Chris Whitfield, that we're going to be giving away to the first perfect reaction time in Super Pro. We've already had 2 perfect reaction times in Pro today, but yesterday was the day they got their dialed-in detail kit. It was Travis. You think about it, like that car right there would, I could see where he could put it to some good use. He takes good care of that car. Rutzel's dialed 552. Johns is dialed 636. Vail, Arizona versus Howard Lake, Minnesota. 550 on a 552, no good for Rutzel. 635 on a 636, Winlight. Whoa, Monty. It's like all kinds of sideways coming out of the water box. But a 635 on a 636 for Mark Johns. What do we decide that like the Tokyo Drift wasn't enough? We're going to do another burnout? I like it. All right, that was a little better. So Mark Johns gets the win light over Travis Rutzel as Monty Beagle and Scott Taylor. Again, working our way down through our doubles that are coming back in our pro category. So again, it is an RB Components Sunday. Monty and Scott trying to punch their ticket into round number 2. Win light's going to go to Monty Beagle. I think for Beagle, that's 2 up and 2 good in round number 1. 39 and runs 589 on a 584. He's 5 above. Scott Taylor was 48 green and goes 664 and he's 667. It's Brandon Umberger and Tana Taylor. Tana with a 657, Umberger with a 591. And the Chevette has been greedy and mean to all of its components, or all of its opponents. Tana's trying to hold on in the second entry, won't do it. Yep. Brandon Umberger, 15, 1 above. 592 on a 591. Tana was 25 green and comes up a little bit short at the finish line as James Gonzalez in the Vega and John Cazzetti in the Nova Wagon. So it is a crisp, cool, clear morning here in Tucson. And a lot of these cars that like to do wheelies like it. They like it. We'll see if John still likes it. 633 to James Gonzalez's 653. Yeah. John still likes it. He's not going to like the outcome, but he still likes it. John had a 1+ reaction time, 1 above, 634 and a 633, no good. James Gonzalez, 28 green, 5 above, 658, gets the win light. As I think we are getting near to the end of Pro. We're going to have Super Pro door car getting paired up for our double innards. Again, you should be in lanes 3 and 4. Single innards, you should be in lanes 7 and 8. We've got Henry Robertson and C.W. Gordon. The Mustangs are going to go side by side. We got 4 cars on the line and 4 Mustangs. CW's dialed 644. You can hear the whomp, 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 whomp already. Henry 009 and 658 on a 650. CW Gordon was 54 green and goes 650 on the 644. Is there any way we could, are we going to continue with nope? I was going to be shocked if we were going to continue with a Mustang parade. Peter Del Guidici, right side of the racetrack in Shrek, and Stephen Mang in the Mach 1. Mang's Mach 1 out of Westminster, Colorado, dialed 693. Del Guidici dialed in at 571. It's Shrek. I'm an ogre. The ogre goes 001 red. And 569 down the racetrack. Stephen Mang, 6 total. Pro is not messing around today. They're not messing around today. Don't start, no, won't be no. That's just saying. Mang 006 dead 0. That's like the second 6-pack. We've had an 8-pack. We've had a 10-pack. 2 perfect reaction times. It's going to be fun. Joe Kidd Jr., your runner-up in the Friday pro race that happened on Saturday night. Brad Burton with the wheels in the air. 680 is the dial. Out of the right side for the Firebird. He goes 684 and will not light up the scoreboard. Joe Kidd Jr., 23 green, and goes 682 on a 682. So 23 dead 5 is 28 total. Brad was 37 green. As they say, the math wouldn't math for Brad. Joe moves on to round number 2 is Nick Engels and Mark Beaven. Engels, the Cornet out of Becker, Minnesota. 685 is the dial for Beaven, and the Duster out of Queen Creek, Arizona, which I think is just, not too far up that way? Is it like where the 8 comes in or something? I don't know. It's like right outside Phoenix. A lot of team ropers in Queen Creek. There we go. 681 on a 685 for Mark. Nick Engels, 19 green, 3 thou under. The Cornet is moving on. That takes us out of Pro. We're getting into Super Pro for those of you that are watching online. We are now up to 220. Remember, the cost of admission to come in and watch this live feed is hitting the like button. Yesterday, we did amazing. We almost hit 500. Did we hit 500 by the end of the day? Sweet. So the bar has been set for those of you that are going to watch the feed today. We got 220 people watching. We got 51 likes so far. It's an RB Components Sunday. Remember, the folks at RB Components sponsoring today's race, partnering up with West Coast Bracket Races, are offering a 20% discount. If you order online, you use the code DRAG20. That's D-R-A-G. I can't even spell today. DRAG20. That starts with a D. DRAG20. DRAG20. That coupon code DRAG20. You get 20% off of your order with the folks at RB Components. And we're going to dive into Super Pro. Our program today, we started with our Pro category for the Sunday RB Components race. We're going to run through round number 1 of Pro and Super Pro. We'll then get through our buyback round. And we have 11 cars left in our Friday night Kid Performance and Dyno race. So Ken Sweel, 591 on a 5.90, taking a thou at the stripe, gets the win light, was 48 green. To Carolo, who's running in both Pro and Super Pro. Hey, does this make sense in your mind? In the Pro car, he was perfect. In the Super Pro car, he missed it. Just, a little different. There's Andrew Olson and Paul Lorton. Lorton rolls up 620. Olson, right side of the racetrack, rolls up dialed 602. 14 thousandths of a second, the difference in reaction time. Better light was Paul Lorton. He gets there first and takes 33 thou to break out by 6 thou and hands the win light back over to the right side. Andrew Olson at 20 green and goes dead at 3. So it's Sammy Franco and Bill Bollock rolling up now. And again, we yesterday were able to complete our Hughes Performance Saturday for both Pro and Super Pro. Your winner in Pro yesterday for the Hughes Performance Saturday was Brandon Umberger. Your winner yesterday in the Super Pro program was Travis Keys. We then were able to go on and complete our Pro program for Friday. As Sammy Franco and Bill Bollock battle it out down the racetrack. Bill, 21 green and 587. Let's see here. How many times have I said double breakout so far today? I think all but like 4 pair. I'm just, hint, thought, light bulb. I'm just saying. Sammy Franco, 006, goes 551 on a 553, is Dustin Wirtz and Jesse Rogers. So again, quick recap. Try to make it quick. Finished Pro and Super Pro and Hughes Performance. Winner in Pro, Brandon Umberger. Winner in Super Pro, Travis Keys. Then went on to complete our Pro program from the postponed Friday night race. Winner, Brandon Umberger. So we've completed 2 Pro races. Brandon Umberger took home both checks. We're getting into our 3rd race today. We have not yet completed the the Mark Kidd Performance and Dyno Friday for Super Pro. We've got 11 cars left. We will finalize that today. There's Jesse Rogers and Dustin Wirtz. Dustin is 53 green, goes 521 on a 523. Jesse Rogers, 96 green, and then goes 669 on a 675. So again, double breakout. Yep. Ryan Wilson and Sir James Hartvigsen. Hartvigsen, 590 down. That car did a wheelie like I'd never seen before last night. And he grabbed a hold of it. Ryan Wilson's dialed in at 537. So Sir James, who was he stayed up late last night. There we go. Sir James goes red by 6 thou. Oh, yep. That's the way we're just going to do it. Red and dead on. It's like a rule. 6 thou red, dead on 4. Ryan Wilson was 29 green and 559 on a 537. Sir James is going to evaluate what's going to happen. More than likely he'll be in the buyback round because you can't let something like that go. Karen Snyder and Bill Kidd. Bill in the Roadster, right side, dialed 638. Karen in the Roadster, left side, dialed 536. So again, 259 folks have jumped in here, 71 likes. If you are thinking, oh, well, I liked it yesterday, well, it's a new feed. So if you would please, click the like button. Let's get that number up like we did yesterday. Karen's in and set. Bill's in and set. Better at this end of the racetrack was Bill. Winner at that end of the racetrack was Karen. Bill, 27 to Karen's 54. As Karen Snyder ends up 535 on a 536. She's under 5 thou. Bill goes 635 on a 638. He's under by 25 thou, and it is going to be Karen who moves into the next go-round as Scott Nucifaro and Sid Summers. Sid's dialed 577. Scott's dialed in at 580. Sid gets the win light. Sid 007 green, Scott 006 red. So Scott 006 red goes 581 on a 580. Sid Summers 007 dead 5 takes the Camaro out of Rexburg, Idaho. On into the next go round is Kyle Fritz and Mitch Marcy. Mitch was up here this morning switching cars because, let's just say, this weekend hasn't been the nicest to the Marcys as far as parts are concerned. So Mitch is on his, well, I'll just say next car of the program. We'll leave it at that. Kyle is dialed 751. Mitch is dialed 677. Win light to Fritz. 754 and a 751. Kyle was 34 green. Mitch had to go 41 reaction time. And I don't know what's going on with Super Pro this morning. Pro, by this time, had multiple perfect reaction times. We'd had like 8 packs, 6 packs, 10 packs. Super Pro, I don't know that we've been much better than like 10 on the tree. Good morning, Super Pro. See? Rodney's 18 green. Patrick is 23 red. Rife and then Chevy goes 628 on a 627. Rodney is 512 on a 511. But Super Pro isn't being very super. They're kind of being sleepy. We'll see. We'll see. Who's going to wake us up? Carl Geib, who was rolling in here out of Minnesota, looking at celebrating a birthday in the desert. He did celebrate a birthday yesterday. It went okay. Didn't go great, but it went okay. Keith Downing is dialed 731. Carl's dialed 630. That's better. That's more super. Yeah. 008, 2 above. Carl Geib. Take 16,000 the stripe to get the win light. Keith Downing was 002. That's a little bit more like super. Ends up running 735 on a 731. Again, racers, remember, buybacks will be available as Jason Pad and Luis Ortiz. Luis in that Pat Musey build. Power plant. 495 is the dial. The door car out of the right side. Jason Pad dialed in at 610. Ortiz up by 16 thousandths of a second. Jason Pad 004. And then goes 613 on a 610. There's Rob Grandgreat, Luis Valenzuela. So again, as we get more and more folks watching in, 284 have now joined into the live feed. We've only got 87 likes. So again, the only thing that we ask is as you join in to watch the live feed, please click the like button on your way in. We would certainly appreciate that. Yesterday we got right around 500. It would be awesome to be able to do the same thing again today. But as we continue on with our Super Pro program, and for those of you that are just joining us, it is an RB Components Sunday. we are getting started with round number 1. We've got through round number 1 of Pro. We're going into round number 1 of Super Pro, like now. There's Luis Valenzuela and Rob Dragster are separated by 17 thousandths of a second. Valenzuela 002 and 2 above. Take 18th out at the stripe. Turns on that right lane scoreboard. He is 556 on a 554. To turn on the win light, moving to round number 2. Grand grade was 19 green. He ends up also 200ths of a second above his dial, 624 and a 622. The win light to Luis as Aaron Milton and Kevin McClellan. Milton out of Somerset, Wisconsin. McClellan coming in out of Rancho Cucamonga, California. That's the way you do it. Hey, guess what, Mr. McClellan? Trip zip. And unfortunately not a winner. Oh. Son of a biscuit. Aaron Milton, 007, dead on 7. He's 14 total. Well, I'll be damned. McClellan ends up taking 17th thou down at the finish line to break out by 3 thou. What's that whole live by the sword, die by the sword? Like, a couple weeks ago, McClellan put up a perfect package in Vegas, and now is 3 thou away from a perfect package, but on the wrong side. David Ruiz and Rod Taylor. Taylor 516 is the dial, 517 is the actual elapsed time after he was 14 green, and the scoreboard lights up right side. David Ruiz was 45 green, goes 2 above, 617 on a 615, and will find his way into the buyback round. But, oh, man. David Engler, John Tripp. John in the 65 Plymouth. The quick trip ride that runs with like those AFX and Nostalgia Super Stalkers. Going up against Dave Engler in the Vega out of Zimmerman, Minnesota. 6660 on the 663, don't you know? After he's 004, lights up the scoreboard for Engler. John Tripp was 27 green and 4 above. And the quick trip will need to make another trip through the buyback round. We appreciate that, man. Mr. Dragster Jeff, driver of the Wonder Wagon. Hit the like button and then hit it a third time. Isn't it if you hit the button like 3 times in a row, you're probably going under? I don't know. I'm just saying. Nick Downing and Dan McClellan. So McClellan's dialed 553, Downing's dialed 528. The Daytona out of the left side. Going up against the Davis-built Roadster out of the right side. .29 thousandths of a second separated him at this end of the racetrack. McClellan's 004. Take 11th thou and ends up 556 on a 553 with the scoreboard lighting up on that right side. Winner McClellan. Nick Downing was 33 green, 2 above, ends up 530 on a 528. But McClellan picks up the win light as Robin Croton in the 1970 bodied GTX and Hector Hernandez Jr. in the 90 bodied Mustang. 622 to a 537. As Super Pro round number 1 continues on. So again, if you are a Super Pro door car and have not yet found your way to the staging lanes this morning, you're in the wrong place. If you've already found your way to the staging lanes, already made your way down the racetrack, and already made your way back into the pits, you're okay. But if you haven't done the whole staging lane visit yet, you're late. 5360 on a 537, Robin Croton gets the win light here. Hector Hernandez, 16 green, and then runs 6-16 on a 6-22. So Croton will avoid the buyback round today. Hector Hernandez will have to come through another time. Faustino Zaragoza, Vega, right side, dialed 633. Larry Cannon, Chevelle, left side, dialed 609. Apparently, a lot of folks have decided that drag racing is what they want to watch this morning, whether it be here, whether it be down in Melrose, wherever it is. Faustino is red by 0.08 of a second. Larry Cannon, 23 green, and then goes 609. Or excuse me, 612 on a 609. I just wanted to make sure that I saw it right. And on the back wing of Gabriel Hernandez's car, it says Black Mustang. Kevin Hansen is 103 on the tree. Gabriel Hernandez is 15 green and goes 585 on a 583. Dale Jansen coming up against Beto Dominguez. Dominguez in the Nissan, Dale in the Acadian. So Dale and Beto. Beto's going to be getting the head start. Oh. I think Dale's going to be coming, yeah. Dale's going to have to come back to the buyback round. Had a reaction time that started with a 1. Beto 37 and goes 620 on a 617 as Andrew Jaramillo and David Ruiz. Hey, again, as we are here on a RB Components Sunday, we've got a whole lot going on. Good morning, Shauna Bell, who is cheering on Fred and Ken Tolsdorf. That's going to be pretty good. Nice. There we go. So as our next two get paired up, we got a lot going on today. Again, RB Components, main event Sunday. We're going to finish up the Kid Performance and Dyno main event for Super Pro from Friday night. It was a 584 down for Jaramillo. Ends up as a 583 run. He's under by a hun and hands the win light back to Ruiz. Ruiz, 18-0. There you go. So we're going to be finishing that up. Remember, the concession stand is open. I got a feeling that the Tapas truck is going to be open here in a little while. And Team Tucson is actually doing a raffle. They got a 50-50 drawing, and they actually have a raffle for a Blackstone griddle. So if you would like to get tickets for the Blackstone griddle raffle, they are $5 a piece next to the snack bar. All the winners are going to be drawn at noon. Darren Taylor, first time down the racetrack. Darren hasn't seen like a 006 or better reaction time. He's 10 red, goes 606 on a 607. Terry Davies, 36 green, and goes 540 on a 539. But yeah, if you want an opportunity to win a Blackstone griddle for the mere cost of a $5 raffle ticket, or if you want to enter into the 50-50 drawing, you can go down there and see Carrie. That's all you need to know. Because it's Carrie or it's Carrie, depending on how they want it spelled. No, not Carrie like the crazy car from the novel, but So again, Team Tucson is here. They are right next to the snack bar. So you could go by, you could get a snack, $5 raffle ticket, maybe enter the 50-50 drawing, and for all you know, you could be going home with a pile of money or a nice little griddle. But make sure you get down there and see it. It's all to benefit Team Tucson. Team Tucson here at the drag strip. Hank Pramov and Jake Swiger. Swiger with a 526 down. Pramov with a 568 down. Swiger lights up the board, 527 on a 526. He was 23 green. Hank 009 gets their first 36 thousandths of a second to break out by 8 thou. Win light to Swiger in the GTO is Sarah Kidd Scott Taylor. Kidd in the pick-em-up truck. Dials 680. Taylor in the Chevelle, dials 664. Well, Sarah Kidd 009 red, Scott Taylor's 37 green, and Sarah will get another opportunity in the buyback round as Scott Taylor goes on to round number 2. Again, 630 or 663 on a 664. Taylor. All right, racers, we got a parts call. We're looking for a tail housing seal for a Power Glide transmission. You have a tail housing seal for a Power Glide transmission. We are looking for, who's looking for it?
Neil.
Neil needs it?
Yep.
Neil Presimo needs a seal for the Power Glide transmission. If you got it, Neil needs it, and you can be friends. I'm not saying that's like a stipulation of the agreement, because if you don't want to be friends with Neil, that's fine. We get it. We know him. I know how that works. But no, if we can help him out, need a seal for a Power Glide. If you've got one, Neil needs one, and it would be super helpful. Neil's a good dude. Let's help him out. Mike McBrayer, Chuck Hawk. Chuck in the truck, McBrayer in the Corvette. 496 the dial for Chuck. Oh. Boom. Chuck Hawk is going to get himself a dialed-in details kit. Trip, zip, perfect on a winning run. Goes 499 on a 496. Mike McBrayer was 003. McBrayer take 36 thou at the stripe to break out by 9 thousandths of a second. Chuck Hawk puts up the first perfect reaction time on a winning run and gets the dialed-in detail kit, thanks to Chris Whitfield. So, Chuck, you can do it. Unfortunately, Ruiz. Ruiz ends up popping the chute in the water, and, well, that's no good. Jeremy Jacobs gets the solo shot, goes 007 and 573 on a 574, so... Again, we had yesterday's dialed-in detail kit for the first perfect reaction time on a winning run. Went to Mr. Rutzel in pro. Today's dialed-in detail kit for the first perfect reaction time on a winning run goes to Chuck Hawk. So, Chuck, we got a dialed-in detail kit up here for you, man. Joe Cox Jr. and Mark Darso. What? Did Mark get in Brad Pierce's car? Okay. Okay. I mean, like, that's something wrong here. There we go. Brad Pierce. So it is Joe Cox Jr. and Brad Pierce. Pierce in the Corvette. I was like, ah? I was confused. That's easy to do. Brad on a 636 dial. Joe on a 697 dial. Win light to Pierce. 10 green and 637 on a 636. Turns on the scoreboard for Brad. Joe is 30 green. And then goes 699 on a 697 is John McDaniel and Tony Marconi. Once again, we're going to put out a final call. Final call, Super Pro door car. Final call, Super Pro door car. You should be in the staging lanes if you're not there yet. Speaking of like dialed in details, I mean, I think Travis' car, the Camaro, looks really nice. You roll up, be like, yeah, I'm the man. And then you have to roll up next to the Ranchero. We got the seal? Neil, we got your seal. You gonna run it over to him? All right. Thank you so much. Parts call satisfied. John McDaniel's not happy. The Lumina goes red by 31 thousandths of a second. Tony Marconi is 24 green and goes 593 on a 594. Marconi gets the win light. McDaniel's headed to the buyback round. I'm going to bring up Travis Rutzel and Mike Zimmerman. And Zimmerman, that Ranchero that they have chopped down to be about the same as, I mean, it's just amazing. Rutzel's car is gorgeous. It's just awesome. A couple of Novas sitting back here in the water box between Billy McDaniel and Brianna's cars. I mean, it's just cool. 563 is the dial for Zimmerman. 550 is the dial for Travis. Pre-stage bulbs have been lit for a little bit. Now we're going to get all the way in. 20 thousandths of a second is the difference at this end. Mike Zimmerman, 565 on a 563. The Ranchero gets the win light over Travis Rutzel's Camaro. Rutzel was 33 green, take 15 thou at the stripe to break out by 15 thou. Mike Zimmerman's 13 green and ends up with a 565 on a 563. Rutzel bows out, has to go to the buyback round as Zimmerman moves on as Brittany Hinkle and Billy McDaniel. McDaniel in the two-toned Nova, going up against Hinkle in the orange Nova. 7-0. There you go. Brittany goes 698 on the 700. Billy McDaniel 97 green and then goes 662 on a 660. So it's Skylar Barichko and Peter Del Guidici. Guidici, 29 thou red. Barichko gets the win line on a 674 dial, goes 665. So with Mark Fall coming out of the water box, going up against Tom Scola. Let's go ahead and get Super Pro Dragsters. Super Pro Dragsters. Double entered dragsters to lanes 3 and 4. Double entered dragsters to lanes 3 and 4. And today it's going to be blue sticker dragsters. Blue sticker dragsters on the single entered side. If you are single entered with your blue sticker dragster, let's get you headed into the staging lanes at this time, please. Mark Fall trying to get it done against Tom Scola. Win light turns on for Mark Fall. 12 green, 1 above. 714 on a 713 for Mark. Tom Scola goes 645 on a 645. He was 36 green, dead on 9. and no good. So fall in the El Camino. Moves on to the next round is Alex Sandin and Don Toya. Sandin coming in out of Hermosillo. Down in Mexico, dials 5.83 seconds. Says, I'm going to run it in 5.83 seconds. Don Toya says, I'm going to do it in 5. It's almost like, what, that name that tune? I can do it in 4 notes. Don says, I can do it in 3. So 5:28. The dial in for Don. This again, Super Pro Dragster, double entered to Dragsters to 3 and 4, single entered to Blue Sticker Dragsters. We're going to take you first today. Single entered to Blue Sticker Dragsters. We're going to take you first today. Come on down. So if you're double entered, head to 3 and 4. If you're not, head the other way. 5:31 on a 5:28. Don Toya was 14 green and 8 thou behind, no good. Alex Sandin cruising down that left side of the racetrack. 28 green, 1 above. Gets the win line by 8 thousandths of a second. So is Ken Swio and Joe Kidd. Coming up now. Joe in the truck, Swio in the Capri. Joe's dialed 631. He'll get the opportunity to leave first. Ken Swio's then going to be the chaser. Swio, who ended up picking up a nice little payday here last year, ended up winning the shootout, which unfortunately this year he didn't get to do. Mother Nature had thrown some challenges our way that made it very, very difficult. But Chris, Sean, they made it happen. Again, focus on the main events. We've got most of the main events handled. Joe Kidd, 20 green, goes 6:27 on a 6:31. Comes over the win light as Ken Swio turned on the red light by 8 thousandths of a second. Bill Bollock, Andrew Olson. Andrew's Camaro, the gray one on the right side, dialed 601. Bill Bollock's Camaro, the blacked out right on the left side, dialed in at 588. Getting them staged up. The difference was 2 thousandths of a second here. At the finish line, the difference was 25 thousandths of a second, and Andrew Olson, the benefactor of the victory. Andrew, 20 green, 2 above, 6:03 on a 6:01. So go 6.03 seconds on a 6.01 second dial. Arrives at the finish line 25 thousandths of a second ahead of Bill Bollock. Bollock was 18 green and goes 5.93 on the 5.88 second dial. Win light goes to Andrew as Rodney Snyder and Dustin Wirtz. Haven't we seen this before already today? I mean, Rodney and Dustin. Dustin's down 5.23. Rodney's down 5.13. Dustin. There you go. You can hear the throttle work down at the finish line with a whoa, whoa, whoa. Dustin, 003. Take 4 thou. Ends up 5.24 and a 5.23. Rodney Snyder, 40 green. And no good. Dustin's 17 thou total. Take 4 thou at the stripe, gets the win light as Bill Kidd going to take on Ryan Wilson. Wilson's Camaro. Predicted to run 5.38 seconds. Bill Kidd's Roadster predicted to run 6.35 seconds. So once again, we're going to go ahead and put out a final call, final call. Super Pro door car. You should be in the lane. Super Pro Dragster, we've already called you. Double entereds. You should be in 3 and 4. Single entered blue sticker, we need you up here as well. Ryan Wilson gets the win light over Bill Kidd. Wilson's 15 on the tree. Bill Kidd was 12 thou lower than that with a 27 thou reaction time. Kidd ends up running 6:37 on a 6:35. Ryan Wilson goes 5:39 on a 5:38. Win light Wilson. That's Carl Geib. Going to take on Sid Summers. Sid 577. Geib out of the right side, dialed in at 630. Advantage to the Monza. Carl's going to be 10 total. 009 dead on 1 for Carl Geib. Sid Summers was dead on 9 but had an 066 reaction time. And the win light belongs to the Monza, moving on into round number 2. It's Tatis, Armenta, and Aaron Milton. Milton left side in the flamed out Firebird, dialed in at 588. Tatis in the 66 or 64 Chevelle, excuse me, dialed in at 647. Win light goes to Milton. 009. And then 593 on a 588. Tatis was 39 green. So that's going to bring up the Pat Musey powered Corvette, dialed in at 491. It's going to bring up Hector Hernandez in the Mustang, dialed in at 616. All right, so once again, Super Pro Dragster, if you're double entered for round number 1 of the RB Components Sunday, let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Can the Corvette do it again? New 493 on a 491. 33 green and at 130 miles an hour, the Corvette comes up short. Hector Hernandez is 619 on a 616. Taking a 4 thou stripe and gets the win light. Is next up going to be Beto Dominguez and Gabriel Hernandez. Hermosillo, Mexico, home to both of these race cars. 590 is the dial for Gabe, 619 is the dial for Beto. And as we are continuing to make our way through round number 1, we'll go ahead and open up the lanes to all of our Super Pro Dragsters. Win light goes to Beto, 34 green, dead 1. His 35 thou total. Gabriel Hernandez was 50 on the tree, runs 576 on a 580. We're going to bring out Ruben Quintero and Luis Valenzuela. Valenzuela dialed in at 554. Quintero dialed in at 606. So again, racers, we had already put out the call for Super Pro Dragster. Double enters, you should be in 3 and 4. We'd called blue sticker to, let's just take all Super Pro Dragster, all Super Pro Dragster for round number 1. Let's get you headed this way, please. All Super Pro Dragsters, round number 1. Let's get you headed this way. And final call. Super Pro door car. No more calls, Super Pro door car. If you're not here, you're not here. You should be here, but if you're not here, you're not here. 605 on a 606, Ruben, 14 green and 2 thou under, getting there second. Luis, 21 green, And 15th thou under. Win light goes to Quintero as Rod Taylor is going to take on Luis Ho. Luis 661. Rod dialed 516. Big old head start for the black pickup truck. Luis is green. Rod's green. Chase is on. Rod wins. Luis 27 green. Rod was 29 green. So it was a 0.02 of a second split at this end of the racetrack. Rod is one above, getting there second. And that should be, I believe, Rod going 2 for 2 here in round number 1. We'll get Hank Pramov and Dan McClellan. McClellan over on the right side, dialed at 555. Hank on the left side, dialed in at 567. And Hank Pramov by 1,000th of a second hands the win light over to Dan McClellan. Oh, Hank. 001 red, dead on 7. Hank Pramov does the red dead on. McClellan's your winner, 31 green, and then 552 on a 555 down that right lane of the racetrack. So that'll bring up Ruben Ruiz and Faustino Zaragoza. Faustino in the Vega, dialed 631. Ruben in the Merlot colored pickup, because we're getting fancy. We're getting fancy down here. It's not red, it's not maroon. We call it a Merlot, right? Because isn't that a red wine? I don't know. I'm not a wine drinker. I'm not a wine drinker. 39 thou was the difference in reaction time. Faustino 002 and runs 629 on a 631. Ruiz is 41 green and ended up going 630 on a 633. So win light to Faustino. I'll bring up Mitch Marcy one more time in the Camaro out of Farmington, New Mexico. And oh, so Scott Taylor 664 dial, Mitch Marcy 688 dial. Can Mitch get it done? Mitch will get it done. All right, last, absolute last call, Super Pro door car. We're missing 2 of you. That's what it says on the list. Trip Zip Perfect 689 on a 688 Marcy. Scott Taylor's 22 green goes 662. $664 on a 665. Mike McBrayer 004. Take 13th out with the stripe, breaks out by 3 thou. Winner for McBrayer. Darren Taylor was 26 green and goes 605 on a 607. So I think we are just about done with Super Pro door car. Again, Super Pro door car, if you hadn't made your way back yet, they're pretty much going to have to assume that you're not coming back. So we got dragsters. Again, double entered dragsters. You should be back there in lanes 3 and 4. Single entered dragsters. We've invited all of you. We started with our blue stickers. We invited all of you. Come on down. So again, it is an RB component Sunday. For those of you that are just now playing along, or just now maybe joining in, we got 361 people watching live on the Being Shift live feed. Make sure you hit that like button as you come on in. That way we know that you are here. But got a lot of folks playing along in the chat bleachers. It is the final day of the Southwest Showdown. Again, we are in an RB Components Sunday. We wrapped up Hughes Performance Saturday. Crowned Brandon Umberger as our winner in the Pro. Travis Keys is our winner in Super Pro. We wrapped up the Pro program for Friday. The only thing we've got left to do that hasn't been finished yet, that should have been finished by now, is the Super Pro program from Friday. Granted, we weren't able to really do the bonus races because, well, weather. But it's beautiful today. We're already through round number 1 of Pro. We're through round number 1 of Super Pro. Door car, we're getting into round number 1 of Super Pro Dragster. Again, RB Components, they are offering up a race special thanks to their sponsorship as part of the West Coast bracket races. Online orders, you can receive 20% off with the coupon code DRAG20, DRAG20. Remember that Team Tucson is down by the snack bar. You can swing by the concession stand, get something to eat, and buy some raffle tickets for a Blackstone griddle, maybe enter the 50-50 drawing. But we're going to be rolling through this. Again, the plan today is we will get through round number 1 and the buyback round of the RB Components Sunday. Then we are going to kind of pause, rewind back to Friday night, finish up the Super Pro, and crown our winner from Kid Performance and Dyno for Friday. Then we'll resume with round number 2 and race our way throughout the day. So with us getting into Super Pro Dragster, round number 1. I'm going to step away here as I made our way through Pro and Super Pro Door Car. Ryan Gleghorn is here. He'll tell you all about Super Pro Dragster.
I just walked from the back side of the stage lanes. There's about 1.6 million dragsters. So we're going to be here a minute.
When they're building a few.
Oh yeah, they are in fact building race cars in the pits to bring to the stage lanes. Gabe Torres, Lane Ningo. 478 for Torres, 472 for Lane. 12 thou, separate them, win light. Give it to Torres, 19 dead, 9, turns on the win light. Lane, 31 takes 6, put him 9 thou under, had no chance. Torres will move on. Speaking of Torres, Val Torres Jr. left side, dial 462. Take on Eric Nazarenas, dialed 522. Give it to Eric, 24 dead 3, gets that first 22 thou. Torres 11 and 3 above, no good. Eric will move on. Greg Hicks left side. Hicks out 469, took on Jacob Collins. Collins out 478. Yesterday, Greg Hicks was perfect. He turned on exactly 0 win lights. 0 for 3. If you're going to do anything, you need to be perfect at it. And Greg Hicks did exactly that. Eight fouls separated by the front. Hicks should win this one, but he will not. Collins 19 and 2 above gets their first 4th thou. Hicks 11 and 4 above to be 4th thou behind. Collins will turn on the win light. Kurt Reif left side, dial 524. Take on Leroy Duran, dial 486. Red, Leroy 18 and 2 above. So Leroy will advance. RJ Torres dialed 498, take on Phil Narum. Narum dialed 459. Narum is red, so Torres moves on 10 and 1 above. RJ will advance. Bruce Schroeder left side, dialed 499. Going to take on Nacho Rivera. Nacho dialed 492. This one's all Nacho. Win light, give it to Nacho. 7 take 39 to be 1 above. Bruce missed it. Puts it dead 4, but had no chance. Nacho Rivera moves on. Jerry Hall, dial 532. Take on Brian Cam, dial 498. Separate them. Give a win light to Brian Cam, 23, dead 1. Turns on the win light. Hall, 13, take 21 to be a hunt under. Had to take 11 or less. Brian Cam get the win light. Kelly Rivera left side. Dial 482. Took on Sammy Franco the 4th. Dialed 521. Sammy turns to the foul red. Kelly late in 2 hunt under, but Kelly Rivera will advance. Chase Learcamp left side, dial 464, take on Anne-Marie Glenbach. Anne Marie down at 459. Give it to Anne Marie, 17 dead 0, gets there first a bunch as Learcamp missed it. Puts it 2 above, no good. Anne Marie moves on. Brandon Dozel dialed 468, gets down Elliot Franco Sr. dialed 511. Franco with the advantage, but the win light goes to Dozel, 23. Dead 8 gets the win. Franco 4 take 41 to be 14 foul under. Ren Hunt left side, dialed 510, taking on Daryl Wirtz. Wirtz dialed 450. Win light, give it to Hunt, 8 take 44 to be 4 above. Wirtz missed it. Put it 1 over, no good. Tim O'More left side, dial 503, can take on Adam Chioda, dialed 470. Adam gets the win, 26 dead 3. Tim O'More, 33 take 8 to be 12 thou under. Travis Ring gets left side, out 456, take on Calvin Klinkendinger, out 446. Win light, give it to Calvin, 2 thou red and 2 above. Ringeth was also 2 thou red and under. Kevin Kleinweber will move on. Val Torres down 473. Take on Ryan Stifler down 471. Attention to the pits. If you are missing a gas cap for what looks like for a golf cart, we got it. If you're missing a gas cap, we have one here in the tower. Separate them. Winlight Torres 8 and 3 above on the drop gets the win. Stifler 10 take 38 to be 3 thou under. Michael Scholl left side down 444 take on Philip Harmilio down 495. Michael the win, 12 and 1 above, gets there first a bunch. As Philip 39 and 6 above, no good. Calvin Locke left side, out 513, take on Lucas Makovica, down 499. Locke is 8 thou red, Lucas 23. 5 thou under. Race Kid down 474, take on Aiden Blevins. Down 467. Winlight Race Kid 27 and a bunch over as Blevins has issues. Pat Marback down 514. Take on Tyler Murrup down 475. 3 and 2 above gets the win. Marback 22, take 32 to be 4 thou under. Paul Dowdy down 493, take on Bradley Johnson down 476. Win light, give Johnson 004, and a bunch over as Dowdy was late and over. Madeline Torres down 472, take on Amber Escobedo down 497. Winlight Torres late and 12 thou under gets the win. Amber 25, take a bunch to be 15 thou under. So Madeline will move on. Dylan Smith down 496, down Daryl Contreras down 471. Winlight Contreras 6 dead 7, turns on the Winlight. Smith 17, take 11 to be 15 thou under. Contreras will move on. Bob Siemens left side down 497, going to take on Marco Pervalaris down 455. Marco the advantage. Marco the win. 5 take 34 to be 3 above. Bob 24, 4 over. No good. Rod Belsham left side down 453. Taryn Kevin Johnson down 461. Win light. Give it to Johnson, 13, and 17 thou under. Belsham, 11, take a bunch to be 59 thou under. Rory Haar, left side, dial 490, can take on Blake Johnson, dial 469. So we are still rolling through the Dragster side of Super Pro round number 1 here on RB Component Sunday. If you're just now listening in or you haven't heard, RB Components doing a little bit of a sale for all of us here at the Southwest Showdown. 20% off. Use coupon code DRAG20 with your online order. Once again, 20% off. Use coupon code DRAG20 when you order your stuff from RB Components. You get 20% off. I get all sorts of cool stuff. Cabinets, a lot of trailer accessories. And they're high quality products at that. Blake Johnson has a high quality reaction time, 004. And 3 above. Rory missed it. Put it 9 over, no good. Dwayne Ringeth left side, dial 469. Can take on Travis Keys. Last night's $15,000 winner, dial 469. Keys, 4 thou red, Ringeth 007, and 25 thou under. Dwayne Ringeth move on. Grant Dury left side, dialed 480, take on Josh Herman. Herman dialed 454. Winlight Herman 004 and 7 thou under. Dury 5, take 4 to be 12 thou under. Gabriel Hernandez Jr. left side, dial 480. Take on Jaden Nava, dial 519. Jaden turns it red. Gabriel 004 and 32 thou under. Jason Pad, Dow 454, taking on Riley Learcamp, Dow 473. Learcamp 5 thou red, Pad is 7, and 7 thou under. Jason Pad will move on. Mark Kidd, Dow 470, take on Tina Wren, Dow 465. Win line goes Tina 16 dead 7, gets their first 22 thou. Mark Kidd 36 dead 9, no good. Tom Malicki left side, Dow 447, take on Bree Bandemir Herman, Dow 452. Win light, give to Bandemir 28, take 29 to be dead on 2. Tom missed it and put it 8 thou under. Mark Darsow, Dow 505, take on Logan Shannon, Dow 510. Darsow 22 dead 4, turns on the win light. Shannon 30 takes 6 to be a hun under. Rick Marcy, Dow 487, could take on Joe Lindavazzo, Dow 535. Win light, Joe 34 takes 7 to be 1 above. Marcy 23, 3 over. No good. Mark Campbell down 467, take on Mike Zimmerman down 490. Separate them. One line, give to Campbell 20 and 4 thou under. Zimmerman 24, take 11 to be 19 thou under. Jerry Hall down 529 the left. Right side down 435. Red light, give Jerry Hall 12 dead 1, lays down 13 total. Right side was red and a lot over. Carson Campbell down 462, can take on Richard McFarland down 586. Separate them up front. Win light. Give it to Campbell 30 and dead on 6 gets the win. McFarland 5 take a bunch to be 22 thou under. Gabe Torres down 478. Gonna take on Larry Richardson down 494. Win light, give Torres 048 dead 4, turns on the win light. Richardson 11 take 47 to be 6 thou under. Torres will move on. John Vandermeer the third out 464, gonna take on Hector Salido out 514. Vandermeer 23 and 2 above. Salido 30 take 28 to be 11 thou under. Chase Learcamp down 464, take on Victoria Christensen down 470. Tori turns it red, Chase 10, and a hunt under. Mark Barnhart down 466 in the left hand. Kristen Slade down 496. Slade 2 thou red, Barnhart 11, 4 thou under. Ren Hunt, dialed 510 the left, take on Judson Shoup. Was told it's Judson's birthday today. Happy birthday, Judson. He's out 475 in the right. Hunt 2 thou red, Shoup 16. And 26 thou under. We'll move on. Jeff Taylor down 459 can take on Daniel Slade down 516. Advantage to Taylor, win line. To Slade, 21, dead 1. Gets there first 7 thou. Taylor 9 and 2 above, and I don't know if he could have got there.
No.
Slade will turn on the win line. Jason Dawson left side, dialed 462. Take on Jeremy Weaver, dialed 456. Win light, give it to Dawson 39, and a bunch over as Weaver was late. Amelia Hinch is left side, dialed 473. Take on Hugo Hernandez, dialed 467. Hugo, late and one above gets the win. Amelia, better, take a bunch to be 13 thou under. RJ Torres, dial 5 flat, can take on Chris Whitfield, dial 468. Winlight Whitfield, 9 dead 6, gets their first 5 thou. Torres, 11 dead 9, no good. Whitfield will move on. Ryan O'Connor, left side, dial 457, take on Leroy Duran, dial 490. Winlight O'Connor, 12 and one above, gets the win. Duran, 25, get their first 27 to be 24 thou under. Elliot Franco Sr., dial 511, take on Alonzo Sanchez, dial 485. Winlight give to Sanchez, 40 and 2 above gets the win. Franco, 6, take a bunch to be 4 thou under. Tristan Craig, dial 515, take on Nacho Rivera, dial 493. Thou, separate them up front. Winlight, give to Craig, 22 and 12 thou under. Nacho, 24, takes 6 to be 2 hun under. T. Craig moves on. Travis Ringeth, dial 455, take on J.R. Learcamp, also dialed 455. Win light, Learcamp 13, one above, gets the win. Ring of 10, take 19 to be a foul under. Learcamp moves on. Darren O'Connor, dial 471, take on Eric Nazarenas, dial 522. O'Connor, 28 dead 3, gets a win. Nazarenas 11 take a bunch to be 37 thou under. Michael Skoll, down 443, gets on Greg Christensen, down 460. Christensen 2 thou red. Michael is 9 and under. Move on. Dylan Smith out 491. Get down Dustin Hinches out at 484. Win light, Dustin 001 and 1 above 3. Lay down 14 total. Smith 11 take 4 to be a foul under. Separate. Mark Kidd, Ryan Stifler, win light, give it to Kidd. 7 take a foul to be a foul under. Stifler 9 and 2 foul under. No good. Mark Kidd moves on. Lucas Makovica left side, down 5 flat, take on Adam Chioda down 470. 14, 7th thou under. Paul Dowdy out 494, taking on Sammy Franco the fourth, down at 520. $69, gonna take on Tyler Murrup, down 476. Murrup 5, take 18 to be 23 thou under. Ringeth 25 and 25 thou under. No good. Gabriel Hernandez down 477. Get down Marco Pervalaris down 456. Win light, Marco 32, dead 0, gets there 4th thou. Hernandez 43 and 7th thou under, no good. Mark Barnhart down 465, take on Amber Escobedo down 496. Win light, Barnhart 000 in 3 above. Turns on the win light. Amber missed it and put it 2 thou under. Race Kid, dial 474. Can take on Blake Johnson, dial 470. light. Give it to Race. 17 dead, 1. Turns on the win light. Johnson, 1, get there, 18. I'm not going to say he took 18. He got fed a lot of that. To be a foul under. Race Kid, move it on. Mark Campbell turns at 7th thou red. Riley Laircamp 27, 3 thou under. Carson Campbell down 462, taking on Josh Herman down 453. Campbell 8 dead 9 gets their first 15 thou. Herman 38, 6 thou under, no good. John Vandermeer down 465, taking on Joe Landavazzo down 535. At this time, we'll take pro buybacks. Pro buybacks will take you to lanes. Pro buybacks will take you to lanes. Doubles to 3 and 4. Singles to 7 and 8. Pro buybacks will take you to lanes. Pro buybacks will take you now. 10 fouls separate them up front. Win light. Give it to Vandermeer. 4, 1 above 0. Lays down 14 total. Joe was 14 and 1 above 3. No good. Mark Darsow down 505, taking on Bree Vandermeer Herman down 452. Bree 26 dead 1 turns on the win light. Darsow 6 take 30 to be 9 thou under. Jeff Taylor down 460, take on Judson Shoot down 473. Win light, Jeff Taylor, 22 dead 4, turns on the win light. Judson, 23, take 4, to be a foul under. Amelia Hinch is down 471, taking on Larry Richardson, down 492. Absolute last and final call, round 1 Dragsters. Absolute last and final call, round 1 Dragsters. You should be here. Absolute last and final call, round 1 Dragsters. You should be here. Win light, Amelia, 11 and 1 above gets the win. Richardson, 18, take 18, to be 8 foul under. Tristan Craig, down 514, take on Alonzo Sanchez, down 487. Craig, 17, 3 above, gets the win. Alonzo was late and under. Left side down 465, right side J.R. Learcamp down 456. JR is 10 thou red, left side 14, and a lot over. Left side moves on. Dustin Hinch is left side, down 485. Get down Jeremy Weaver, down 456. Win light, Weaver 5 and 8 foul under, turns on the win light. Dustin 7, take 13 Puts him 23 thou under. Rod Belsham down 444, taking Chris Whitfield down 468. With the advantage. Whitfield to win 3 dead 8 to get their first 25 thou. Belsham 44, 8 thou under. No good. Ryan O'Connor down 457, take on Victoria Christensen down to 469. O'Connor 5 thou red, Tori 22, and puts it 14 thou under. Victoria Christian will move on. Darren O'Connor down 471, taking Greg Christensen down 460. O'Connor 25, dead 0. And the Bi-Car it's made its way through the burnout. Lance Parker dialed in 480. Lance Parker 007 and 4 above. And that will wrap up round number 1 here on RB Component Sunday. We got pro buybacks sitting in the stage lane, about to make their way to the water.
So we are getting into our buyback round for pro. Again, pro buybacks, you should be in the staging lanes. Pro buybacks, you should be in the staging lanes. And with Peter Del Guidici, and I believe that is Richard Llewellyn, rolling up in the Nova right side. Llewellyn dialed in at 669. Del Guidici dialed in at 569. And it is going to be game on. 11 red to 11 green. Llewellyn leaves early, leaves 11 red. Hands the win light back over to Shrek Del Guidici. 568 on a 569. We'll put the green car back into competition. And yeah, just kind of catching up a little bit on what's going on in the chat bleachers. And as a reminder, as Robert Hall in his Chevelle roll up left side and the GTO rolls up right side. GTO's dialed 770. Robert dialed in at 674. Remember that they've got the Blackstone Griddle raffle. Team Tucson's putting on the raffle. You can buy your tickets down next to the snack bar, $5 a piece. They've also got a 50-50 drawing, and all winners are going to be drawn at noon today. As Hall in the Chevelle and the GTO leave the starting line, going to be a win light for Robert Hall. 677 on the 674 for Hall. So we'll say Hall's moving into round number 2. Unfortunately, the GTO is going to be calling it a weekend as Jeff Ford rolls up. The challenger over to the right side, and John Cazzetti. Cazzetti dialed 635. Ford dialed in at 732. Win light's going to turn on for Cazzetti. 20 green this time. Way better than what he was experiencing in that first go-round with the reaction times. But 20 green and dead on 1 for Cazzetti in the wheelie wagon. I'll bring up Travis Rutzel and Tana Taylor. Taylor in the Mustang, dialed in at 662. Rutzel in the Camaro, dialed in at 549. Again, we got, what, 480 people watching online and still just at 199 likes. We're doing better than we were trending yesterday. Yesterday, we finished off great. Go ahead and hit that like button. Show the Bank Ship live feed how much you love what Chad is doing up there. From his perch trackside, 549 on a 549 Rutzel. 29 green to Tana's 19 green. Tana was 10 thou better at the hit, goes 661 on a 662. Take 24 thou at the stripe and breaks out by 6 thousandths of a second. So Travis will fight his way back in as Joe Kidd rolls up in the pickup truck, dialed in at 629, and Austin Downing in the dragster backing up from the burnout. Downing making it deep into the rounds yesterday. In the dragster on the pro side, so with a 630 dial for the Downing team, going up against the 629 dial for Team Kidd on the left side. Again, those raffle tickets, they're going to be doing that drawing in a little over an hour. 009 red for Joe Kidd. Austin Downing gets the win line. 55 green in the dragster and 634 on a 630 dial. Joe ends up 631 on a 629. Ends up 2 above, but it was 9 thou red at this end of the racetrack in the pickup truck. Out, out, out. The dragster moving on. As we're saying, again, the raffle for Team Tucson. They've got their $5 tickets for the Blackstone Griddle, the 50-50 drawn. Super Pro door cars, Super Pro door car. Buybacks, let's get you headed into the staging lanes. If you are buying back twice, if you are doubled up in the buyback, make your way to lanes 3 and 4. If you're only buying back once, they'll move you over into the other lanes. But again, Super Pro door car, Super Pro door car. If you're buying back twice, need you to lanes 3 and 4. Sasha Hofer gets the win light over Stephen Lakey. Lakey, red by 35 thou and goes 669 on a 665. Sasha was 33 green, dead 7 to get the win light. And yeah, see, we get the likes to jump up. We're drawing closer to 500 people watching. As Denny Valvo I'm going to roll up the Chevelle left or right side of the racetrack. 596 is the dial for Denny going up against the flat black Barracuda. Once again, Super Pro door car for the Buyback. Let's get you into the staging lanes, please. Super Pro door car for the Buyback. Come on down. Win light goes to Denny Valvo. 595 on a 596. Double breakout. He's 75 green, under by 4 thou, gets there second. Win light turns on that right side of the racetrack. The Barracuda was 54 green and runs 662 on a 667. So Valvo fights his way back into the game as C.W. Hofer and Carlos Ortiz will be next. Ortiz in the Grand Prix, 617 is the dial. C.W.'s got a 746. A show on the bottom side of the right lane scoreboard. C.W. is in complete control and breaks out to hand the win light back over to Carlos Ortiz. C.W. is going to be kicking himself like mad. C.W. was 30. Take a 10th plus at the stripe to go 745 on a 746. Oh, Carlos 618 on a 617 after a 133 reaction time and finds himself back in the game. Oof. I don't know that I've ever seen CW take that much. That was just crazy. Crazy, crazy. Mike Stewart and Scott Taylor. Scott's down 663. Mike's leaving second with a 575 down. 579 on a 575. Mike Stewart gets the win light in the red Camaro, 27 green. Scott was 23 green and goes 669 on a 663. As Kyle Fritz will roll up left side. Fritz dialed in with a 751. The Mach 1 out of the right lane dialed in with a 636. Again, Super Pro door car for the Buyback, Super Pro door car for your Buybacks. Again, if you are buying back twice, we need you to lanes 3 and 4. If you are buying back just the one time, look at you situated back there in the staging lanes, and we are off and green. The difference is 0.04 of a second. Mustang is 38 green, runs 635 on a 636. Again, leave second, get there second. Break out by less, turn on the scoreboard. 635 on a 636, under by 4 thou. Kyle Fritz is under by 14 thou. Fritz is going to be no more in that entry as Diane Burton rolls up in the Camaro, dialed in at 696. Eric Nazarenas and the blue, or the white on blue Mustang left side. Both dialed 696, both leave green. Nazarena's got the jump at this end of the racetrack, 008 and 701 on a 696. The Mustang fights his way back in. Diane Burton was 79 green, take 9 thou at the stripe. Break out with a 693 on that 696 dial. Sean Brewster now backing up. The altered over on the right side of the racetrack. Larry Cannon rolling up in the left side. Cannon is dialed 612. Brewster is dialed in at 615. Those pre-stage bulbs are once again lit. Again, it is an RB Components Sunday. Red light start for Larry Cannon by 22 thousandths of a second. Brewster's 50 green and goes 605 on a 615. That is good for a win. So Denal Rife going up against Jeremy Plyler. Plyler in the Nova, Denal in the Camaro. 701 was the dial for Denal, and he runs 7009. Take 15th out at the stripe to break out by 1,000th of a second. Jeremy Plyler, 36 green, dead zero. 585 on a 585. Once again, Super Pro Door Car. If you're not yet back for the buyback, need you there now, please. Super Pro Door Car. Need you there now, please. And so Mark Fall in the El Camino, dialed 715. He's double 03 green and then runs 714 with a 5 down the racetrack. McDaniels in the Nova was 13 red and goes 661 on a 663 dial. That'll bring up Tatum Marconi. Going up against John Schur. Schur in the Pinto, Marconi in the Coronet. And so with a 685 dial showing up for the Coronet, the 853 dial showing up for the Pinto. All right, team. We got over 500 people watching on the live stream. We're already up to 222 likes. So remember, cost of admission is simply hit the like button. That's it. You want to be part of the Cool Kids Club? Hit the like button. 852-1 on an 853. John Schur was 36 green, take 59 thou at the stripe, and break out by 9 thou. Win light falls to Tatum's side of the racetrack, 42 green and 689 on a 685. Marconi's moving on as Del Guidici rolls back up in Shrek. And C.W. Gordon rolls back up in his Mustang. Win light goes to Gordon, 647 on a 644. He's 11 green. Del Guidici was 63 and no good after he runs 569 on a 568. All right, Super Pro Door Car Buyback. Super Pro Door Car Buyback. Again, if you are buying back twice, we are looking for you in lanes 3 and 4. If you're buying back once, you can join in with everybody else. John Cazzetti, Robert Hall. Cazzetti is in the hole. 43 thousandths of a second and digs his way out by way of the double breakout. 632 and a 634. He is under by 12 thousandths of a second. Hall was 003. Got there first 55 thou and run 673 on a 676. Buy car in the buyback round is Brad Burton. So BB in the Firebird gets to take the solo. 680 is the dial. Nice little wheels up charge, 21 green. And playing match game on the 680, we'll go 684. That is going to wrap up things in our pro buyback category. Again, remember, racers, race fans, if you are on property, down right next to the snack bar, Team Tucson is down there for their raffle. Again, the Blackstone Griddle tickets are $5 a piece. They've got entries into a 50-50 drawing. They're going to be drawing everything at noon, so that is literally 1 hour from now. So if you'd like an opportunity to jump in on that and support Team Tucson, which I think would be a great thing to do, right? The folks here at Tucson have been fantastic hosts for us in the West Coast Bracket Race Series and the Southwest Showdown for the past, I don't know how many years. We've been coming here for a long time. I'd have to go back and actually look at which t-shirts I've got to know how long we've been coming here, but it's been a while. And they have always done a spectacular job. So I think it would be really good. We can support them. We can support Team Tucson. Grab some of those raffle tickets. Grab some of those 50-50 drawing tickets. Go by and see the carries. They'll get you squared away. And with it is, approaching 11 o'clock. If you feel like you have the munchies, the concession stand is open. You can go ahead and grab something there as well. Something to eat, something to drink. But we got Super Pro door car buybacks getting ready to roll into the water. So if you are a Super Pro door car that has not bought back yet, you've got some time. So for those that are listening in live online, welcome to the Bang Shift feed. Again, we are only asking one thing. One thing and one thing only, please. Hit the like button on your way in. You can subscribe to Bang Shift at the same time. You can share it for your friends who are watching along, or get them watching along. We got over 500 folks watching. The likes up to 241 already today. We were able to get 500 yesterday. Again, new feed, new opportunity. Hey, Mo. We got, like, Arizona watching in. Mo is here. Mo. Troy Umberger, rooting on Brandon, looking to see if Brandon can complete the sweep. So far, he's 2 for 2. We'll see what else he can get. Super Pro door car rolling out for the buyback. Sir James Hartvigsen. Purple ride on the right side. Going up against Hank Pramov. Pramov dialed in 568. Hartvigsen dialed in with a 598. And Super Pro door cars are on the racetrack for the buyback. So again, Super Pro Dragsters, be ready if you are going to be buying back. Won't be too long before we start inviting you to join us. And remember, today on an RB Components Sunday, we do have an online order special. The folks at RB Components who, again, if you are one of those OCD people that want your race trailer to be absolutely 100, or your garage to be absolutely 100% perfect, go find the stuff at RB Components. You can get a 20% off discount with a coupon code DRAG20. Thanks to the sponsorship here at the Southwest Showdown. Hank was 008. Sir James was 004. James takes 51 thou at the stripe and breaks out 587 on a 593. Hank Pramov goes 5, 6, 7, 5. To be ready for round number 2. It's going to bring out Mr. Hernandez and Mr. Bill. Oh no, Mr. Bill. It's Bill Kidd. Mo, you headed off to the trailer? You got some new RB components for it? Because, you know, you could save 20% today on your online order by using the code DRAG20. So yeah, if you're off to do the trailer to get some organizing, buy RB components. Save 20% with code DRAG20. Red light start for Hernandez in the Mustang. Bill Kidd, 002, and then 633 on a 635. So Kidd for the win. To be back in for $10,000 worth of RB components money on a Super Pro Sunday. We'll bring up Bill Bollock and Faustino Zaragoza. Faustino's in the Vega. Bill Bollock is in the Camaro. We're going to continue to make our way through the buyback round. Now remember, after the buyback, after we get through the buyback round, RB Components Sunday is going on pause. We're going to flash back in time to Kid Performance and Dyno Friday and finish off Super Pro. So a 628 dial for Faustino turns into a 630 run, and by 10,000ths of a second, Faustino is going to get back into the game. That's going to bring up the Camaro. .92 second dial. The Pat Music powered Camaro on the right side, and the Mustang coming in on the left, dial in at 6.20 seconds. And remember, running out of time if you wanted to get into that Blackstone Griddle raffle or the 50-50 raffle. Make sure you swing by and grab your tickets. 3 foul the difference in reaction time. The Mustang's way down there, and here comes the Corvette. 494 on the 492 dial at 139 miles an hour after being 25 thou green. Wind light to the Corvette. 28 green and then 617 on a 620 for the Mustang, trying to run away from that Corvette. Ken Sweo. And Brittany Hinkle. Hinkle in the Nova, Sweo in the Capri. Capri dialed 590. Hinkle dialed in at 698. $15 thou red for Brittany Hinkle. Ken Sweo, 007 and 588. So Sweo ended up 15 thou under. Brittany goes 96 on a 98 to be also 15 thou under. But Hinkle was 15 red. Sweo gets the win light. I want to say this is what? Roberto Ruiz? Going up against Mr. Rife. Rife in the Nova. It's just a cool car. Black on gold. 628 dial, right side, and the Merlot. Low riding S10. Dialed in at 632. Rife is going to have some work to do. Can't quite pull it out. The pickup truck, 25 green, dead 5, is 30 thou total. Reaction time for Rife was 54. So Rife is out. Ruiz is going to roll back in. All right, let's go ahead and get Super Pro Dragster. Super Pro Dragster. Double entered cars. If you are buying back 2 times, let's get you headed to lanes 3 and 4. If you're buying back just the once, go ahead and bring them up. But Super Pro Dragster Buyback for the RB Components Sunday. Double entered buybacks to lanes 3 and 4. Single entered, come on down. Again, that's all buybacks for Super Pro Dragster. Bring them in. Luis Valenzuela, 553 was the dial. Travis Rutzel is 549, and the win light belongs to Valenzuela. 40 on the tree, take 9 thou at the stripe. Ends up dead on 3. Travis was 19 green and then goes 552 on a 549. We'll bring up Rodney Snyder. And Kevin McClellan. Snyder's got the Roadster dialed in at 514. Kevin was perfect on the tree and ended up 3 thou under in his trip down the racetrack in round number 1. Kevin's away in green, Rodney's away in green. Rodney was 16 on the tree and 515 on a 514. Kevin had doubled Rodney's reaction time with the 032 and then goes 669 on a 670. First trip down the racetrack under by 3 thou. Second trip down the racetrack under by 5 thou. Win light goes to Snyder. We'll bring up Andrew Jaramillo. In the dart. Dialed in at 533 and the Illuminati. Those are just cool looking race cars. 588 is the dial for the Lumina. And a win light for the Lumina. Andrew Jaramillo looks like he's about to lose the front fender off of that car. Ends up going 677 on a 583. He was out of the gas, but like the Zeus or something had come loose, and you could see the bottom side of that driver's side fender just kind of flapping away. As they made their way down the racetrack. So the Lumina's back in. We'll bring up Mr. Downing. Keith Downing and Darren Taylor. Downing in the Dodge. Well, it's the Plymouth, technically. The Arrow. Dialed in at 731. And Darren Taylor rolling down the right side. Dial 607, Downing's dial 731, red light start for Darren Taylor. Taylor's red by 10 thou, 007 dead 6 for Downing. That's going to work out just fine. Hey racers, can I have your attention please? Racers? Can we have your attention please? Had to make the announcement yesterday and making the announcement again today. Racers, please leave all your safety equipment on at all times while you are on the racing surface. Once you have exited the racing surface, at that point you may remove safety equipment. But until then, you must keep all racing and safety equipment in place until you have completed your run. That does not mean once you are past the finish line. That means once you have made the left-hand turn and exited the racing surface. Remain seated, please. Permanecer sentados, por favor. All right, so again, just keep your safety equipment on, please, while you're anywhere between those white walls down the racetrack. Once you're out, you're out. You okay. But as long as you're between them white walls, rules is rules. 001 red for Don Toya, 15 red for Tom Scola. Don's back in. The Roadster goes 529 on a 530. Scola ends up going 647 on a 645, but Scola was 14 thou more redder than Don Toya was. Toya gets the win as Tatis Armenta going up against the buggy. Full tilt buggy. I'd love to see him just put one of those old school horns on that buggy. Every time it rolls up to the starting line, it goes, "Arrgh!" That'd be cool. Ooh, 55 thou separate them in reaction time. Tatis is 10 green and goes 644 on a 639 for the win. The buggy is dead on 9, but was 65 thou behind the green light at this end of the racetrack, and that is gonna ruin it. Just ruined the whole vibe. Paul Orton. So John DeCarlo and Paul Lorton. Lorton dialed 620, DeCarlo dialed 642. Lorton in the Vegas, 622 on a 620s, 13 green, gets the win light over at DeCarlo. Hey racers, your attention please. Again, just moments ago we gave you the reminder to keep your safety equipment on as long as you're on the racetrack. Now, we're going to let you know about payouts. So if you didn't pay attention about the, safety equipment, I get it. I get it. But I know you're going to pay attention about payouts. Payouts are going to be available in the Nitro Cafe 30 minutes after we complete the buyback round. So once we get the buyback round done, they will be available in that Nitro Cafe 30 minutes after the buyback. So if you're out there kind of getting things packed up in your trailer, getting ready to maybe hit the road, if you've got a buyback if you've got a payout that's going to be coming your way, those will be available 30 minutes following the completion of the buyback round. So it'll kind of be during that time that we're into the completion of Friday's race. Mitch Marcy going up against Nick Downing. Win light goes to Downing. 009 to 008. Downing was 009, dead 2, ends up 11 total. Mitch was 008. Had 3 thou to work with down at the finish line and took 29 thou to end up 687 on the 690 dial. That's going to bring up Sarah Kidd in the pickup truck and Scott Taylor in the Chevelle. Scott with a 669, Sarah dialed in at 679. Win light goes to Taylor. Sarah, red by 14 thousandths of a second. Taylor's 29 green and goes 666 on the 669. Sarah ends up with a 677 on the 679. But that's going to bring up, I think, Andres Hull. And Bill Kidd. Bill dialed 635. Hull dialed 658. Again, Super Pro Dragster, Super Pro Dragster. Buybacks need you in the lanes, please. 661 on the 658 dial for Hull. 18 green. Bill just kind of missed it at this end with 67 green and goes 637 on a 635. So the pickup truck gets back. Man, I'll tell you what, for those of you that are in the Midwestern part of the United States, experience all those storms, man. Thoughts are with you. Hopefully everything is A-OK once they pass through and it doesn't get too bad. Well, yeah, definitely thinking about you guys and gals, and know that those of us we're rooting for you to get through this thing okay. 005, 698 on a 699 for the Coronet out of the right side. Win light turns on, they'll get back in. So you're going to remember today, 30 minutes after we complete the buyback round, payouts will be available in the Nitro Cafe. So once we get through our Super Pro Dragster buyback, you can set your timer for about 30 minutes and then roll up there if you are being, or if you're going to be given the opportunity to pick up some money. It's about 11:15. So if you were thinking about lunch, which I think as soon as I finish breakfast, I begin thinking about lunch. It's just the way that it happens. But if you are thinking about lunch, again, they got the concession stand open here. Right next to the concession stand, Team Tucson is there selling the raffle tickets for the griddle, as well as the raffle tickets for the 50-50 drawing. So you can pick those up and support Team Tucson. Again, they have been such awesome hosts for us over the last several years that, you know, 5, 10, 15, 20 bucks here or there to help support them would be great. And you might walk away with a griddle or maybe a pile of cash from the 50-50 drawing. Who knows? Hank Pramov rolling up right side. Roberto Ruiz rolling up left side. Ruiz has got the beautiful pickup truck. Pramov dialed in at 568. Ruiz dialed in at 630. Again, the Dragster buybacks will be coming up here soon. Luis Ortiz, the Corvette. We need you back to the lanes, please. 569 on a 568. 13 green. Winner is Pramov. Ruiz was 10 green and goes 628 on a 630. So again, go see the carries, get your raffle tickets, support Team Tucson, stop by the snack bar, support the racetrack, buy yourself some lunch, or a snack to get through until lunchtime. Whatever it takes. Super Pro Dragster buyback for RB Components Sunday. Again, the plan. And what we're going to do is we will get through our buyback round. Once we get through our buyback round, we will pause the RB Components Sunday and revert back to a Kid Performance and Dyno Friday, where we have got 11 cars left on the Super Pro side of things. And we've already crowned the winner in Pro for that Kid Performance and Dyno Friday. Congratulations, Brandon Umberger, your winner in both Kid Performance and Dyno and Hughes Performance main events for the Pro side. Congratulations, Travis Keys, who was your winner in Super Pro for Hughes Performance Saturday. There are 11 names still in the mix to be crowned as the winner in your Kid Performance and Dyno Friday. So again, last chance. Last chance. Super Pro door car. I think we are waiting on one of our double-entered cars to make its way back. We need to get you back into the lanes, please. This is it. All right. Absolute. Final call. Super Pro door car. If you were double entered, I think we are still waiting on one of you to get back here. Andale. We need you quickly, please.
Llamada final de recompra de coche de puerta super profesional.
So our final Super Pro door car buyback going to be Mr. Hull. Rolling up in the pickup truck, going to be taking on the first of the Super Pro Dragster buybacks. Larry Richardson. Rolling up in the Dragster. 490 going to be the dial on the right side of the racetrack. And Mr. Hull dialed in with a 661. In the truck, rolling up on the left side. Seven thousandths of a second is the difference in reaction time. Advantage to Larry Richardson as he was 12 in the tree and one above, but win light goes to Hull. Hull, 19 green, dead on one is 20 thou total, taking 6 thou down at the stripe. The pickup truck is back as Leroy Duran. Leroy. Yo, Leroy. Pulling over and coming to a stop. He was 26 green, ends up getting past the finish line with a 671, but Leroy has issues, and Leroy is going to need some help. I appreciate that, Sean. Thanks for the heads up. I thought Swarita was in Arizona. I didn't know. I mean, it's like, you know, like there's a Las Vegas, Nevada, and there's a Las Vegas, New Mexico. So it could have been both. But I wasn't sure. So I appreciate the heads up. Yeah, definitely appreciate the heads up. Uh-oh. Leroy's climbing out of the car down there, and the safety team has the lights on. Headed down to that side of the racetrack to let Leroy know that that is a no parking zone. So they're going to get him a little help. And we'll get back after it with Super Pro buyback in the Dragster side. You are calling AAA. Chad. So this does give you a chance if you're in the Super Pro Dragster side and you're like, should I not buy back? What should I do? If you're still back there mulling it around and decide that you would like to buy back in, you got time to make your way into the staging lanes. For those that may not have tuned in throughout the weekend, we've got 523 people online, 265 likes. So again, all we are asking is that you go ahead and hit that like button as you are watching along on the Bang Shift live feed. That's really more to give Chad the love. Give the love to Bang Shift for what Chad is doing. It is one of those things that he stands out there, he braves the weather. He serves as a beacon to us all of what it means to be truly dedicated to the sport of drag racing. Shorts and flip-flops and everything. Swinging the camera back and forth and providing entertainment to all of you who are watching at home. That's Chad. So the like is the love button for Chad. Think about it that way. You're not necessarily hitting the like on the feed, you're sending love to Chad. Yesterday we had like 500 loves I think we can do it again. So for those of you, the 527 of you that are watching along, hit that button. And let's go with that. Again, payouts are going to be available 30 minutes after the completion of the buyback round. So once we get through the buyback round, they'll start taking care of payouts. We've got 30 minutes left before they draw for the Blackstone Griddle or the 50-50 drawing. I think you should change it to the love, but actually no. Now that I was about to say that, the like button sounds way more family friendly than the love button. I do not want to be sitting up here going, touch the love button. That would be wrong. That would just not work. It would be creepy. It would be very creepy. So it looks like they got Leroy's Dragster hooked up. Again, 30 minutes left if you want to get into one of the drawings, whether it be the 50-50, whether it be the raffle for the Blackstone Griddle. Again, we are here to support Team Tucson. You think about what they do for us each and every year when we come down here. We'll show them the love and support their team. So it is an RB Components Sunday. Again, thank you very much to the folks at RB Components. Again, they have been handing out these cards to the racers. Again, if you want like the good stuff to go in your trailer because you're a clean freak or you want stuff to be organized just right, you can shop a complete selection of RB Components products at rbcomponents.com. Again, that's rbcomponents.com. They're sponsored up with us this year, and they are offering a 20% off on all their online orders. All you have to do is enter the coupon code DRAG20. And we love the folks at RB Components, so thank you very much. Again, Hughes Performance Saturday wrapped up yesterday. We are going to be finishing up our Kid Performance and Dyno. So again, if you are one of the 11 that remain in Super Pro, start thinking about making sure that you are ready to roll. You are back in race mode, which I mean, you wouldn't be out of race mode today, but make sure you're back in race mode, because come time that we complete this round of Super Pro Buyback, again, we will hold off on the rest of the RB Components Day, and we will jump into our Super Pro round of 11. Not round number 11, but we've got 11 left coming back in Super Pro. So it sounds like the word is from the top end of the racetrack, we are clear, and we will be getting back after it as we've got dragsters already sitting here on the starting line. Yeah. There should be a whole bunch of dragsters back in the staging lanes. And I'm just going to say, you know, with that 50-50 drawing, you might as well just go jump into that, because Ryan's already made the pot worthwhile. I'm just saying. He's made the pot worthwhile. To a 460 dial, wind light turns on right side. 009, 2 above. Going to be the winner. Now, is this one Travis or Dwayne? Yeah, that's Travis. Okay. Dwayne's in the other one? And Nacho Rivera dialed in at 493 out of the right side. Travis, again, with our international affair type thing. I think Ringeth and Nacho have lined up against each other a couple of times this weekend, and it becomes a Canada versus Mexico. But you really think about it, it's pretty damn cool. I've got, you know, like the Dream Team stuff where everybody represents their state. Here you're representing not only, you know, your hometown, but your country. You're like, I am racing out of Mexico, I am racing out of Canada, and one of us gets to say that I'm better. So Nacho's down 493. Ringeth is dialed 455. Foul, the difference in reaction time. Wind light turns on for Ringeth. 009 dead 2 take 1 thou at the stripe. Nacho was 13 green and 1 thou under. Margin of victory 11 10,000ths of a second. Ringeth 009 getting the wind light over Nacho. I'll bring up Mark Kidd. Dialed in at 469. Again, we are about to go back to our kid performance in Dino Friday. We are going to finish this thing up in our buyback category. Once we've got all of our buybacks done, then at that point, we're going to crown another winner. Again, with 11 left, we got, what, 4 rounds to go? Ooh. Mark Kidd 006 dead 7. Gets the job done and gets back in. Right lane was 13 green and 471. On the 469 is Rod Belsham. Backing up left side. Going up against Learcamp over to right. 472. The dial in for Learcamp, 444. The dial in for Belsham. So our Super Pro Dragsters are at it. The buyback round, the bonus round. Re-entry round, whatever you want to call it. 6 thou separate Belsham and Learcamp. Finish line turns on for Learcamp. 473 on the 472. Learcamp is 21 green. Belsham had a 27 thou reaction time and comes up 13 thou short. Down at the finish line is we got Greg Hicks rolling back. Greg Hicks was 29 at this end and didn't have an opportunity to light up the scoreboard. Goes 464 on a 463. Wind light to Judd. Bring up Lane Ingo. And a red light start for Ingo. 574 after he gets out of the throttle. Left lane, 19 green. And then it goes 530 on a 529. That is going to bring up Blake Johnson. Dialed in with a 470 on the right side. And Dwayne Ringeth. Back from the burnout on the left. So Travis was able to light up the scoreboard. We'll see if Dwayne can do the same thing. As the Ringeth family is both moving on. Blake Johnson goes red by 26 thousandths of a second. Ringeth 467 on a 469. 35 on the tree. Runs under, but the red light was on opposite side of the racetrack, and Ringeth we'll move on as we will bring up Lear Cam. Number 2. 464 is the dial left side of the racetrack. White Dragster over the right side, dialed in at 509. Again, last chance, final call. Super Pro Dragster, if you're going to be buying back, last chance, final call, Super Pro Dragster. If you are going to be buying back, double identical reaction time. 2 above, take 5 thou at the stripe. We'll be back to make an appearance in round number 2. There's Jeff Taylor. He's going to be coming up now. Dialed in at 461. Uh-oh. Taylor's in trouble. 006, 453 on a 452. Right side of the racetrack. Ooh, man. Luke Makovica. Back for the burnout, dialed in at 5 flat. Thou red for Luke, win light right side, 009 and 453 on a 453. 10 total. Going to roll out in that homegrown, 100% home-built dragster. They put that dragster together in the back of the shop up there in California. I believe they're still running that Pontiac power. 584 is the dial for McFarland. But he's not going to be able to turn on the scoreboard. Ends up 36 green and goes 583 on a 584, under by 3 thou, chasing him through. That's going to be coming up at noon. Ooh. Zip perfect, 1 above. Over on the right side. Gets the opportunity to move on. So with that, again, if you are double entered in the buyback, we need to get you back quickly as possible, please. Double entered in the buyback, let's get you back as quickly as possible. Val dialed 467. Kristen dialed 495. Is 009. Val is 17 green, and Stewart's going to go 492 on a 495. All right, so we are getting ready to roll back the clock. We're going to go finish off our Kid Performance and Dyno Super Pro Friday. We've got 11 cars. We've got 11 cars left on the Super Pro side of the ladder in a Kid Performance and Dyno Friday. We are ready for those 11 cars. Again, it's going to be Amelia Henches on the bye at 11. Whitfield with lane choice over Campbell. Rutzel with lane choice over Kidd. Dawson with lane choice over Snyder. That's Karen. Rodney Snyder with lane choice over Mark Kidd. And Keith Downing with lane choice over Don Toya. So again, it's Amelia Henches on the bye. Chris Whitfield with lane choice over Campbell. Travis Rutzel with lane choice over Race Kid. Jason Dawson with lane choice over Karen Snyder. Rodney Snyder with lane choice over Mark Kidd. And Keith Downing with lane choice over Don Toya. Let's go ahead and get our 11 remaining Super Pro cars from the Kid Performance and Dyno Friday. Back to the staging lanes, please. I believe we're going to be bringing you guys up lanes 3 and 4. So again, Super Pro round number 6 from the Kid Performance and Dyno Friday. Let's get you headed back into the staging lanes, please. Again, we're going to continue to roll through our Super Pro buyback with Grand Drury. Coming up here, final call if you want to get those raffle tickets. You want to get into the 50-50 drawing, last chance. So Super Pro buybacks are continuing. And problems out of that right lane, not going to let it move on. Win like Grand Drury. So again, the 11 that we're waiting on, Henches, Amelia with the bye run. Whitfield with lane choice over Campbell. Rutzel with lane choice over Race Kid. Dawson with lane choice over Karen Snyder. Rodney Snyder, lane choice over Mark Kidd. And Keith Downing with lane choice over Don Toya. So again, Super Pro Dragster, last chance if you are trying to get bought back for the RB components. Sunday. We need you, please. What do we got? 290. Nice. Just shy of 300 likes already, and it's not even due. Good job, Chad Bleachers. 514 on a 513 out of the right lane, 12 green. Winner. Winner, winner. Winner, winner, winner. Hey, Monty Beagle. If you would be up for providing us with an invocation again this morning, we'd love to have you up here. Again, we've called our 11 remaining Super Pro cars. We'll do our opening ceremonies at the conclusion of the buybacks. So I know we've already talked to Tana. Monty Beagle, if you would be willing to join us up here in the tower for that, that would be, we'd love to have you back, man. Love to have you back to give us an invocation today. So again, at the conclusion of the buyback round, we'll have our opening ceremonies. Then we are going to get into the finalization of Friday's Kid Performance and Dyno $10,000 to win Super Pro Show. 485 left side, 495 right, 28 green, and 496 no good. It's going to be Aiden in that Yellowstone drag strip car coming back. 25 green and dead 5 is 30 total. Mark Darsow and Travis Keys, yesterday's $15,000 winner. Sitting over on the right side, and Mark Darsow with a dragster dialed in at 504. Mark trying to get it done against Travis. Travis down 469. Mark is a little behind at the hit by about 4, hon, and yesterday's 15K winner, Travis, is 475 on a 469, was 36 green, and is going to be back into the game on Sunday. We'll bring up Gabe Hernandez and Jeremy Weaver. Weaver rolling up, dialed 457. Hernandez rolling up, dialed 475. All right, once again, Super Pro, Super Pro. We need our 11 remaining in round number 6 of the Kid Performance and Dyno Race. That would be Amelia Henches. You've got the buy run. Chris Whitfield, you've got lane choice over Campbell. Travis Rutzel, you've got lane choice over Race Kid. Snyder, lane choice over Mark Kidd. Keith Downing, lane choice over Don Toya. 13 thou separated them in reaction time. Win light turns on for Weaver. Weaver, 16, take 2 thou to be 1 above. Down at the finish line. And we are getting down to the end. Of Super Pro Dragster. It's going to be close. 1 thou, the difference in reaction time. And 522 and a 521. 006, 1 above. Winner coming out of the right side, 007 and 493 on a 488. Out of the left side. So again, we need our 11 cars for Kid, Performance, and Dyno. Super Pro that still remain. Need you headed back into the staging lanes, please. I know we're getting down to the end of our Super Pro buyback because our double entered cars are already starting to make their way back around. The difference in reaction time. 003 and 492 out of the left side gets the win. What do we got? Travis Ringeth, Larry Richardson. So with Ringeth dialed in at 456, Richardson, dialed in at 491. was the difference at this end of the racetrack. Winlight Richardson. 009 on the double breakout is under by 8 thousandths of a second. Ringeth was 19 green, take a thou at the stripe. Ends up under 14 thou. We'll get Rod Belsham. .446.1 on a 446 Belsham. 20 green, dead 1. Gets the wind light off the left side. We are still missing our buy, Miss Amelia Henches. We need you back, please, for the kid performance and dyno. We need you back. Kid performance and dyno round number 6. I think we've got 10 and are looking for 11 of you. They're saying, Miss Amelia, we need you back, please. You are running on the solo. Again, our, I believe, final pair in Super Pro Buyback for the RB Components Sunday. And it's a red light start for Christensen by 23 thousandths of a second. 520 on a 520 after a 32 thou reaction time down the right side. And I believe that is going to be game over. So we are going to essentially go back in time. We are going to go back in time to Friday night, which was then Saturday night, which is now this afternoon. We'll call it afternoon, right? It's 12 green. So we have got our 11 remaining Super Pro cars. So with our 11 remaining Super Pro cars from Friday, we are going to complete Kid Performance and Dyno main event here now. So everybody that's still in round number 2 for the RB Components Sunday, you're going to be on pause for a minute. We are focusing on what 4 rounds remain to wrap up the Kid Performance and Dyno Friday. And I just got the message that payouts are now available in the Nitro Cafe. If you are expecting a payout from any of our previous days, they are now available at the Nitro Cafe. I know we said it was going to be like 30 minutes after the buyback round, but Megan's just good. Megan's just, you know, good like that. She didn't even make you wait 30 minutes. She just took care of it. So they are doing a little cleanup here in the water box. I understand that the next round is going to be rolling up this direction. We are going to get them headed into position. And on, again, the middle of our RB Components Sunday, we are going back to a Kid Performance and Dyno Friday with 4 rounds remaining. Again, we got 11 cars back there battling it out for $10,000 worth of Kid Performance and Dyno money. Thank you so much, Mark, your entire family, for everything you and Race do, for being a part of this show. We appreciate your continued support, your continued sponsorship. Thank you to Hughes Performance. Thank you to RB Components. We truly couldn't do it. Says Monty Beagle provides today's invocation.
Thank you, Nate. Good and gracious God, what a beautiful sunny day you've provided, in which we are very grateful. Thank you for the blessing of being free nations, so we can enjoy the privilege we share with the racing communities. We are also grateful for this track, the sponsors, the announcers, the promoters, and all involved in putting on this event this weekend. And Father, as we compete today and then travel home, we ask for your hand of favor, for protection and safety for everyone here. And finally, Lord, we thank you for your goodness and your grace towards us. And these things we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Bonnie. And for the last time this year at this event, we would like to ask, if you are able, please rise and remove your caps. And as we listen to the beautiful words of our national anthem, please keep in mind those men and women, past and present, who have given all that they have to defend our freedom so that we can be here doing what we love. Here for our national anthem, please welcome Tana Taylor.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you so much, Tana. We appreciate that again, and we are truly blessed to have three nations represented here with us today. Again, God bless America, God bless Canada, God bless Mexico. We are so happy to have all of you racing along with us as we get ready to go with round number 6 of Super Pro for the Kid Performance and Dyno conclusion of Friday. Again, there are 11 cars left in. We're going to find out which ones get to move on. Ryan Gleghorn here, going to take you through this round.
Tristan Craig, that might be Snapchat of the year.
Oh my goodness.
Travis Ritzel left side, Howard Lake, Minnesota. The Camaro Dowd 549 take on Race Kid. Kid out of Boise, Idaho, trying to win a big 474. Four fouls separate them. One of them is perfect. Win light, give it to Travis Ritzel, 004, 2 above 2. Turns on the win light. Race Kid is 000. Take 29 to be 3 foul under. Travis Ritzel will be down to 6. Keith Downing left side, dialed 731. Going to take on Don Toya. Toya in the Roadster, dialed 530. Don Toya in full control here. Win light, give it to Toya. 7 take 24 to be one above. Downing missed it. Puts it dead 4, no good. Don Toya moving on. Jason Dawson left side, dialed 465. Down Karen Snyder. Snyder dialed 540. Jason Dawson in full control. Win light Dawson 30 and 3 above. Get there a bunch as Snyder was late and under. Jason Dawson will be down to 6. Rodney Snyder left side, dialed 514. Take on Mark Kidd. Kidd dialed 470 to the right. The Kids and the Snyders both had 2 entries apiece rolling into this round. They're trying to have at least one going into next round. Two thou, separate them up front, double O's a pair, win light, give it to Rodney Snyder, 009, one above 7, gets the win. Mark Kidd, 7 take 23 to be 4 thou under. Rodney Snyder will move on. Got a pair and a bye left to go here in round number 6. Carson Campbell left side, Olympia Washington dialed 463, taking Chris Whitfield. Whitfield dialed 468. Foul, separate them up front. Win light, give it to Carson Campbell, 15 dead, 4 gets there, 5 foul. Whitfield, 14, 1 above 0, no good. Carson Campbell will move on, and Amelia Hinches on the bye. So we do have our 50-50 raffle in our Blackstone Griddle raffle winners. They have been pulled. The Blackstone Griddle, Carson Campbell, you just turn on the win light. You also have won a Blackstone Griddle. Congrats, Carson. So Carson Campbell, the winner of our Blackstone Griddle. And our 50-50 ticket winner, we'll let Amelia make the run here. She is 2,000 ready. And she airs it out to be 1 above. Our 50-50 raffle ticket winner is ticket number 352-54765. Once again, 352-54765. If that is your 50-50 ticket number, you are our winner. So once again, Carson Campbell, you won our Blackstone Griddle raffle. And 50-50 winning ticket number 352-54765. And that was for $483 in the 50-50 raffle, all that benefiting Team Tucson as they are on their quest for a four-peat on the ET Finals. So, congrats Carson, and congrats to whoever our 50-50 raffle winner is, and thank you everybody for thank you everybody for participating in that. I am not the winner. I feel like I bought half the pot, but that's neither here nor there. Just supporting a good cause. So we'll be down to 6 when our drivers get back around, patiently waiting on a ladder. We'll see what that looks like here shortly. So our 50-50 raffle winner is Bob Cohen. Congrats, Bob. You're the winner of $483 for a much smaller investment than that. So that's good. We're up. So Bob is our 50-50 raffle winner. So Bob Cohen and Carson Campbell are raffle winners today. Pick up your prizes at the 50-50 tent. Let our 6 drivers get them cooled off and put them back in the staging lanes so we get closer to completing Kid Performance and Dyno Friday. Quarterfinal round will take you back to lanes. Quarterfinal round will take you back to lanes. And our pairings will look a little something like this. Travis Ritzel will have lane choice over Amelia Hinches. Don Toya, lane choice over Jason Dawson. And Rodney Snyder, lane choice over Carson Campbell. So once again, Ritzel, lane choice over Hinches. Toya, lane choice over Dawson. Snyder, lane choice over Campbell. We'll take you all back to lane 8 as soon as possible. Take all 6 of you back to lane number 8 as soon as possible. Once again, quarterfinals will take you back to lanes. Quarterfinals will take you back to the stage lanes. Got 4, missing 2, missing 2 cars, need you back. Missing 2 cars, need you back. Missing 2 cars for the quarterfinals. We need you back. So, I'm being told pro cars, go ahead and get them fired up and head to the stage lanes for round number 2. Pro doubles to 3 and 4, singles to 5 and 6. Pro round 2 will take you to lanes, doubles to 3 and 4, singles to 5 and 6. All right, quarterfinal round. Do believe getting ready to roll around. Got 6 cars left for $10,000. Our Kid Performance and Dyno Friday Super Pro main event. And here we go. Quarterfinals have made their way to the water box. Travis Ritzel left side, dial 551. He is currently sitting on the wait and see bye. So Travis turns on the win light here. He's got the bye to the final. He'll take on Amelia Hinches. Hinches out 472. Amelia has already had a bye last round. So she cannot have the bye at 3. Travis a win light away from going to a final round. In our first of 3 door car versus dragster matchups. $13,000 right above front. Win light, give it to Amelia. 26 to above. Turns on the win light. Travis 13 in 2 thou under. Amelia will be down to 3. And now the bye, I do believe, is wide open. Rodney Snyder left side, dial 514, take on Carson Campbell. Campbell just won a Blackstone griddle. He's down to 6 here for 10 grand. He's out 463. Snyder 10 thou red. Carson is 003. Puts it dead on 0. 3 total for Carson Campbell. Will advance him to the semifinals. That also puts him leader in the clubhouse for the bye at 3. Jason Dawson left side, dial 464. Take on Don Toya. Toya dial 530. So far, it's been all Team Dragster. The last remaining door car in the right-hand side. And Don Toya sneaked through to the semis, or Jason Dawson making a dragster party at 3 cars. If Jason wants to buy, he's got to be better than 003. Advantage, give it to the Roadster. Win light, give it to the Roadster. 004, 2 above. Turns on the win light. Dawson, 21, take 12 to be 9 thou under. Had to take 3 thou or less. Don Toyo move on. And Carson Campbell will be on the bye to the final. As Pro round number 2 has found their way to the starting line. Brad Burton, Jeff Ford. Ford turns at 13 foul red, so Burton will move on, 29. And 32 foul under. Peter Del Guici, left side, dial 571. I can't say that 5 times fast. Nope, sure can't. Take on Darren Taylor, a much easier name, dial 605. Darren turns at 2 foul red, so Peter D will move on, 30. And 12 foul under. Peter will advance. Jeff Taylor, dialed 591. Get down Eric Daniels, dialed 658. Taylor, 17 dead 7, turns on the win light. Daniels, 25 take 12, puts him 13 foul under. Jeff Taylor moves on. Robert Hall, dialed 674, take on Tony Marconi, dialed 596. Two Huns separated up front. Win light, give it to Marconi. 12 take 34 to be 2 above. Hall 32. 4 over. No good. Stephen Main, dialed 699. Take on Luis Ortiz, dialed 571. Foul separating, one of them's perfect. Win light, give it to the 11. Luis, 11 and 2 above gets the win. Stephen Mang was 000. Took 42 to be 4 foul under. Luis moving on. Scott Burton, left side. The Cobra Jet, dialed 637. Take on Miss Sasha Hofer. Sasha, dialed 751. Win light, Sasha 007 and 1 above gets their 9 foul. 7 take 9 for Sasha Hofer. Burton 28, dead 2, 30 total, no. good. Brandon Umberger left side, dialed 592. Take on Scott Taylor, dialed 667. Problems for Taylor. So win light will go to Umberger. 7th thou red and 4 above. Randy Umberger will move on. Looks like we're back to racing now. Had a small cleanup. Sean Brewster left side, dialed 608. Took on Henry Robertson. Henry dialed 652. $21,000 separate them up front. Winlight Henry, 4 take 11 to be 2 above. Brewster 25 and 1 above. No good. Henry moving on. Austin Downing down 635. Take on Mike Stewart down 575. 9 red. Downing will move on 42. And 17 thou under. Matt Hawk left side. Our Hughes Saturday pro runner-up, dialed 727, take on Denny Valvo. Valvo dialed 597. Six thou, separate them up front. Give it to Valvo, 39 dead, 0. Gets there first, 13 thou. Hawk, 33, and one above, no good. Denny Valvo moves on. John Cazzetti left side, dialed 633. Take on Miss Tana Taylor. Miss Taylor dialed 662. I'll take our semifinals, take you to lane 8, semifinals, take you to lane 8, semifinals, we'll take you to lane number 8. Cazzetti, 36, takes 6, to be one above, turns on the win light. Miss Taylor, 42, and one above, no good. Jeremy Plyler left side, out 585, take on Nick Ingles. Ingles, the 69 Cornet, dialed 631. It's all supposed to be Nick Engler, not Ingles. Engler. I called it right, and he hit the tree. We got two good things going our way, but he will not get a win line. Engler, 8, take 52 to be 3 thou under. Plyler missed it just a tad, put it dead 1, and he will move on. Jeremy Plyler with the win line. Monty Beagle left side, dial 589, take on Adriel Lopez. Lopez dial 560. Beagle with the advantage. Give a win light to Monty Beagle. 003, take 0004 to be 3 above. Lopez missed it and put it quite a bit under. Beagle, 003, and moving on. Ray Vicker Jr. dialed 742. Take on Mark Johns, dialed 635. John's 5 thou red. Ray is 23. And 4 under. Ray moving on. Tim O'More dialed 580 and left, take on Brett Spence. Spence dialed 639. Spence with the advantage. Spence with the win, 32, takes 17 to be 15 thou under. Tim missed it and put it 26 thou under. Brett Spence moves on. Tyler Sally, dialed 736, take on John DiCarlo, dialed 644. So I've been handed a box with a burrito in it. You got the tacos? Those look good. We had churros too. They spoil us here. The lunch has been fantastic all week. I'll give it that much for sure. You know, I work for a variety of different promotions. Not all of them treat you like this. 11,000, separate him up front. Give the win light to John, 43 and 3 over. Gets there 32 thou. Tyler, 54 and 5 over. No good. Carlos Ortiz, left side, dialed 618. Take on C.W. Hofer, dialed 745. Hofer, 4 thou red, gonna be sick as Carlos is late and dead on. Carlos Ortiz will advance. Joey Cazzetti, left side. The Joyride, dialed at 594. To Ken Tolsdorf. Tolsdorf, dialed 605. Tolsdorf with the advantage. And the win, 21-3. And under. We'll move on. And under. We'll move on. Chris Stout, left side, dialed 717. Take on Jeff Taylor, dialed 585. $589, I am corrected. Stout is red. Taylor moves on, 29. Dead 9. Jeff Taylor will advance. Chuck Hawk, left side, dialed 698. Get to on C.W. Gordon, dialed 648. Gordon is red, so Chuck Hawk moves on, 23. 16 thou under. Tatum Marconi dialed 689 in the left. Take on Sasha Hofer. Sasha dialed 750. Sasha with the advantage. But the win light goes to Tatum. Late, dead on one. Gets the win. Sasha, 43, take a bunch to be 4th thou under. Tatum will move on. James Gonzalez left side out 6:55. Don Toya needs you in the lanes. Don Toya needs you in the lanes. Don Toya needs you now. James Gonzalez out 6:55, taking on Paul Lorton out 6:21. Once again, Don Toya needs you in the lanes now. Lane number 8. Don Toya needs you now. Winlight Lorton 18, dead 8, gets there 48 thou. Gonzalez 32 and 4 over, no good. Mark Fall left side, about 7:17, take on Stephen Main, about 6:95. Two thou separate them. Winlight Fall 40, dead 6, gets there 4th thou. Mang 42, dead 8, no good. Travis Ritzel left side out 5:50, can take on Henry Robertson. Henry back around out 6:52. Ritzel is 3 thou red. Henry gets away with the one. He's 50 and 33 thou under. Brandon Umberger out 5.95. Take on Denny Valvo out 5.99. Valvo with the advantage, win line. Valvo, how about 10 dead 6, lays down 16 total. Umberger, 43, take 2, puts him 29 thou under. Valvo moves on. John Cazzetti left side out 6:34, taking on Austin Downing, also out 6:34. Eight thou, separate them up front. Winlight Downing, how about 2 dead 3 to be 5 total. Locks out Cazzetti, who's 10 up front. A and 1 above 8, no good. Monty Beagle out 5.90. You can take on Nick Engler out 6:30. Nine thou, separate them up front. Give a win light to Engler. 12 take 12 to be dead on 3. Beagle 21 dead, 6 had no chance. Nick Engler will move on. Got one more pair left to go. Final pair. Mark Johns out 634. Get down Darren Taylor out 606. Three fouls separated. Win light, give it to Taylor. 28 take 10 to be 3 above. Johns 31 and 3 over, no good. So Darren Taylor move on. That wraps up pro round number 2 in our semis from Kid Performance Friday. Be rolling into the war box next. Nate Hershey going to take you through it.
Oh yeah. 2 dragsters and a door car. The opportunity to see the first potentially door car in a final round. When we were rolling through our Hughes Performance $15,000 main event on Saturday, the dragsters pretty much took care of the door cars early on. Don Toya hanging out, seeing if the local runner with a hot rod shop here in town can get around Amelia Henches. Rolling in out of Olympia, Washington, the white dragster, green stripes. Dustin standing alongside, taking a look in, making sure everything is A-OK. Don backing up from the burnout. He's dialed in 532. Winner gets to come back and take on Carson Campbell, who, like, Lady Luck is shining down on Carson. Carson continues to light up scoreboards and then grabbed himself a ticket and has already picked up one of those new Blackstone griddles today, and is now in the semifinals for $10,000 worth of Kid Performance and Dyno money on the buy. Amelia and Dawn racing for the opportunity to come back and take on Mr. Lucky. Tree begins to drop. Toya is red 1 thou. Amelia is red 4 thousandths of a second. True start gives Don Toya a trip to the finals to come back and take on Carson. Toya ends up 532 on a 532. Runs the number dead 5 in a warm-up lap to come back and take on Carson, but Toya was leaving first, left 1 thou red. Amelia was leaving second, left 4 thou red, and the scoreboard lights up for Toya. So the local racer will get the opportunity to come back and take on Carson Campbell. It could have been an all-Washington final. Instead, it's going to be an Arizona versus Washington final in our Super Pro category. But we are down to just 2 cars left. Took us 3 days to get there, but down to 2 cars left in the Kid Performance and Dyno final. It'll be the Roadster of Don Toya coming back to take on this car. Carson Campbell getting the free time lap. 005 up front. And dead 9 down to the finish line. So not a bad lap at all for Carson Campbell. So the final is now set for the Kid Performance and Dyno Super Pro category. We are going to finish that up, and we are going to finish up an RB Components Sunday. Again, remember, RB Components coming on board and sponsoring this year's Sunday event. They are also offering a fantastic offer to everybody that is participating with the West Coast bracket races, whether you're participating here on property, whether you're participating online as part of the chat bleachers, which you guys are doing really good today, by the way. 572 people watching, 319 likes. Again, remember, if you're in here and you haven't yet filled in the little thumbs up, remember to like the feed. Each day is a new feed, and each day requires just a new little smash of the like button. But RB Components, they are offering 20% off of their online orders. So you can order online at rbcomponents.com with a coupon code of DRAG20 and save yourself 20%. Again, for those who are wanting to make sure everything is clean, organized, neat, and has its place in the trailer or in your garage, call the folks at RB Components. They'll definitely help you with that organization, and it's just nicer. I mean, when you walk into a garage or a shop that's clean and organized, you just naturally can accomplish more. It just works that way. If you're not hunting for things, it just goes quicker. All right, so our final has been set for Super Pro on Friday, the Kid Performance and Dyno Day. We're going to get them back into the staging lanes as quickly as you can, please. We will conclude the Kid Performance and Dyno Friday and then move on with our RB Components program to roll our way through the rest of Sunday. Again, racers, remember that payouts are available up there in the Nitro Cafe. So if you are one of our racers that is getting ready to kind of pack things up and hit the road wherever your next destination may be, if you are rolling up the road about, what, an hour and 20 minutes from here up into Phoenix to race at the NHRA National next weekend, or if you are headed off somewhere maybe back home, wherever that may be, we certainly hope that all of your travels are safe, that you get to your next destination without incident or issue. You know, you try to say incident and issue all at the same time. We certainly hope you get there safely, and again, we express our greatest gratitude for coming out and racing with us here at the Southwest Showdown. Again, we were looking at final tally was 17 states that were represented here and 3 different countries. So that is pretty cool. Pretty good little turnout in what turned out to be the largest Southwest Showdown so far. And a truly international affair. Again, we just appreciate all of the racers for choosing to come race with us. I know that it is something that Chris works really hard at putting these races together to make sure that everything is good for the racers that are going to come here and support him, and the hours and hours and hours are certainly paid off. And this weekend, similarly to years past, we have kind of had our challenges with some of what Mother Nature has thrown at us, but again, the team focused on making sure that we get all of our main events in. I know it's, you know, wanted so bad to get those bonus races in, but the weather just wasn't going to allow it. But we are going to get all of our main events done, and that is key. So again, thank you, Kid Performance and Dyno, for sponsoring our Friday event. Thank you, Hughes Performance, for sponsoring our Saturday event. Thank you, RB Components, for being there. Thanks to Goodyear and Mickey Thompson for being on site here. Thanks to Fig Speed for being on site here, making sure that the racers can find what they need. And thank you to each of the racers for helping out when we've had our racer in need calls. We've been able to keep as many cars going down this racetrack as we possibly could. And it just makes everybody's weekend better when we can all walk out here with a smile on our face. So racers, you guys are awesome. You put on a fantastic show this weekend, and we're looking forward to the next one. But let's get our Super Pro Finals. Super Pro Finals. Let's get you headed to this way, please. All right, sounds like we've got our Super Pro Final for the Kid Performance and Dyno Friday. Rolling up here to race for $10,000. You gotta like that. I don't know that I could argue with racing for $10,000. Especially on a Sunday afternoon, and then after that, you still get the opportunity to come back and race for like $10,000 more when we continue on with an RB Components Day. Right? I mean, think about like what Brandon Umberger did yesterday. We put the race on hold. He came out, raced, and won $5,000 worth of Hughes performance money. And then wasn't done. Turned around, went right back into the pits, fueled up the car, and came back to race for $5,000 more. Which is a pretty darn good day. It's a good day. So the Super Pro Finals. Back in the staging lanes, we're going to get them set up and paired up. Carson with lane choice over Don Toya. We'll go ahead and get our Super Pro door cars. Super Pro door cars, round number 2 of an RB Components Sunday. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes. Double entered Super Pro door cars. For round number 2, let's get you headed to lanes 3 and 4. Single entered Super Pro door cars. They're looking for you in lanes 5 and 6. So double entered Super Pro door cars for round number 2 of RB Components Sunday. Let's get our doubles headed to lanes 3 and 4. Single entered Super Pro door cars for round number 2. Let's get you headed to lanes 5 and 6, please. And our finals for a Kid Performance and Dyno Friday are back in the lanes. So once again, Super Pro door cars, round number 2 for RB Components Sunday. We'll take our double entered cars to lanes 3 and 4. Single entered cars to lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro door car, round number 2, come on down. After we get through our final in the Kid Performance and Dyno Friday, we are going to dive right in to round number 2 of the Super Pro door cars. So I hear cars fired up. I believe it is our final. As we've got the Dragster, we've got the door car. And it looks like Carson Campbell's going to be the first one to roll out from around the corner. So again, one of those cool things, racing for $10,000. And then right after that, you're able to go back into the pit area, turn it around, and not be done. There's another $10,000 on the line. I mean, I know it's one of those things we're not going to say, like let it ride, because once that 10 grand is yours, it's yours. It's not like you're going to lose it or anything. But you could channel your inner Umberger and try to double up. You could. Carson Campbell out of Washington rolling up on the right side. And Don Toya running a home game, racing from right here in Tucson. Carson's going to put 4.63 seconds up on the bottom side of the right lane scoreboard. Don Toya is going to put 5.32 seconds as a prediction up on the bottom side of the left-hand scoreboard. The burnout portion is complete. Carson Campbell has already lit up the pre-stage bulbs as Don Toya joins him on the starting line. And who is going to claim the Kid Performance and Dyno 10 grand? We're going to find out in about 6 seconds. 12 thou, the difference between them in reaction time at this end of the racetrack, and give it to the home team. Don Toya is 004, takes 6 thou at the finish line, and one above. 5:33 on a 5:32 will light up the left lane scoreboard for Toya. Carson Campbell puts up a nice lap, but comes up 6 thou short. He's 16 green and dead on 8. But Don's Roadster seals the deal and will keep the Travis Theobald custom-built trophy, the hat, the big check, and the champion's title right here at Tucson. So Don Toya joins Travis Keys as Super Pro winners so far on the weekend. We are going to have our Super Pro door cars rolling up next. So on the Pro side, it's been all Umberger. On the Super Pro side, it's been a Colorado car and Travis Keys picking up a win. It's been the Arizona-based car of Toya picking up a win. And we've still got 2 more trophies to claim. All right, Super Pro door car, round number 2. We do need you into the staging lanes, please. Super Pro door car, round number 2. If you are still in 2, meaning still in 2 cars in round number 2, we'll take you to lanes 3 and 4. If you are single entered in round number 2, we'll get you over to lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro door car, round number 2 on an RB Components $10,000 to win Sunday in Super Pro. Come on. Cars are rolling up this direction, and again, what, up to 578 people? We're already at 331 likes. So 331 people have hit the like button. We invite the rest of you to do that as well. So Hank Bramov and Joe Kidd. Hank, who had to fight his way back in through the re-entry round. The car out of Arvada, Colorado, the Vega. Dialed in at 569 over on the left side, and Joe Kidd. Again, you're looking at it and be like, all right. The home team was able to pick up the win in the Friday final. This is my home track too. Maybe I can carry a little bit of that luck with me. He carried a little bit of that luck with him. 10th thou leaving this end of the racetrack and goes 6:31.2 to be 12 total. Joe Kidd is moving into round number 2. Hank Pramov, 005 red, and then goes 570 on a 569. As we roll into our next two, Beto Dominguez and Hector Hernandez. That is Hernandez Jr. Both drivers representing Hermosillo down in the Sonoran portion of Mexico. I don't think that's too far from here. But it's still a little bit of a haul. The 620 dials showing up for Hector, and the gunmetal gray Mustang over to the left side. Beto Dominguez in the red Nissan 240SX. 619 was the dial, dead on 4 for Beto. Dominguez, 13 and dead 4 is 17 thou total, taking a 16 thou stripe. Hector Hernandez was 84 green and did not have an opportunity to turn on a scoreboard. Pretty much kind of no matter what. That's Ken Suillo. And Ruben Ruiz. Ruiz over on the right side. Suillo on the left side. 592 the down for Suillo. 633 the down for Ruiz. Again, a couple of beautiful race cars on the starting line. Red light start for Suillo. He does not like red. Red is not his favorite color. Goes 591 on a 592. 008 red, Suillo. Ruiz, 69 green and 634 on a 633. And the promise is Suillo is going to be looking at that time slip going, I let one slip through my fingers. Just slipped away. And ends up marching on to round number 3 is Carl Geib, the Monza out of Minnesota, and John McDaniel, the 1992 bodied Chevy Lumina rolling in here. Lumina. Dialed 588. Carl Geib dialed in at 631. I'm sorry, you know the weird things that I think of? You know there are certain words that if you're sitting in front of a fan, you got like the floor fan that's spinning, Lumina would be one of those words you could say in front of the fan just because Lumina. Anyway, the Lumina's not going to win. Goes 587 on a 588 after being 032 green. Carl Geib is 008, one above to get the win light over on the left side. And that'll bring up Mitch Marcy and Andres Hull. Hull in the pickup truck, Marcy in the Camaro Roadster. Marcy is going to be leaving first against the pickup truck. Marcy's had to kind of reset the mentality from driving the Dragster to swapping over to the Roadster this morning, trying to make it count. Andres out of Huatacampo down in Sonora. Mitch falls back on the throttle stop. Gives Andres a look he hasn't been used to seeing this weekend. Andres had missed it at this end of the racetrack. 132 green for Andres. Mitch Marcy, 14 and 2 above. So Marcy, 2 above the 692 dial. Moving on to round number 3 is Alex Sandin. Daniel McClellan. McClellan in the Team Tuna Tank Roadster, dialed in at 556. I don't know, we've had like some Tuna Tank fans listening online throughout the weekend. As Alex Sandin is rolling up with a 585 dial. Advantage to Sandlin. Win light McClellan. Daniel 48 green and then goes 558 on a 556. So 48 and 23 thou above. Your winner. Sandin is 31 green. And then goes 591 on a 585. Scoring up Ruben Quintero and Sammy Franco. Franco in the Camaro dialed in at 554. Quintero, the Camaro near side to the main grandstands here. Left lane dialed in at 609. Head start goes to the right lane. Or excuse me, head start goes to the left lane. 7 to an 11. Win line goes to Franco. Sammy 007 take 9 thou down at the finish line. Ends up with a 555 on a 554 to light up the scoreboard. Ruben Quintero was 11 green and ends up with a 611 on a 609 dial. And just shy of 100th of a second behind at the finish line, Franco gets the win light as Nick Downing and Rod Taylor are going to go ahead and be our next pair. Taylor, the dial is 518. It is a fast door car. It's not the fastest door car on property, but that's a fast door car. And a little short wheelbase like that. I have not had the pleasure, experience, terror of driving something like that, but so Nick Downing in the Bill Luke Dodge Daytona. This is one of the old school classic looking cars, man. That thing's been around forever. And the Bill Luke car has got a 24 thou advantage in reaction time, a 12 thou margin of victory, and Nick Downing out of the left side is coming back in round number 2. Downing 005, 16 thou above. Ends up 21 total. Rod Taylor was 29 green and dead 4. So unfortunately, the fast ride is going to call it a day as Ryan Wilson and Dave Engler. Apparently, the prerequisite to be considered for this pair is a gray car with tinted windows. The Chevy Vega of Engler coming in out of Minnesota. I think that's Eric's car that they're piloting out here, and the Minnesota Mafia coming in trying to take some shots. Shots fired but missed. Ryan Wilson is 38 green and on a double breakout. Wilson gets there second to be 2 thou under. Dave Engler takes 44 thou at the stripe to be 28 thou under. Win light goes to Wilson. Billy McDaniel and Scott Taylor out of the water box up to the starting line. Scott on the right side out of Montana. Columbia Falls. Billy McDaniel left side. Coming in out of New Mexico. With a 662 dial. McDaniel red by 11 thou. For Scott Taylor, and then goes 671 on a 670. Billy McDaniel was 11 red, runs 660. So Taylor's perfect and one above to be the winner. As Jason Pad and Robin Croton. Croton in the GTX dialed 537. Pad in the Chevy Love dialed 618. And talk about quick door cars. You start getting down into the quicker than 5.5 seconds, and those things are moving. To a 21. Robin was 21 green and breaks out 536 on a 537 to be under by 7 thousandths of a second. Jason Pad ends up under 16 thousandths of a second, so win light right side on the double breakout. 21 and under by 7 thou for Croton. Jason Pad was 7 and under by 16 thou in the Love Truck. Win light goes to the GTX as Larry Cannon and Dustin Wirtz will be the next two cars to traverse the quarter mile in our Super Pro Door Car category. Dustin right side, dialed 524. The Roadster out of Nampa, Idaho, and Larry Cannon. Again, another one of those like reinvigorated local racer, seeing their compadre from right here at this track pick up the 10 grand win on a kid performance in Dyno Friday. Win light turns on for Dustin Wirtz. 29 thou was the reaction time. Takes 6 thou at the stripe and goes 620 or 525 on a 524. So 29 green, get there by 6 thou and ends up 25 on a 524 dial. Winner Dustin right side as Larry Cannon was 16 green and 3 above to exit the track at that end without a win light. We'll bring up Rodney Schneider, Paul Lorton. Lorton on the right side this time in the Vegas. Schneider in the left side in his Roadster. 514 going up against the 519. 500 head start given to Paul Lorton. Lorton's 006 green. Rodney is 35 red. Lorton, after being green 6 thou, ends up getting to the stripe second for a 618 on a 619, but the win light was already illuminated on his side of the racetrack. Snyder, red and dead on. 35 red, dead 1. Snyder bows out in that entry as Sid Summers and Luis Valenzuela. Luis dialed 555. Sid dialed 581. Advantage goes to Luis. Win light goes to Luis. Again, another double breakout. Luis 004. Take 4 thou at the stripe and breaks out by 3 thousandths of a second. Sid Summers follows him through to break out by 8 thou. Win light to Valenzuela. And that black and teal Camaro coming in out of Tucson, Arizona. As Aaron Milton, Brad Pierce. Milton in the flamed Camaro from Wisconsin. Brad Pierce in the Corvette coming down out of Riverside, California. Not quite as far a drive as Wisconsin would be, and from what Ryan was saying, like the Miltons weren't even in Wisconsin when they headed this way. They'd been down to like Florida, and then Louisiana, and then Mississippi. and decided to just continue right on down the 10 to get to Tucson. Win light goes to Pierce. 638 was the dial. He's 25 green. Takes 6 thou at the stripe to go 639 on a 638. Winner to the Corvette, Aaron Milton. 17 green and goes 593 on a 591. And it's not good. So final call, Super Pro Door Car. Final call, Super Pro Door Car. For round number 2, we need to get you into the staging lanes, please. Super Pro Door Car, you should be in the staging lanes. And Super Pro Dragster, double-enter dragsters to 3 and 4, single-enter dragsters to 7 and 8. Double-enter dragsters 3 and 4, single-enter dragsters 7 and 8. Faustino Zaragoza, Keith Downing separated by one little number. And the win light's going to turn on for Keith. 733 on a 731. Keith is exactly 200 above the dial after being 15 green and gets an 8 thou margin of victory. Faustino, 16 green, 27 thou above. And finds that round number 2 is where his chase for $10,000 will come to a stop as Andrew Olson and Karen Snyder. Olson out of Sacramento. Snyder out of Grand Junction, Colorado. Three thou, the difference in reaction time. Andrew Olson was 006, left second to be dead on 7 and win out of that right lane. 006. Finds himself out front by 19 thou at the finish line and goes dead on 7. Karen Snyder had a 003 reaction time and ends up 29 thou above the dial to watch Andrew Olson drive away into round number 3. We'll bring on Tony Marconi and Kyle Fritz. Kyle, also known as Bomb Pop. Not sure why, but he's Bomb Pop. He's dialed 751. Tony Marconi is doing the chase at dial 597. Marconi's got work to do. And by 0.03 of a second, Marconi will light up the scoreboard. Right lane says 597 on a 597. He was 35 green, dead 3 to be 38 thou total. Bomb Pop ends up 41 thou total after being 18 green, 23 thou above the dial. Win light goes to Marconi as Mark Fall rolls up in the Elko, and Luis Ortiz rolls up in the Corvette. 718 to a 496. The El Camino is going to have quite a while to try and get the jump start on the Corvette, and then the Corvette is going to come like screaming by. 499 on a 496. Luis is 30 green. Mark Fall was 10 thou behind with an 040 reaction time, and Fall on a 718 could not run the number, ends up going 723. So Luis will be bringing the Corvette back for round number 3 as Jeremy Jacobs and Gabriel Hernandez. Once again, Super Pro Door Car, if you have not yet made your way into the staging lanes, we do need you back there, please. Super Pro Door Car, last chance. And Super Pro Dragster, we have called you to join us in the lanes, please. Double entered, we need you to 3 and 4. Single entered Dragsters, we need you to lanes 7 and 8. Hernandez and Jacobs. Jacobs in the Savoy right side. Hernandez in the Mustang left side. And 578 on a 577 turns on the scoreboard for Jeremy Jacobs. Jeremy had an 11 thou advantage leaving the starting line. He was 30 to Gabriel's 41. Jeremy finds himself 13 thou above and goes on to round number 3 by way of a 28 thousandths of a second margin of victory as Jake Swiger and Chuck Hawk Swiger dialed 528, Chuck dialed 498. And Chuck, who's used to racing up here at elevation, I understood took that truck down to go to Gulfport?
Yep.
And that thing ran quick. Like really quick. This time he goes 503 on a 498, 13 green. Jake Swiger missed it comparatively with a 60 light. And then 531 on a 528. Here comes Luis Hull. He and like Andres are swapping spots in the driver's seat. Luis down 667. Zimmerman dialed in at 568 in the Ranchero out of Phoenix, Arizona. I got to tell you, man, that Ranchero just... Oh, if you see that thing, walk up, put your hands behind your back and just take a close look at like the airbrush work that's been done on the side. I mean, they played this whole thing on the Falcon deal where they put a Falcon's nest in there and put every other brand manufacturer's logo inside the nest as though the Falcon had already like taken it out. It's just kind of a creative deal. It's just a really creative deal. He's going on to round number 3. Luis Hull, red by 5 thousandths of a second, goes 666 on the 667. Zimmerman, 569 on a 568, was 20 green. Hull was red, Zimmerman was green. And Zimmy, as it says on the side of the car, is moving on to round number 3. Ken Sweo, Joe Cox Jr. Joe, it was like a winner here last Sunday when we were here last year. Well, not like last Sunday as in like a week ago, but like last time Sunday a year ago. He's driving the 66 Coronet that is owned by Tony Marconi and is also being co-piloted by Tatum Marconi. Tatum's already pushed it through to the next round. Joe's trying to keep the car very busy. Oh no, the car is no longer very busy. Ken Sweo, 609, he bails out of the gas after being 31 green. Joe Cox was 32 green. But Cox realized something wasn't right. Immediately gets out of the gas, pulls the car over, and brings it to a stop. So definitely a heads-up move on behalf of Joe Cox. You know, if there was anything that was not going to go well, wasn't going well, perhaps leaking, he wanted to make sure that they got that thing pulled over pretty far out of the groove to try and make cleanup as easy as possible. But, I mean, I'm not really seeing anybody picking anything up. I'm not seeing anything leaking out of the car. So it looks like they've got Joe's car hooked up and are going to be towing it for the long trip down the racetrack. Hank Pramov and Tatis Armenta. Tatis in the 64 Chevelle out of what is, I believe, Obregon, Sonora, Mexico. We got every year that we show up down here, Team Mexico shows up with more and more and more quality cars, and unfortunately Tatis is going to go red by 0.02 of a second and go 6:39 on a 6:43. Hank Pramov put up a nice little lap. Trip zip perfect at this end of the racetrack and 4 thou under. So 4 thou away from a perfect run. Tatis had turned on the red light. Hank basically used it as practice lap, and let's just say the practice lap went well. Trip zip, 4 thou under. Hank moving on to round number 3 is Ruben Quintero and Terry Davies. Davies in the Willies. So Terry's, Davies, Willies. That's fine. 541. Rolling in out of the right side. Quintero dialed in at 608. Wind light turns on for Quintero. Terry was 005. Quintero was 13th thou behind that with an 018 reaction time. Terry goes 2 above to be behind at the stripe. Ruben Quintero out of the left lane, 608 on a 608 with a 2 thou stripe. And I am feeling like Terry gived it back. That's just what I'm feeling like. Terry's probably wishing that the stripe didn't get give back. New entry rolling in this morning. Trying to find their way into round number 3. Rod Taylor trying to keep the second entry in the game. Rod goes 5:19 on a 5:18. He was 53 green. The new entry had a 46 thou reaction time and comes up short. Ryan Wilson, Bill Kidd. I know Bill Kidd's probably dealt with this many times, but if I was his parents, his middle name would have been The. That's all I would have done. His middle name would have been The. So Ryan Wilson is dialed 541. Bill Kidd dialed in at 637. Staged, set, go. 1,000th of a second, the difference in reaction time, and the scoreboard lights up left side for Ryan Wilson. Wilson is 33 to Bill's 34 light. Bill goes 6:42 on a 6:37. Didn't quite run the number that he thought it would. Ryan Wilson's 33 and 2 above, 5:43 and a 5:41. So Skylar Barichko is going to take on Aaron Milton. We continue on through our Super Pro door car field. Should have all of our doubles back. Super Pro Dragster. You should be in the staging lanes. We should have our doubles in lanes 3 and 4. Our singles should be sitting over lanes 7 and 8. There's Skylar and Aaron getting into a bit of a cat fight. Aaron at 33 green and 603 on a 593, taking 700 at the stripe to get a win. And then Barichko is 26 green and goes 685 on a 667. So the Firebird out of Wisconsin is coming back. As Beto Dominguez, Rodney Snyder. Snyder is dialed 514. Beto is dialed 617. Beto in a 617 dial leaving first. Here comes a Rodney. And roll, Rodney, roll. 79 green. Beto was 86 green. So Rodney missed it. Beto missed it by more. Beto's one above. Rodney is one above. Win light to Snyder by 10,000ths of a second. Left side scoreboard lights up as Don Toya is going to take on Carl Gieb. Don has already pocketed $10,000. 10 grand. 10 G's. And I'm wondering, like, compared to the size of the big check versus the air dam that Rodney's got kind of like on the back of the wing, would it fit like right there? Like, could you tape it down and, I don't know, 632 to a 532. 6,000ths of a second the difference in reaction time. Win light turns on 4. Carl Gieb, double breakout. Gieb at 12, take 2 thou at the stripe. Ends up 4,000ths of a second under the dial. 631 on a 632. Don Toya is 18 and 8 thou under. So with Don Toya being kind of done, I think he was single entered. Don's going to have to be satisfied with a $10,000 day. Man, I really hope that Don can find some satisfaction in only winning 10 grand today. I don't think he's got a second entry out there. He might. I just don't remember. Mike McBrayer going up against McClellan. McClellan goes red 3,000ths of a second. 003 red, 558 on a 559. McBrayer 004, one above. Winner out of the right side, the red Corvette rolling on to round number 3 of Super Pros. Luis Valenzuela and Scott Taylor. Again, whittling our way through our door cars, and I think we are just about done with our door cars. I start seeing dragsters rolling this way, at least from our point of view here in the tower. And with Luis and Scott I'm going to end up with a 553. Dial in on Luis's side of the scoreboard. Scott's got a 670 dial. Red light start for Taylor by 16,000ths of a second. Then goes 668 on a 670. Luis, 17, dead 9. Winner in that Camaro out of the left lane. Faustino versus Dustin. Dustin dialed in with a 524 in the 63 style Corvette. Faustino in the 77 Vega. Dialed in with a 632. Head start to the Vega. Final pair of door cars, and then Andrew Olson is going to be in our transition pair. And Andrew is probably looking over going, great. I drew Mark Kidd. Mark Kidd's looking over going, great. I drew Olson. This is just great. 1 thou between Faustino and Dustin. Winner's going to be Wirtz. 20 dead 1. He is 21 total. Faustino was 21 green. He needed to get down there and go 6-3-2-0 and hope. Didn't do it. Got there too quick. So with our final door car coming up here, Andrew Olson from Sacramento, California. Dial is 605. Mark Kidd, who just watched Don Toya collect $10,000 worth of Kidd performance and dyno money. looking to try and dispatch one more door car out of the field. Again, Super Pro Dragsters, if you have not yet made your way into the staging lanes, you should be there. Because if you're not there, you're late. Mark Kidd, 472 on a 470, 19. Take 7th thou, winner for Mark. Andrew Olson was 607 on a 605 and 23 green. As our next two roll up, Ryan Gleghorn figuring out the AC in here, which is good. First day we really needed it, and he's getting it figured out. I like it.
In a different life, I'd have been an HVAC man. But just wasn't cut out for it, I don't think. Really not cut out for this either, but here I am. Travis Ringus left side, dial 458. Take on Eric Nazarenas, dial 522. Eric turns at 4th thou red, Travis 008, and 23 thou under. Mark Barnhart left side, dial 468, can take on Sammy Franco the 4th. Sammy dialed 523. Barnhart with the advantage. Barnhart will have to win 11, take 19 to be 2 above. Sammy 38 and 1 above. No. Good. Mark Campbell, dial 469. Take on Adam Chioda, dial 473. Separate them up front, win line. Give it to Campbell, 10, take 10 to be dead on 3, lays down 13 total. Chioda, 3, 2 over, no good. Mark Campbell moves on. Gabe Torres, dial 480, can take on Greg Christensen, dial 464. Gabe's a foul red. Greg gets away with 1:051 and 7th thou under. Zach Harchenbarger left side, dialed 479. Gets on Victoria Christensen. Tori dialed 472. give it to Tori. A little late, and 3 above gets the win. Harshbarger. A lot late and a lot over. Race Kid dialed 475 and take on Jacob Collins, dialed 483. Winlight, give it to Kid, 12 take 0005 to be 2 above. Collins 004. 3 over, no good. Race Kid will move on. Ren Hunt, left side, dial 508. Get there on Chris Whitfield, dial 470. Winlight, give it to Hunt, 7 take 3 to be 1 above. Whitfield 13 and 1 over, no good. Ren Hunt moves on. Jerry Hall, left side, dial 531. And take on Blake Johnson. Johnson dialed at 473. Winlight, give it to Hall, 25 and 1 above, as Johnson missed it just a tad and put it 1 over. Kelly Rivera, left side, says 419. Okay. Tyler Meyer, right side, dial 478. $479 for Kelly. That makes more sense. Advantage Tyler, Winlight. Kelly. 40 and 5 over gets the win. Tyler was 15. Put it a 10th above. Not real sure what happened to Tyler there, but Winlight will go to Kelly. Chase Learcamp dialed 466. Going to take on Anne-Marie Glenbach. You dialed 462. Learcamp 24, take 21 to be a lot over, as Anne-Marie was late and one above. Gabriel Hernandez Jr. left side, dial 477, take on Josh Herman, dial 456. Separated by front, win line. Give it to Hernandez. 4, take 2 to be 2 above. Herman 6. And stays 2 foul behind. Gabe Hernandez moves on. Dylan Smith, foul 494. Took on Daryl Wirtz, foul 453. Wirtz in 11 foul red. Smith 29. 9 foul under. Pat Marback left side, dial 516. Take on Riley Learcamp, dial 474. Learcamp 3 foul red, Marback 26, and one above, moving on. Dwayne Ringeth left side, dial 471. Take on Joe Landavazzo, dial 539. Win light, give it to Dwayne. 000, dead on 1. Lays down one total, getting there a lot. Joe, late and two above, no good. Ringeth, one total, getting there, a Greyhound bus. Moving on. Brian Cam down 5 flat, get down Jeremy Weaver down at 459. Cam 8 mile red, Weaver 29. Dead 5. Tristan Craig left side, down 516. Take on Leroy Duran. Leroy having to swap hot rods. He's out 494. And Leroy having problems getting in reverse. So T. Craig will get the competition single there. Give a true start victory to Brandon Dozel. He's 8th thou red. J.R. Learcamp is 15th thou red behind him. Brandon Dozel will move on. Carson Campbell left side, the runner-up in our Kid Performance Friday 10K, down to 464. Take on Bradley Johnson, down 479. Johnson 8th thou red, Campbell 17. 3 thou under. Moving on. Jeff Taylor left side, dial 465, take on Marco Pervalaris. Bad dude alert on the starting line. Pervalaris dial 459. Just got a text from Big John Taylor. He's having to work while Jeff's out here racing. Win light. Give it to Jeff. 3, take 5 to be 1 above. Marco 22, dead 5. No good. Jeff Taylor moving on. Michael Scholl left side, dial 444. Take on Nacho Rivera, dial 495. We are currently still playing AC Repairman in the tower. And there's a reason why me and Nate hold microphones and not work on AC units. Because it's not going well. We have air moving now. It's got to be a positive direction we're going in. Nacho 2 thou red. That is not a positive direction for him. Michael 30. 2 above. We'll move on. Madeline Torres left side, dial 474. Take on Judson Shoop. Birthday boy. Dial 475. Shoop 003 and 1 above gets the win. Torres missed it just a tad and puts it dead on 4. Darren O'Connor left side, dial 474. Take on Calvin Klinkendinger. Calvin dial 452. O'Connor 4th out red. Kevin will move on. 27. Dead 6. Grant Dury left side, dial 482. Good day on Bree. Vandermeer Herman, dialed 455. Give a win light to Grant. 009, take a foul to be 1 above 7. Herman, 22, dead 5. No good. Ryan O'Connor left side, dial 459. Get on Daryl Contreras, dial 471. Winlight O'Connor 25, take 30 to be 5 over. Contreras late and 5 above. John Vandermeer the third, dial 466. Take on Kristen Slade, dial 493. Winlight Slade 41 and 1 above gets the win. Vandermeer missed it. Put it 2 over, no good. Slade will move on. Mark Darcell left side, dial 508, and Daniel Slade. Daniel dial 515. Slade 3 thou red, Darcell's 10, 2 above. RJ Torres dial 503, take on Travis Keys dial 471. Torres 11, take 4 to be 2 above. Keys 11, 3 over, no good. RJ Torres will move on. Lance Parker down 483, taking Kevin Johnson down 463. Give a win light to Kevin Johnson, 10 red and 7 thou under. Parker, 13 thou red and 2 above. Jason Dawson down 464, taking on Larry Richardson down 491. Win light goes to Richardson, 5, get their first 30 to be 2 above. Dawson, 001 and 6 above on what looks like the floor. Richardson will move on. Rod Belsham down 446, take on Aiden Blevins down 485. Win light give to Blevins, 11 take 37 to be 2 above. Belstrom 35. 3 over, no good. Aiden Blevins moves on. Val Torres left side, down 478. We'll take on Tina Arin, now 466. Torres, 4 thou red. Tina, 22. 1 above, moving on. Jason Pad left side, down 458. Take on Dustin Hinches, down 487. Win light, give to Pad, 7 take 5 to be 3 over. Hitches 33 and 1 above, no good. Amelia Hinch's left side, dial 476. Take on Alonzo Sanchez, dial 487. We'll put out a final call for round number 2. Final call, Super Pro Dragsters, round number 2. Final call, Super Pro Dragsters, round number 2. Nasty. 3 fouls, separate them up front, win light. How about 1 total? Get there, 7 foul. Amelia, 4, dead 4, 8 total, no good. Alonzo Sanchez, that's for sure a man lap. 1 total, get there first, 7 foul. We're down a couple mile an hour. Lucas McAvee left side, dial 503. Take on Hugo Hernandez, dial 468. Give it to Lucas, 24. 4 above Hugo, late. And 3 over. Mark Kidd, dial 471. Can take on Adam Chioda, dial 475. Win light, give it to Mark Kidd, 7. 1 above gets the win. Adam, 7, take 31. It'll be 17 foul under. Mark Kidd will move on. Jerry Hall dialed 530 will take on Victoria Christensen. Tori dialed 474. $15 foul separate. One of them is perfect. Win light, give it. Oh, give it to Hall. 15 dead 6. Lays down 21 total. Tori was perfect. Took 23 foul to be 2 foul under. Jerry Hall will move on. So this one for sure was not planned. Chase Learcamp left side. Olympia Washington, dial 476, looks to his right and sees Riley Learcamp. Olympia Washington, dial 474. I do believe they are brothers. Having to square off here in round number 2. And JR's probably like, why would you do this to our tab? Of all the dragsters to pull, you pull each other. And Chase turns it red. Give the win to Riley, who is 7, 1 above 2, 19 total. Riley Learcamp will advance. Gabe Torres, dial 482. Get down. Eric Nazarenas, dial 523. 21 and one above gets the win. Nazarenes 11 take 38 to be 11th thou under. At this time, I'll take Pro round 3. Pro round 3 will take you to lanes. Pro round 3 will take you to lanes. Doubles to 3 and 4. Singles to 5 and 6. Pro round number 3 will take you to lanes. Doubles to 3 and 4. Singles to 5 and 6. Tristan Craig down 514. Take on Chris Whitfield down 470. Fourth thou separated. Winlight, Whitfield 14, take 4 to be one above. T. Craig 18 and one above 1, no good. Whitfield will advance. Dylan Smith out 490, can take on J.R. Learcamp down 460. Learcamp a foul red. Smith 27. 2 above, moving on. Dwayne Ringeth left side, down 471. Take on Tyler Merritt. Tyler down 479. Winlight, give it to Dwayne, 28 and 6 over. Gets the win. Tyler 15, take a bunch to be 3 thou under. Dwayne Ringeth moves on. Darren O'Connor down 475, take on Jeremy Weaver down 460. O'Connor 9 thou red. Weaver 13, 18 thou under. Race Kid down 473, take on Josh Herman down 455. Herman 8 take 5 to be one above. Kid 19 and one over, no good. Carson Campbell down 463, take on Judge Shoop down 475. Shoop is red, Campbell 18, one above. Brian O'Connor down 459, be heads up with Marco Pervolaris, also down 459. Separate them. Win line O'Connor 23, take a foul to be dead on 9. Marco 26, dead 7, no good. O'Connor moves on. Michael Scholl left side down 447, take on Bree. Bandamir Herman down 456. Nine fouls, separate them up front. Wainlight, give it to Scholl, 10, dead 2, lays down 12 total. Bree was 1 take 15 to be 4 thou under. Had to take 11 or less. Michael Scholl moves on. Final pair. Round number 2. Mark Barnhart down 469, take on John Bandamir III. Sporty down 468. Bandamir 2 thou red, Barnhart 001 and one above. That will wrap us up here in round number 2. Round 3 of Pro. Getting ready to come at you.
So not wasting any time at all and rolling right into round number 3 of Pro on an RB Components Sunday. We've gotten all of our other main events handled, even after the creative scheduling to get it done, as Luis Ortiz rolls up in the 89 Malibu, dialed in at 575, and Brad Burton dialed in at 686. 581 on a 575 is good enough for Luis Ortiz. He's 30 green. Brad was 21 thou behind with an 051 reaction time. A Super Pro door car. Super Pro Door Car, round number 3. We'll take our double entered to lanes 3 and 4, single entered Super Pro Door Cars to lanes 7 and 8, single entered Super Pro Door Cars to lanes 7 and 8, double entered Super Pro Door Cars, round number 3. To lanes 3 and 4 is Peter Del Guidici and Tony Marconi. Sounds like a mafia fight. $5.98 the down for Marconi. $5.69 the down for Del Guidici, and the win light's going to belong to Marconi. 27 and 3 thou under. Going to be a win light for the arrow out of the right side of the racetrack. Del Guidici turned it red by 50 thousandths of a second. And as we are catching up with Jeff Taylor and Sasha Hofer coming out of the burnout box, I'm going to catch up with the chat bleachers and say, well done. Well done. 614 people watching online. We're at 368 likes over that 50% mark. Doing good. Keep them rolling in. Keep hitting that like button. Let's get that number back up to 500 like we were yesterday. Sasha's down 751. Jeff's down 591. The truck trying to chase down the Firebird. Finish line, Sasha turns on the scoreboard by 21 thousandths of a second. Sasha was 40. Jeff Taylor was 45 thou slower than that with no 85 reaction time. Taylor's dead 4. Sasha's 28 thou above, but the win light turns on for the white car. And Sasha moves on to round number 4 as Austin Downing, John Cazzetti. Downing in the Dragster has turned on a lot of win lights over the last couple of days and would love to just turn on a few more. Give me just a few more. Not going to be greedy, just a few more. Downing with that 635. 637 for the wheelie wagon. Pulling them front tires and cruising down the drag strip. 637 on a 637. John Cazzetti is 29 and then goes dead on 5. Austin Downing 007 takes 7 thou at the stripe to be 2 above and get the win in the dragster out of Tempe, as we're going to bring on the Mustang fight. Henry Robertson and Chuck Hawk Sr. Good matchup here. Chuck is dialed 701. Henry is dialed 652. Henry had a lot of good juju headed his way yesterday, trying to keep that thing rolling. And Chuck Hawk, he's always tough to beat, especially when he's racing right here at home. 58 thou red for Chuck. Win light goes to Henry. Henry's 27 green and goes 649 on a 652. Legs it out just to see what it would do. Chuck is 724 on a 701 after he jumped off the gas. We'll bring up Jeremy Plyler and Denny Valvo. Denny in the Chevelle, Plyler in the Nova. 585 is the dial for Jeremy. Giving up the head start to Denny's 599. A red start, Jeremy Plyler, and then kind of blows the tires out from underneath of it. Denny 605 on the 599 after no 41 reaction time. Plyler mashed the gas, 12 thou too quick. Spun the tires, got back into it, and really wasn't much he was going to be able to do anyway. The red light was on and it was over. Denny is going to advance as Carlos Ortiz and Monty Beagle wait back here in the water box again. Super Pro Door Car, Super Pro Door Car. We are looking for you for round number 3. Doubles 3 and 4. Single entered Super Pro Door Cars 7 and 8, please. Carlos has completed the burnout. Monty's completed the burnout. The 33 Ford Coupe with the 427. Small block Chevrolet is dialed 592. Carlos Ortiz is dialed in at 618 in the Grand Prix out of Tucson. Trying to light up a scoreboard and will not. Monty is 20, take 5 thou at the stripe. And ends up 594 on a 592. Carlos Ortiz is 621 on a 618 with 16 green, but couldn't light up the scoreboard out of that left lane. So Monty right side moving on is Nick Engler and Brandon Umberger. Umberger almost ended up racing himself in a final last night. I believe he is down to just one entry here, but one is enough. 631 is the dial for Nick in the Minnesota Mafia. Cornet. One is not enough. Nick, 003, dead 4, 7 total. Down the right side of the racetrack, Brandon was 27 green. And it ain't easy being green. So Brandon is going to have to just be satisfied with only 2 checks. Only 2 of the 3. Nick, 7 total. Advancing into round number 4. We're going to bring out Mark Fall. And the El Camino, dialed in at 722, going up against Ken Tolsdorf. I know we got Ken fans. Watching along online, have been rooting for him, and unfortunately Ken's going to go red by 74 thousandths of a second. Mark Fall, 12 at this end of the racetrack, and on a 722 dial is going to run 718 with a 9. Across that 660-foot mark, Tolsdorf goes 606 with the red light by 74 thousandths of a second. We'll bring a close to the 69 darts hopes as Ray Vicker Jr., Paul Lorton. Lorton's Vega dialed 620 right side of the racetrack. Vickers Firebird dialed 741 left side of the racetrack. Vicker with the advantage by 33 thousandths of a second. Win light goes to Lorton. Lorton was 049 at this end of the racetrack. Ends up going 623 on a 620. 34th thou above, gets there second to watch his scoreboard light up. Ray Vicker was 16 green, take 84 thou at the stripe to break out with that 739 on a 741. John DeCarlo rolling up right side. The 67 Camaro out of Modesto, California. Tatum Marconi dialed 6, or Tatum and Sarah Kidd's truck. Oh no. That didn't look good. DeCarlo is 21 green, goes 648 on a 644. Marconi makes her way off the starting line and then immediately bringing the truck to a stop. Recognizing that something was not right, jumps out of the throttle and very quickly climbs out of the car. Well, and I can see our track crew reaching down to pick some stuff up. What's happening, Gene? Good afternoon. Good afternoon to everybody that's joining us on the chat bleachers. We are certainly happy to have you guys here with us, and gals. And everybody that's there. They are pushing the car back. Which I would be assuming if there was some sort of fluid, they wouldn't be doing that. So we'll wait and see what the word is, hopefully. Whatever it is, doesn't hold things up too long, but I'm sure that's got to be disappointing. Tatum, who had her coronet out here, was being kind of driven by a double, and that car ended up having some rear end issues. Sarah had offered up her truck, which was, that's just kind of the things that Sarah does. She's cool like that. And we'll have to take a look at what happened with the truck. Now they're down here kind of discussing what it might have been. I'm thinking it's probably the same, Gene. Definitely something there. As the Novas fired up out of the water box. Again, disappointing. Definitely. For Tatum in the group, but luckily enough, they were able to roll the truck back. They'll hook it up and drag it back into the pits, and we didn't have a whole lot of cleanup time. So it was Brett Spence and Colin Poist. Out of the water box, Colin dialed 674 in the car that he and Richard Llewellyn are co-piloting, going up against Spence. The multicolored Nova out of Walters, Oregon. 639 to a 674. Brett was better leaving the starting line, had the 027 reaction time. Colin was better down at the finish line. Predicted a 674, ran a 674 with a 6, taking an 11th thou stripe. Win light turns on for Colin. Brett going to bow out here in this round of Pro as we will bring out Brad Burton and Jeff Taylor. Again, last chance. We should have all of our Super Pro door cars for round number 3. Super Pro door cars, round number 3. You should be there, please. 706 on a 687. Brad Burton. Jeff Taylor, 33 green, 4 above. Taking a 10th at the stripe, gets the win light. Burton. Car definitely did not cooperate with what they figured it would do. It was dialed at 687. It ended up running 706. So Jeff Taylor advances out of the left side as Henry Robertson, Austin Downing. Austin left lane this time, Henry right lane. Henry digs that. Henry digs that. So Super Pro door car, final call. Our final pair of Pro making their way into the water box. Super Pro door cars, you're going to start rolling forward for round number 3. Henry red by 4 thousandths of a second, then goes 6:51.5. So Henry leaving 5 thou too quick. Lights up the scoreboard on the opposite side of the racetrack. Austin Downing, 639 on a 636 in the Dragster. And we'll get an invite to round number 4 as Darren Taylor and Danny Valvo. Darren, who started off this morning, made 2 runs and had a combined total of 16 thousandths of a second between the 2 runs. Like, he was hot. Sticking in so far in round number 3, trying to see if he can get that good juju back. At least this time, he's green by 12 thou and goes 610 on a 608. So Darren Taylor stays in the game. Denny was 64 red and then runs 607 on the 609 dial. That brings a wrap to Pro round number 3, our Super Pro door cars for round number 3 on an RB Components Sunday. Rolling up into the water box right here, right now, with Carl Geib and Ruben Ruiz. Ruben's pickup truck. Now that the sun is out, we're not dealing with kind of like the overcast skies. I mean, it looked good even in shadows. But to see it glimmer and gleam under the sun, it looks even better. 634 is the dial for Ruben. Carl's dialed it at 633. Red light start for Carl Geib. A member of the Minnesota Mafia has been dispatched, displaced, and removed. Carl, 25 red, 632 on a 633. Ruben Ruiz, 33 green, 632 on a 634. And I'm just going to kind of watch, right? As Team Mexico, just like they do at any of the races they show up to, the more and more rounds they go, the celebrations become more and more amplified, animated, whatever word it is that you want to use. Joe Kidd in the truck. Ryan Wilson in the Camaro. Wilson's dialed 541. Joe's dialed 632. 6 thou the difference in reaction time. Joe wasn't bad. 15 and goes 631 on a 632. Gets their first 33 thou under by 6 thou. Ryan Wilson, 009 and goes 544 on a 541. So Ryan watched his scoreboard turn on before he leaves the starting line and turns it into a practice lap as Ruben Quintero, Dustin Wirtz. Ruben, 608 is the number. Left side of the racetrack. Dustin Wirtz, 525 is the dial-in. And it would take me 5.5 seconds just to call out every color that's on Dustin's car. Dustin Wirtz, 20 and 526 on a 525. Gets their first 31 thousandths to get the win light on that right side of the racetrack. Quintero was 49 green and 10 on a 608. So 49 2 above. No good for the red Camaro. Dustin Wirtz advances as Ken Suio and Luis Valenzuela. Luis, 554 dial out of the right lane. Ken in that orange Capri, 592 dial out of the left. .004 and 555 on a 554 for Luis. Sueo was 17 green, 1 above, no good in the Capri. There's Hank Premov, Sammy Franco. Hank put up a nice little lap last time down the racetrack with a perfect reaction time. Franco also killing the tree so far. He is dialed 554. Hank is dialed in at 570. All right, racers, Super Pro Dragster. Super Pro Dragster for round number 4. Super Pro Dragster. I'm sorry, round number 3. I'm thinking ahead. Super Pro Dragster for round number 3. Let's get our double entered cars into 3 and 4. Single entered cars to 5 and 6, please. Come on. 22 thousandths of a second, the difference in reaction time. Win light's going to turn on for Hank. Hank had given up 22 thousandths of a second advantage in reaction time. His 55. Sammy was 33. Sammy ends up 3 above the dial. And 7 thou behind at the stripe. Win light to the Vega out of Colorado. He ends up dead on 9 and lights up the scoreboard one more time as Aaron Milton waits right behind the starting line. Scott Taylor waits here in the water box as they run out real quick with a couple of mops. The Columbia Falls, Montana-based 1965 Chevelle versus the Somerset, Wisconsin-based 68 Pontiac Firebird. Wisconsin is not close to Arizona. And from Ryan had said earlier, they didn't just drive from Wisconsin to here. They went from like Wisconsin to Florida and then just came across the 10. Making stops along the way. Can they make it worth it? So far, so good. 596 on a 593 for Aaron Milton. 23 green. Scott Taylor was 58 green and goes 673 on a 670. Nice. Chuck's truck versus Rodney's Roadster. The Scotty Muffler car, dialed 514 out of the right lane. And Chuck Hawk in that Haas build. Super speedy pickup truck. Chuck's truck is one of those, just like everybody, but a lot of them have a little bit more clearance under their Chuck's truck. The nemesis of Chuck's truck is a speed bump. Maybe to get high centered. We're like rocking back and forth. Win light goes to Rodney, 007 and 1 above. Snyder moving on by 30 thousandths of a second. Chuck Hawk was 40 green. And Chuck has been, let's just say Chuck's equipment has been okay. Chuck just hasn't quite found the spot on the tree that he's liked today. It's just looked ugly to him, unfortunately. Well, that'll bring up Bill Luke. Dodge, also known as the Bustin' Loose Daytona, of Mr. Nick Downing. Robin Croton in the GTX. Dialed 530, Downing dialed 533. So the difference in the dial is 3/100ths of a second. That's another one of those cars that hates speed bumps. Just hates them. Don't do it. Both cars pre-staged. Both cars leave green. Only one can win. It'll be Downing. 28 dead 3. Puts him 31 thou total, getting there second and turning on the scoreboard. Croton had the 012 reaction time. So a 16 thou ahead leaving the starting line, but then it takes 25 thou at the stripe to break out by 6 thousandths of a second as Keith Downing will take on Jeremy Jacobs. Again, diving into our Super Pro door cars, Super Pro Dragsters for round number 3. You have been called as well. Hopefully you are making your way this direction. Again, we need our double entered dragsters. Double entered dragsters. We need you into lanes 3 and 4, please. Single enter dragsters. I believe we're putting you in 5 and 6. Womp, womp, womp. Jeremy Jacobs, 578 on a 575. He was 33. I think the womp womp gived it back. Keith Downing, 730 on a 731. Ends up under by 3 thou, taking 53 thou at the stripe. So Jeremy, the benefactor of a misjudged stripe, will bring up Andrew Olson and Paul Lorton. Andrew in the right lane, Paul in the left lane. Paul dialed 620, Andrew dialed 608. $12,000 was the difference in reaction time. Paul Lorton, 001, take 1. Be 623 on a 620 dial and get the win light. Andrew Olson was 13 green, 2 above. So Lorton for the win as Brad Pierce and Mike Zimmerman roll up. And hey, remember we were telling you that, Chris Whitfield put up the dialed in at detail kits for Pro yesterday, for Super Pro today. We've already given those away, but we had a best appearing car that was going to be sponsored by Chris Whitfield and the folks at Dialed In Details. Well, Mike Zimmerman and that Ranchero wagon, chopped, slammed, is your winner of the best appearing car here at the Southwest Showdown. That Falcon / Ranchero just went red. Bows out of competition, but takes with it the Dialed In Details bucket, the kit, everything. Zimmerman 570 on a 569. Brad Pierce is 25 green, dead on 7. And so if you were hanging out with Zimmy, as it says on the side of the Ranchero, we'll make an announcement here in a minute before he puts that away to have him bring it up here in front of the tower, collect up his Dialed In Details kit, and take some photos with us. But that is a beautiful race car. So Mitch Marcy gets the win light over Dan McClellan. McClellan bowing out here as Rod Taylor and Luis Ortiz. Taylor in the Nova. Ortiz in the Corvette. How about a 496 to a 518 in the door cars? 519 on a 518, Rod Taylor. That's like the two quickest door cars. Ended up side by side. Luis runs 500 on a 496. Taylor runs 519 on a 518. Win light goes to Taylor. There's Mike McBrayer and Beto Dominguez are going to bring it up. I'm giving it just another minute, but remember, Mike Zimmerman, please don't put that Ranchero away just yet. We want to get some pictures with that car in front of the tower as you are our best appearing of the Southwest Showdown. Beto, dialed 618, is 18 green and goes 618 with a 2. Beto takes 17. I was almost expecting him to take 18th out to stripe. He's like, dialed 618 is 18 green, goes 618 with a 2. Taking 17th out at the stripe. Mike McBrayer, 21 green, 668 on a 667. Winner is the Nissan out of the right side, and Beto's coming back. We'll bring up Tony Marconi. And call Geib. Marconi's dialed 598. Geib's dialed 633. Final call, Super Pro Dragster. Need to get you back into the lanes, please, for round number 3. Carl missed it, 45 thou, and is going to bow out. Marconi, 17 green, dead 2 to be 19 thou total. Look at this, man. Very nice. Don Toya, your winner on that kid performance in Dino Day, wins the thing and then brings Rice Krispie treats to the tower. I like it when Don wins. I will definitely put the Rice Krispie treats to the use that they were intended for. But we are getting really close to Super Pro Dragster round number 3. Once again, if you didn't hear us, Mike Zimmerman, please do not put that Ranchero away just yet. Again, Chris Whitfield had brought up several of these dialed-in detail kits. One was for the first perfect reaction time on a winning run yesterday in the Pro category, which went to Travis Rutzel. One was for the first perfect reaction time in the Super Pro category today on a winning reaction time, and that went to Chuck Hawk. And the big dialed-in details bucket goes to the best appearing car, and that is Mike Zimmerman's Ranchero. So, Mike, if you would do us a favor, here in a little while, we would love to get that car up here in front of the tower and take some pictures with it, with your new dialed-in details kit, and congratulations as our best appearing car in the 2025 Southwest Showdown. Ryan Wilson, Luis Valenzuela. Again, only a couple left in our Super Pro door car side. Had to take care of some doubles. Wilson, 545. Luis, 554. Red light start for Luis. 14 thou ended Luis's day, and he goes 553.9 on a 554. 14 red this end of the racetrack, 1 thou quick that end of the racetrack. Win light goes to Wilson. 004. Take 12 thou at the stripe. Ended up with a 541 on a 545. Last door car in round number 3 is Dustin Wirtz. And Dustin going to stick with a 525 dial, going up against Mark Barnhart. Barnhart, I'm talking about peeps that were celebrating birthdays here. He had one yesterday. We'll see if he can maybe change the trend for all of those that are celebrating birthdays here, and maybe pick up a big check and a trophy for his birthday. It's going to be tough. It's going to be real tough. Not going to happen. At least not in that entry. Dustin, 526 on a 525. He was 11 green. Barnhart had a 26 style reaction time, ends up dead 9, but 13 thousandths of a second behind at the stripe. Win light goes to the Roadster in the right. As we swap over into our dragsters, Jeremy Weaver and Jason Pad. Pad in the Automax car. Dial 458. Jeremy Weaver over on the right side, also dialed in at 458. Jeremy goes ahead and nudges the front tires into the beams. Jason in right behind him, and 10 thou is the difference in the dial-ins. Win light goes to Weaver out of Puyallup, Washington. I've tried to avoid saying that word all weekend long because it's one that, I don't know, I always seem to fumble. 009, one above. Jeremy Weaver takes 25 thou at the stripe to get the win light on the right side. Jason Pad was 19 green and 2 above. Ends up behind by 25 thou down at the finish line is Kevin Johnson and Ryan O'Connor. O'Connor, kind of like O Canada, because he is out of, is it Panoka? Panaka? Pokemon? It's Pokemon, Alberta. Win light goes to Ryan O'Connor, 16 and dead 6. 22 thou total. Kevin Johnson was 003 red, goes dead 2. Yep. The trend continues. Jerry Hall and Judge Shoup. Shoup, he's trying to do the birthday bop. 3 thou separate him in reaction time. Win light. No bop. No bop. 18, take 18 to end up 19 thou under. Jerry Hall is 21 green and 4 thou under to get the win light. And as we are into Super Pro Dragster, keep in mind, we've asked our Super Pro Dragsters, again, if you are one of our doubled entries, let's get you headed back this way as quick as you can. Mark Kidd, Josh Herman. Herman 455. Kidd down 471. Win light to Josh. They were separated by 1 thou. Leaving the starting line, separated by 5 thousandths of a second. Down at the finish line, and Josh, 24. And runs 456 on a 455. Mark Kidd, 23, and runs 473 on a 471. Win light to Josh Herman as Riley Learcamp and Dylan Smith. Smith out of Buckeye, Arizona. Riley's dialed 493, or excuse me, Riley is dialed 475. Dylan is dialed 493. .007, dead on 8. Dylan Smith takes 7 thou at the stripe, gets the win light. Riley wasn't bad, 11 and 1 above. But it's not 007, dead 8. So Dylan Smith will bring back the Buckeye-based dragster. Dwayne Ringeth and Calvin Klinkendinger. Look, as long as we didn't admit who Calvin Klinkendinger is, he did okay. Now he's going to prove us all wrong. Yeah. 47 and 3 thou under for Kevin Kleinweber. Dwayne Ringeth, 24 green and 1 above, 472 on a 471. Matt Scholl and Aiden Blevins. Blevins with that Yellowstone drag strip on the side of his car. 486 dial onto the right side. And Matt Scholl, one of the TNT built cars, coming in out of Calgary up in Alberta. So with a 447 to a 486, again making our way through Super Pro round number 3. Aiden Bevins starts to roll in once the starter stepped forward and told him to go. Didn't help either of them. Neither one of them wanted to stage first, and neither one of them really put up anything that was worth it. Aiden 24 and 487 on a 486 gets the win light. Michael 97 green and 448. Oh my goodness. All right, Carson Campbell, Tina Arend. Carson trying to keep the luck flowing. Tina Arend gets the win light by 4 thou. Trip 0, take 4 to light up the scoreboard. Carson is 15, 1 above. Mark Campbell. Victoria Christensen dialed 473. Campbell dialed 469. Victoria 2 thou red, 472 on a 473. Mark Campbell, perfect, dead 3. Puts down a 3-pack here in round number 3. All right. Pro. We are on the ladder. Pro, we are on a ladder. Let's go ahead and get you headed back into the lanes, please. Pro bracket, if you have made it this far, you have made it to the ladder. Let's get you headed back into the staging lanes. Darren Taylor's going on the solo. Tony Marconi's got lane choice over Robertson. Fall has got lane choice over Valvo. Beagle with lane choice over Sasha Hofer. Engler with lane choice over Paul Lorton. Austin Downing with lane choice over Ortiz. Austin Downing with lane choice over Poist. And John DeCarlo with lane choice over Jeff Taylor. Larry Richardson going up against Travis Ringeth. Ringeth 459 on a 458. Was 39 green. Richardson was 17. Take 55 thou at the stripe to break out by 16 thousandths of a second. Win light left side Ringeth as Kelly Rivera and Chris Whitfield. Hey, once again, Mike Zimmerman. Hopefully you can hear the sound of my voice. You were selected as our best appearing car, and we would love to get that Ranchero up here in front of the tower to get some photos of you and give you your dialed in detail kit, thanks to Chris Whitfield, who happens to be sitting over in the right lane. Kelly Rivera dialed 484 out of Trinidad up in Colorado. Whitfield is 004 at this end and 475 on a 470 down at that end to be good by 23 thou. Rivera Missed it. Ends up dead on 8, but was 75 at this end as Gabe Hernandez and Kristen Slade. Slade dialed 493. Hernandez dialed 480. Slade red by 25 thousandths of a second. Gabe Hernandez 18 green and 481 on a 480. Once again for our pro category for round number 4. Pro category round number 4. Let's get you headed back into the staging lanes, please. Pro round number 4. Let's get you rolling back into the staging lanes, please. Again, 15 remain. Marconi, lane choice over Robertson. Falk with lane choice over Valvo. Beagle, lane choice over Sasha Hofer. Engler, lane choice over Lorton. Austin Downing, still in twice. Lane choice over Ortiz for 1. Lane choice over Poist for 1. And John DeCarlo with lane choice over Jeff Taylor. Greg Christensen and Chase Learcamp. Learcamp, Christensen, both 00 up front. 008 leaves second for Christensen. Goes dead on 6. No good. Chase Learcamp 003 and dead 3 is 6 thou total. Christensen leaves 008 locked out by a 6-pack and Chase Learcamp. Gabe Torres, Mark Darsow. Darso is dialed 510. Torres is dialed 482. Continuing to roll our way through the dragsters in round number 3 on an RB Components Sunday. It's pretty much all. But 2 of our trophies have been claimed. There we go. Mike Zimmerman rolls up in front of the tower in the Ranchero. Mark and Gabe, both 008. Mark 10 on a 10. 8 dead 1. For Mark is 9 total. Gabe Torres was 008. Balesby 483 on a 482. Darso gets the win light by 11 thousandths of a second as Brandon Dolzal and Alonso Sanchez. Sanchez right side, dialed 487. Dolzal left side, dialed 475. Sanchez and Dolzal. 7 thou was the difference at this end. Dolzal on a double breakout. 473 on a 475. He was 22 green and advancing is Sanchez. 484 on a 487. Take 15 thou at the finish line. Breaking out by more and bowing out. Ren Hunt and Jeff Taylor. Jeff right side. Dialed 465. Ren left side. Dialed in at 508. The El Paso, Texas-based car. Ren Hunt was 36. He goes 509 on a 508. No good. Jeff Taylor, 008, 2 above. Taking 10 thou. Down at the stripe, let's bring up Grant Drury and Pat Marback. Grant Drury, 484 is the dial for the Vegreville, Alberta-based car. Marback out of North Dakota. So we took him like from far, far, far up north, brought him down here and went, let's race. I know the perfect spot to meet. Let's go to Tucson. 485 on a 484, Grant. 27, get there first, 23 thou, as Marback is 519 on a 517. And we are getting down to the end. We got Mr. Zimmerman sitting in front of the tower. We're going to be down here in just a moment to take some pictures and hand over the detail kit and make sure that you are forever enshrined on the social medias of the West Coast Bracket Race Series. Race and Tristan. You know, if Tristan's pulling out of the water box, going to say, I got time now to run down and take some pictures and still get back up here and call the lap. I got plenty of time. I'll be right back. Oh, man. Tristan, 7 total. 007 on the tree. Take 5 thou at the stripe to be dead on 0. Race Kid was 19 and nowhere to go. Tristan gets the job done, moves on to the next round as RJ Torres and Luke Makovica. Luke is dialed 502, RJ is dialed 506. Luke, 001, take 6. Ends up 503 on a 502. RJ, 19, dead 2. Win light to Lucas. All right, final call, Dragsters. If you are doubled, we need you back, please. If you have not yet made your runs, we need you back, please. Ryan O'Connor, Jerry Hall. O'Connor right side, Hall left side. Again, Dragsters, if you are still doubled, we need you back, please. Both of them are 00. 008 to a 005. Wow. Wow. 8-pack beats a 10-pack. What's the word that they use? Oh, nasty. That's gruesome. Jerry Hall, 008, dead 0, take 2 thou at the stripe. Ryan O'Connor was 005, dead on 5. Oof. We got a couple of double entered dragsters to get taken care of, and Mike Zimmerman, I know you are kind of waiting for us down there in front of the tower. But I'm just keeping your car parked in front of the tower here for a little while so that I can peek at it some more. That's all. It's gorgeous. We're just admiring it. Oh, Jeremy Weaver, Dylan Smith. Again, last chance. If you are doubled in dragsters, you need to be back in the staging lanes ready to go. There's an RB Sunday Super Pro round number 3 getting ready to come to a close. Dylan Red by 2,000ths of a second. Jeremy Weaver. I believe staying alive in 2. 2 above. 460 on a 458 dial after being 11 thou green. Dylan 002 red. I think what, we got one more double that we're waiting on to come back?
What do we have left?
All right, 2 pair and a single left. Hey, Chris Whitfield, real quick, if you could dart up here in front of the tower. We're going to take care of our best appearing photos as we finish up Super Pro. If you are available, sir, if you could join us up here in front of the tower at the conclusion of this round, which we got 2 pair and a single left. But Chris Whitfield, we'd love to have you join us up here as we present our Dialed In Details kit to the best appearing car here at the 2025 Southwest Showdown. Mark Kidd, Carson Campbell. I think Carson's down to 1, right? Carson might be down to none. Yeah, that didn't go well. 23 green, take 9 thou at the stripe. To break out by 9 thou, Mark Kidd is 473 on a 472 after being 007. All right, look at here. Look at here, look at here. Down to our last pair and then the single. Dwayne Ringeth, Michael Scholl. We should have pro round number 4 all paired up and ready to go. Again, 15 of them coming back. But between Dwayne and Michael, only one gets to come back. Just one. So Michael out of Calgary, Dwayne out of Rocky View County. The Albertans. It's looking good. And by that I'm talking about like what our chat bleachers are doing. It's looking really good. We're almost over 400 on the likes. We're at 393. Keep it going. 001 red Dwayne. Let loose 1 thou too quick. Goes 470 on a 472. Michael 445 on a 447. Was 16 green. And that's going to bring up Mark Barnhart. Still seeing if somebody can do like the birthday Bob thing. Like winner yesterday or you know, I mean, we had several birthdays yesterday. Mark was one of them. We'll see if somebody who's celebrating a birthday out here can make it like a really cool birthday by winning the race. Mark still has a chance. 471 and on the bye here in Super Pro round number 3. Let go 2,000 too quick. And 470 on a 471. That is that. Pro is already starting the burnouts for round number 4. Austin Downing is still double. We're on the ladder. And Ryan Gleghorn going to take over on the mic.
"16 cars left on the pro side. And it is confirmed. We will have a new pro winner on the weekend. Austin Downing, Colin Poist. Downing still doubled. 3 fouls separate him up front. But a win light will go to Poist. 23 dead 1. Lays down 24 total. Downing 20 take 27. Puts him 23 foul under. Colin Poist will move on. Paul Lorton left side out 620. Get to take on Nick Engler. Engler out 631. Advantage goes to Lorton, win line. Give to Lorton 6, 1 above 0. Lays down 16 total. Engler 21 take 4. Put him 9 foul under, had no room. Lorton moves on. Jeff Taylor left side, out 591, take on John DeCarlo right side, out 694. This time we'll take round 4 Super Pro Door Cars. Round 4 Super Pro Door Cars take you to lanes. Round 4 Super Pro Door Cars will take you to lanes. Doubles 3 and 4. Singles 5 and 6. So win light goes to Taylor. Sasha Hofer left side, out 752. Taking on Monty Beagle, out 592. Advantage Beagle, win light. Beagle 17 take 37 to be 1 above. Hofer 24. 4 over, no good. Monty Beagle moves on. Henry Robertson left side, dialed 652. Taking on Tony Marconi, dialed 598. Once again, Super Pro Door Cars, round number 4. We do need you to lanes. Super Pro Door Cars, round number 4. We need you lanes. Doubles 3 and 4. Singles 5 and 6. Marconi with the advantage. Marconi with the win. How about 6 total? 004 dead 2 for Tony Marconi. Henry 17 take 4. That's not a bad lap, but he puts it 15 foul under to do so. Marconi 6 total moves on. Mark Fall left side. Now 720 would take on Denny Valvo. Valvo down 607. Mark with the advantage. Mark with the win. 0.52 and a thou under gets the win. Denny, late take 2 thou to be 38 thou under. Mark foul. Moving on. Darren Taylor on the bye. Then we'll have one more pair on the pro side after the bye run. Taylor 19. Dead 9. So, not a bad lap on the bye run. We got one more pair left to go here in pro round number 4. Once again, I do need Super Pro door cars. Super Pro door cars need you to the lane. Super Pro door cars round number 4 need you to the lanes. So Austin Downing back around. He'll take on Luis Ortiz. Downing out 636. Ortiz out 575. Three fouls separate them up front. Wayline Downing 17 takes 7 to be one above. Ortiz 20. One above 4, no good. Austin Downing will move on. That completes pro round number 4. Ryan Wilson left side, dial 541. Take on Rod Taylor, dial 518. Separate them up front. Win light, give it to Taylor. 25 dead 6 gets there. 15 thou. Wilson 35 and one above, no good. Ruben Ruiz left side, out 632. Took on Dustin Works, out 525. Ruiz 8 thou red, Works 13, dead 6. Hank Pramoff left side, dialed 571. Take on Brad Pierce. Pierce dialed 640. Win light, give it to Hank, 29, dead 6, gets the win. Pierce, 31, take 19, puts him 15 thou under. Hank Pramoff moves on. Aaron Milton, dial 592, get down Rodney Snyder, dial 515. Thou, separate them up front. Win light, give it to Snyder, 17, dead 5, gets there first 19 thou. Milton, 6 and 3 above, no good. At this time, we will take Super Pro Dragster. Super Pro Dragsters will take you to lanes. Super Pro Dragsters will take you to lanes. Doubles 3 and 4, singles 5 and 6. Super Pro Dragsters will take you to the lanes. Nick Downing, dialed 533. Take on Luis Valenzuela, dialed 554. Separate them up front. Win light, Luis 17, dead 8, gets there 8 thou. Downing is 22, 1 over, no good. Mitch Marcy left side, dialed 687, gonna take on Beto Dominguez. The Nissan dialed 618. Win light, give it to Dominguez. 000. And 4 above get their first 45. Foul. Marcy 37. And 4 above, no good. The Nissan 000 up front and moving on. Paul Lorton dialed 620 in the left, take on Jeremy Jacobs, dialed 579 in the right. Paul Lorton in full control. Lorton to win 23, take 14 to be 3 above. Jacobs missed it and put it 1 over, but Paul Lorton still moving on in both classes. At this time, we'll take Pro. Quarterfinal round to lane 7 and 8, Pro. Quarterfinal round to lane 7 and 8, Pro. Quarterfinals, lane 7 and 8 for pairing. We need our 2 double door cars back in the lanes. Our 2 double door cars need you back in the lanes. If you're not there, we need you there. Yeah, our 2 double door cars back in the lanes now. Ryan Wilson, need you back. Ryan Wilson, need you back. Ryan Wilson, we do need you back. Dustin Wirtz left side, dial 526, take on Tony Marconi. Marconi dial 597. Tony still in on the bottom bulb side. Trying to keep it rolling in both categories. Advantage to the bottom bulber, win light. To the bottom bulber, 13 dead 8, gets their 11th foul. Wirtz, 31 dead 1, had no chance. Tony Marconi will move on. Ryan Wilson left side, dial 542, take on Jeremy Weaver. Weaver dial 458. Wilson 4 dead, 5 getting there a lot. Weaver was late. 3 above, no good. Ryan Wilson will advance. Jerry Hall down 529 can take on Aiden Blevins down 485. Advantage goes to Blevins. Win line, give it to Blevins. 9 take 19 to be 1 above. Hall 28. 1 over, no good. Chase Learcamp out 476. Take on Jeff Taylor. Jeff down 464. Taylor 11 and 1 above gets the win. Learcamp 27 take 27 to be 28 foul under, had no chance. Jeff Taylor moves on. Mark Barnhart down 469, take on Josh Herman down 455. Herman gets the win, 003, take 15 to be 2 above. Barnhart 26, 1 over, no good. Travis Ringeth left side, down 458, can take on Tristan Craig. T. Craig down 514. Missing 2 cars on the no box side will take you to lanes. Missing 2 cars on the no box side will take you back. T. Craig 3 foul red gives a win to Travis, who's 33 and 9 foul under. Brandon Dozel out 472, take on Tina Arend out 469. Tina 8 foul red. Dozel is 5. 3 over. Brandon Dozel will advance. Dwayne Ringeth left side out 473. Take on Lucas McAva out 502. Seven foul, separate them. Win line, give it to Lucas. 18, take 18 to be 1 above. Ringeth 11 stops to be 3 above. No good. Lucas McAva moving on. Michael Scroll left side out 446. Take on Chris Whitfield out 470. Separate them, win light, give it to Whitfield. 14 takes 6 to be dead on 7. Michael 12 and 1 above 5, no good. Whitfield will advance. Dylan Smith out 492, taking on Mark Darsow out 509. Win light, give it to Mark. 7 take 30 to be dead on 8. Smith missed it. Put it dead 5, no good. Ryan O'Connor left side, down 460. Take on Gabriel Hernandez Jr., down 480. Winlight, Hernandez, 16, one above. Gets there 19 thou. O'Connor, 38, one over. No good. Grant Dury left side, dial 484. Take on Mark Kidd, dial 472. Grant Dury in full control, Winlight. Give it to Kidd, 29. Dead 7, turns on the Winlight. Grant 2, take a bunch to be 18 thou under. Mark Kidd will advance. Mark Campbell on the bye, and then we have a couple of doubles that will square off with each other to wrap up the round. A little late and a thou under for Mark. That'll get him through to the next round. We'll get our doubles into the water here shortly. We'll wrap up Super Pro round number 4. Jerry Hall left side, he won his first entry. He's dialed 529, take on Jeremy Weaver. Weaver did not win his first entry. He's racing to stay alive, dialed 460. Final pair, Super Pro round number 4. Winlight, give it a haul, 19 dead, 0 take a bunch. Weaver late and 15 foul under. Jerry Hall will have 2 entries when we come back in round number 5. Don Toya, we'll take you to the front of the tower. Don Toya, we'll take you to the front of the tower. Don Toya, we'll take you to the front of the tower. So, our pro quarterfinal round about to make its way to the water box. 8 cars left for $5,000 of RB components money. Jeff Taylor dialed 590, take on Tony Marconi dialed 597. Taylor in the truck out of Forest Grove, Oregon. Marconi, the Aero Roadster at Surprise, Arizona, still in both classes. Winner head to the semis. Marconi with the advantage. Marconi at the win, 34 take 10 to be one above. Taylor 56 dead 4, had no chance. Tony Marconi moving on. Austin Downing dialed 637. Take on Darren Taylor dialed 610. Austin was doubled last round. Darren was on the bye last round. There are no buys left, so we are down to 8. Advantage goes to Taylor. Win light goes to Taylor. 39, one above, turns on the win light. Downing missed it. Got there 2 thou to be 5 thou under Darren Taylor. Moves on. Paul Lorton left side, dialed 620. Paul Lorton also in both classes. Take on Mark Fall. Mark El Camino dialed 719. Lorton is reg, is win to Mark, who's 12. 2 above. Mark Fall moves on. And final pair. Colin Poist out 673 and Monty Beagle. Beagle out 591. Beagle is 2 thou red. Colin Poist 38 and 5 over. And that'll wrap up our quarterfinal round here in the pro category. We'll have some winner circle celebrations coming to you next. Nate Hershey will lead you through it.
All right, we are standing in front of the tower here at Tucson Dragway with And it's Sunday afternoon. It's Sunday afternoon with our Kid Performance and Dyno Friday winner, which Chris made a good point. This was almost like a national event because we started on Friday, ran a couple of rounds, you waited a day, ran another couple of rounds, and then had to wait until today to run your finals, man. This was a lot. Don, you are a Tucson native, owner of a local hot rod shop. You've won a bunch of races here, but this is a pretty big one, and it's got to mean a lot to you to win it here at home.
That's correct. It's been a long dry spell for me to get past third round. It's probably been 2 years. To do it today after 3 days, I'm good for it. If it could have been at night, it would have even been better. I could have done all night long if the way I race. So, but it's all good.
It's really cool. We've got here a check for you for $10,000. We have got a trophy custom made by Travis Theobald that is going to go home and sit on your shelf or displayed proudly at your hot rod shop. But you're also surrounded by a whole bunch of folks. Again, the advantages of racing at home. You've got long-term relationships with a lot of these people, and what has it meant to have them here helping you out?
Between Chuck and Tim, if I couldn't do it without Chuck half the time, he just helps me tremendously. I do a lot for both of those guys. My friend Nick passed away. And this is really for him. Other than that, that's all I got. Thanks.
Well, I think it's awesome when moments like this mean so much to racers, and congratulations to you, man. We're not going to make you talk a whole lot, but this is big in front of the home crowd, man. I know we've got a lot of folks here. Everybody on Bang Shift is watching, cheering you on. All right, let's hear it for your Friday Kid Performance and Dyno winner after 3 long days lighting up that final scoreboard, Mr. Don Toya.
At this time, we'll take Super Pro door cars. Super Pro door cars will take you to a lane. Super Pro door cars will take you to a lane. Super Pro door cars will take you to the staging lanes. And if you have money coming, it'll be available at the Nitro Cafe. Once again, all payouts available at the Nitro Cafe. Those are available now. Payouts are available at the Nitro Cafe. And we will take Super Pro Dragsters. We'll take you to 5 and 6. Door cars to 3 and 4. Dragsters to 5 and 6. Once again, door cars 3 and 4. Dragsters to 5 and 6.
All right, once again, looking for all of our remaining Super Pro competitors. Let's go ahead and get you headed back into the staging lanes. Remaining Super Pro competitors, let's get you back into the staging lanes, please. So it sounds like we've got all of our door cars back in the staging lanes, and we'll be able to run them here momentarily. Let's get the remainder of our Super Pro Dragsters, get you headed back into the lanes if you haven't made it there yet, as we can continue to roll our way through. I think we've set our semifinals in our pro field. And racers, remember, if you are looking for or expecting payout, that is going to be available up in the Nitro Cafe. So up in the Nitro Cafe, payouts are going to be available up there. They will get you squared away before you hit the road to wherever your next stop may be. So getting our Super Pro door cars in and situated. Again, Dragsters, looks like we are just missing one. At least one that we're expecting to come back. So Dragsters missing one of you. If that is you, let's go ahead and get you headed back this direction, please. So, through process of elimination, we have identified that the non-existent dragster at this point is Chris Whitfield. That's what we came up with. So, Mr. Chris, if we could get you to please find your way to the staging lanes, we would appreciate that, please. All right, Super Pro door car. Round number 5. Hank Pramov and Rod Taylor. Rod's Nova. Hank's Vega. The Chevys are going to battle it out here. Rod is dialed 518, leaving second to Hank's 571. Again, it's 21 cars left on the Super Pro side, 4 cars left on the Pro side. So let me see. If I'm doing my math correct, we're going to come back on a ladder next round. So we are getting close. Hank in, set, ready. Rod leaves right behind him. Kramov in the Vega trying to hold off the charge of the Nova. The win light's going to go to Hank. Hank was 16 green to Rod Taylor's 035. Taylor runs 521 on a 518, but Kramov 72 on a 571 dial down that left lane, taking a 32 thou stripe to make himself one of the cars that will appear on the ladder when we get back next time in Super Pro. Ryan Wilson taking on Paul Lorton. Wilson, the 67 Camaro. Lorton, the 78 Vega. It is a 541 dial for Wilson, 619 dial for Lorton. 22 thou separate them at the hit. On a 619 dial, Paul Lorton is going to go dead on 9. 001, take 5 thou at the stripe to be 10 total, picking up the win out of the right side. Ryan Wilson was 23 green and didn't have an opportunity to turn on that win light, as Paul Lorton puts up 10 total. So So Wilson locked out against Lorton. As Pramoff and Lorton have advanced, Tony Marconi and Dustin Wirtz. Are going to give it a go. Dustin's 527. Marconi's dialed 597. So with Wirtz down 527 and Marconi down 7 tenths of a second slower, the arrow leaves green, the Corvette leaves red. Marconi 599 on a 597 after being 27 green. Dustin Wirtz goes dead 3, but turned on the red light by 10 thousandths of a second. So fouling away his opportunity at the check, Dustin leaves early. Marconi grabs one of the ladder spots. Final ladder spot on the door car side will belong to either Luis Valenzuela or Rodney Snyder. It's going to belong to Valenzuela. And Team Mexico, they're getting stoked. I'm just saying. Rodney Snyder, 004 red, 515 on a 514. Luis, 004 green and 556 on a 553. I'm not kidding you. When the wind light turned on Luis's side of the racetrack, they about busted the roof off the golf cart trying to get out of it. I think if he wins another round, that golf cart's going to look like a jack-in-the-box because one of them is going to come popping up through the hood. Through the roof. I just think it's going to happen. The Dragsters, Jerry Hall, Jeff Taylor. Taylor out of the right lane, dialed 465. Jerry Hall out of the left side, dialed 529, and I believe Hall is still doubled. So Hall trying to stay alive in 2. He'll get it in at least 1. Jeff, 001 red, 491, bailing out of the throttle down at the finish line. Jerry Hall was 36 green and 530 on a 529 dial. So Hall. Oh, never mind. He's down to 1. So he's hanging on for his dear life. Everybody is. Got it. Okay, so I missed the fact Hall had lost 1. He's down to just that 1. So everybody here clinging to life with just 1 entry. No doubles left, except for the fact that like Marconi's both in pro and super pro. Other than that, everybody's got just 1 left. I want to make sure that I have corrected myself so that I am providing the correct information for you. 455, Josh Herman. 469, the dial for Campbell. Seventh dial, the difference in reaction time. Josh Herman lights up the right lane scoreboard. 24 green, 1 above. Is 456 on a 455 dial. Mark Campbell, 17 green, take 19 thou at the stripe. Needed to take 18 thou or less as he breaks out by 1,000th of a second. So Herman pushes the first dragster onto the ladder as Brandon Dolezal. Going up against Aiden Blevins. Aiden, just kind of taking a look at it, is getting a hold of things here today. Whittled his way all the way into round number 5. And his weekend, I believe, started with pretty much not being able to get out of the buyback round. Nasty up front, 005 to a 002. Brandon, 005, 2 above, take 27th thou at the stripe to light up the left lane scoreboard. Aiden was better by 0.03 of a second, 002 the reaction time for Aiden Bevins. and then ends up 5 off the mark to let Brandon Dolezal slip away at the finish line. So Brandon will be back and ring up Luke Makovica and Travis Ringeth. Travis dialed 458 out of the left lane. Luke dialed 502 out of the right lane. Luke, who is really kind of getting used to being behind the wheel of a dual car. I mean, the dragster. That's what I'm saying. 502 to a 458. Is the difference in reaction time. Travis was in control, 007, and goes 460 on the 458, taking 16 thou at the stripe to get the win. Luke, 30 green and 1 above. So win light to Ringeth. And we are getting closer and closer to filling up that ladder. Gabriel Hernandez and Chris Whitfield. Another one of the Team Mexico players still in contention. Trying to see if he can make another round and give him a couple of players on the ladder. Whitfield's dialed 470, Gabriel's dialed 480. Win light goes to Whitfield. 3 thou was the difference up front. Whitfield 25 to Gabriel's 022 as Whitfield is 471 on a 470. Hernandez is 481 on a 480. And a 3.5 thou margin of victory. Turns on the scoreboards for Whitfield as Mark Darso and Mark Kidd. Oh-ho. Look at this. Team Mexico going to be going in with at least 2 on the ladder. Beto Dominguez sitting in the water box. So Kidd dialed 472. Mark Darso dialed 509. Head start to the right side of the racetrack. We continue to roll through Super Pro round number 5. 13 thousandths of a second, the difference in reaction time, and Mark Darso parks Mark Kidd. Darso 13, dead on 8. Take 24 thou at the stripe to get the win light. Mark Kidd was 26 green and ends up 19 thou above. So Darso will be coming back. And they will all be joined by Beto Dominguez. Beto's bunch standing down here on the golf cart looking for 618. .007, the reaction time for Beto, and then goes 619 on a 618. As Super Pro round number 5 comes to a close. We'll see. Maybe at the end of the night, maybe we're giving a little Viva la Mexico. They still got 2 of them. We'll see what happens. But the ladder is being generated. And it won't be too long before we start calling back Pro round number 6, Super Pro round number 6. I'm going to give them a little bit of time to get them turned around. And we'll go from there. So we've got our ladders for the next rounds. Again, on the pro side, it is Mark Fall with lane choice over Darren Taylor. Marconi with lane choice over Colin Poist. And then on the super pro side, we'll just go right to the chase. Paul Lorton gets the bye. Darsaw with lane choice over Premov. Dolzal with lane choice over Marconi. Ringeth with lane choice over Whitfield. Valenzuela with lane choice over Hall. And Dominguez with lane choice over Herman. So that is what is going to be coming back. So 11 cars are going to be coming back on the Super Pro side. Again, it's Darso, lane choice over Premov. Dolzal lane choice over Marconi. Ringeth lane choice over Whitfield. Valenzuela with lane choice over Hall. And Dominguez with lane choice over Herman. Lorton is on the bye. So as soon as we give them enough time to get turned around, we'll make our way back this way. And we have got, I've just been informed that the beer garden has been opened up. So if you are not planning on driving anywhere tonight, if you are out of competition, if you're just going to be hanging out for a while and feel like an ice cold brewed beverage would satisfy your thirst, man, the beer garden's open. Feel free to swing by and pick up a frosty one. Again, if you're not driving anywhere tonight, you're already out of competition, we have an option for you that will probably make your afternoon/evening pretty nice. So again, the beer garden's open. They are serving down there. If you want to swing by and grab one, please do. All right, pro semifinals, pro semifinals. We are ready for you. Pro semifinals. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Pro semifinals. For round number 6, let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Once again, pro semifinals. We'll take you into the staging lanes. Going to whittle you down to 2. It's Fall with lane choice over Taylor. Marconi with lane choice over Poist. Let's get you headed back into the staging lanes. We're going to get you in, situated, and ready to roll. Our ladder for Super Pro. Again, it's Darso with lane choice over Pramoff. Dolezal with lane choice over Marconi. Ringeth with lane choice over Whitfield. Valenzuela with lane choice over Hall. Dominguez with lane choice over Herman and Paul Lorton. Sitting on the bye, coming back at 11. But our pro cars, well, we are starting to get them headed back this way, and it's going to be pretty cool. The El Camino taking on the Nova. The Arrow taking on the Nova. Pretty sure they're going to get back there and we'll be able to get this thing going. Well, as we do get our pro cars back into the staging lanes for their semifinals, it pains me to say that this is probably going to be my last round. I don't even know if I'll be able to stick around for Super Pro because the clock on the wall says that I have to get on the truck and be headed to Vegas in order to make it there by midnight-ish. So by midnight-ish, I got to be home because the alarm's going to go off in the morning no matter what. But again, it has been absolutely awesome to be able to come down here for another year, spend it at the Southwest Showdown, be part of this. Again, we had the largest field that we've ever seen on Saturday, largest field that we've ever seen in general. Racers turning out big, 17 states represented, 3 different countries represented. Big crowds watching along on the Bank Shift live feed. We had everybody that helped us out on the Bank Shift live feed with our likes each day. The chat bleachers, you guys were awesome. Appreciate the interaction and the opportunity to be out here and tell you a little bit about what's going on the racetrack. Certainly appreciate Chris. Hold on. Okay. So, appreciate that. I'll get back to what I was saying here in just a minute. So, we are looking at the fact that we know a lot of folks are headed home. There's some folks that are going to be sticking around in order to head up to Phoenix. If there are folks that are interested, see Mike. They're actually talking about the idea that before, either you head off to your next racetrack, which, very well may be Phoenix for the National. If there are folks that are interested in sticking around here for a test and tune on Tuesday, get together and see Mike. If you're going to be sticking around here, they are looking at the possibility of maybe putting together a test and tune session for you guys on Tuesday, if there are enough of you that want to do that. So get together, see Mike. They might be able to put something like that together before you head up the road to Phoenix. So that would actually be kind of a cool thing. We'll get back to my thought here in a minute, but if you are interested in maybe sticking around long enough and would like to do a test and tune session on Tuesday before you head up to Phoenix, they might be willing to stick around and do something like that for you. So see Mike. If there's enough interest, I'm sure they can make something work. Pro semifinals on an RB Components, $5,000 to win Sunday here at the 2025 edition of the Southwest Showdown. The El Camino of Mark Fall rolls up on the right side, and the 76 Nova of Darren Taylor out of Rigby, Idaho, rolls up in the left lane. 610 is the dial for the Nova. 720 is the dial for the El Camino. So with Mark Fall finding the pre-stage bulb, Darren Taylor rolls in. Darren's day started strong and is finishing strong. Had a couple little stumbles in the middle, but he's been able to fight his way back. Mark Fall has been on it all day. Mark off and away. Here comes Darren Taylor, and Darren Taylor wins it on a double breakout. Mark Fall was 21 green, take 9 thou at the stripe to be 717 on a 720. Darren 004 on the tree. And 2 thou under, crossing the stripe to make his way into the finals. The question here is Colin Poist in that car that he built along with Richard Llewellyn, the Nova on the left side of the racetrack, going to be able to get around Tony Marconi. We've already crowned a local winner. Is Tony going to be able to race his way into a final? Yes, he does. Colin Poist goes red and goes 678 on a 673. Marconi is 49 green, dead 4 to get the win light. Colin Poist red by 1,000th of a second. So 001 red for Colin. Tony Marconi is coming back to take on Darren Taylor in the final of R&B Components Pro. So with that, we are ready for our 11 remaining Super Pro cars. Our 11 remaining Super Pro cars. Let's go ahead and get you headed back into the staging lanes, please. Our 11 remaining Super Pro cars, let's get you headed back into the staging lanes, please. They're going to get you back there. They're going to get you paired up. And Tony Marconi has raced his way into one final round. Tony is still alive on the Super Pro side. There's still 11 of them there. It's going to be a long road before we start talking about like dual finals, but Marconi's not going to want to think about that right now. So it's going to be Darren Taylor, Tony Marconi, final of Pro. Let's get our 11 remaining Super Pro cars there, and with that, I'll go back to what I was thinking. Again, racers, if you are thinking about sticking around and maybe headed up to Phoenix for the national event, if you'd like to talk to Mike about putting together a test and tune session on Tuesday, the track crew here may be able to accommodate that as long as it's something that they can make work. So if you're interested in that, swing by and see him. You guys can talk about it and work it out. But again, I think that is going to have to be my last session here in the 2025 Southwest Showdown. Again, it has been a pleasure. Been down here, what, 5-6 years now? And every time it's just a blast. So again, for everybody that's in the chat bleachers, thank you so much for helping to make it entertaining. Thank you for allowing us to distract you from your day-to-day duties from time to time. Again, we've had about 500 people watching, 413 likes. You guys did a great job. Thank you so much. Chad, thank you for being out there and keeping everybody entertained by swinging the camera back and forth. You are a great roomie. You are a great dude. And I look forward to seeing you in Vegas here very soon. To Jim and his entire team, thank you for all that you guys have done for the racers. The weather was challenging for you, to say the least. But man, oh man, does your crew have it together, and do they do a fantastic job. It's no wonder that Chris loves coming back here with his program, and as much love and devotion as he puts into his program, I can see why he wants to put it on in a facility like this where the racers are taken care of so well. So for that, I want to thank my announcing partner, Ryan Gleghorn. It's always a pleasure to work with you, man. I look forward to seeing you down the road very, very soon. I know you've got a lot going on back home, but hopefully we are able to cross paths again soon. And for those that are maybe going to be watching along at the national event, potentially we will see you in April in Vegas. And those that are coming to the Fling, we'll see you in April there as well. With that, I'm going to have to set the mic down, gather up my stuff, and start making my way out of the building. Thank you, and good night.
And now I'm the only announcer. Feel terrible for all of you out there, kind of. Most of you. Some of you not so much. But always great work with Nate Hershey. We don't get the time to work together a whole lot. Obviously, we have 2 different schedules, but always great. I get to come out here to Tucson and work at Southwest Showdown with him, along with the rest of our West Coast Bracket Races crew. They do a fantastic job. But we're down to 11 cars for $10,000. I'm being told missing 1 car. Missing 1 car on the Super Pro side. Nate Hershey, if you're still on the property, check your phone. Nate Hershey, if you're still on the property, check your phone. And here we go. The round of 11. Here in the Super Pro category on RB Components Sunday. Left side, Josh Herman. Pueblo, West Colorado is where the 24 Folk Race Cars entry hails from. He's down 456. Going to take on Beto Dominguez. Out of Sonora, Mexico. The 98 Nissan 240 SX. Guarantee you it's the only one I've ever seen raced. Dialed 618. Was on the bye last round. Was perfect to get the bye. Came back with 7. And that was good enough for the number 5 spot. Give the advantage to the Nissan. Win light, give it to the Nissan. 17, take 11 to be 2 above. Herman, 33, 2 above, no good. Beto is going to be down to 6 when we come back. Jerry Hall left side, dial 529. Take on Luis Valenzuela, dial 554. Hall out of Pueblo, West Colorado. Luis out of right here in Tucson. Jerry Hall is 3 foul red. Valenzuela 17, dead 6. So Valenzuela moving on. Travis Ringeth left side. Sherwood Park, Alberta. The 2018 TNT Motorsports entry. Dial 459. Take on Chris Whitfield. Whitfield, Highlands Ranch, Colorado. 05 undercover. Dial 470. One foul, separate them up front. Winlight, Ringeth, 28, take 12 to be dead on 6. Whitfield, 29, bails out to be one above. No good. Travis Ringeth will move on. So we have 3 winners so far. Got an entry out of Mexico, an entry out of Canada, and an entry out of right here in Tucson. 2 pairs and a bye left to go. Next pair, Brandon Dozel left side, Queen Creek, Arizona. The 2012 American entry. Dialed 472, taking on Tony Marconi. He is already in the pro final. He is still hitting the bottom in the 76 Aero out of Surprise, Arizona. He is down 597. Dozel with the advantage. Dozel with the win. 14 take 5 to be 2 above. Marconi 40. Dead 7, no good. Brandon Dozel moves on. Got a pair and a bye left to go. Hank Pramoff left side. Arvada, Colorado. For the 72 Vega. Dialed 571. Take on Mark Darsow. Cottonwood, Arizona. Dialed 508 in the Dragster. Hank in full control here. Win light, give it to Darsow, 32. One above gets the win. Hank, 8 take 45 to be 9 thou under. Mark Darsow moving to the round of 6. Paul Lorton on the bye. That did not sound great. Lorton 009 and started popping and spitting and all sorts of bad stuff and is still doing it. So that'll conclude Super Pro Round 6. We're going to give Mr. Marconi a couple of minutes, get cooled down, get ready for our Pro Final. We'll give everybody a little bit of time. Then we will call our Pro Final and our Super Pro Quarterfinals at the same time. Till then, Chad Reynolds is going to sing you Wonderwall. At this time, we'll take our pro final. Pro final will take you to lanes. Pro final will take you to lanes. And we will make the first call for our quarterfinal round of Super Pro. So Pro Final will take you to the lanes. And Super Pro quarterfinals will take you to the stage of lanes. Pro Final and Super Pro quarterfinal will take you both to the stage of lanes for pairing. Missing 2 cars. Missing 2 cars in Super Pro. We do need you back. Missing 2 cars in Super Pro. We do need you back. So, we do have our pro final. They'll be making their way to the water box here shortly. It will be down to 6 on the Super Pro side. The pairings will look like this. Paul Lorton will have lane choice over Mark Darsow. Brandon Dozel, lane choice over Travis Ringeth. And Beto Dominguez, lane choice over Luis Valenzuela. Once again, Lorton and Darsow, Dozel, Ringeth, Dominguez, and Valenzuela at the round of 6. Your RB components pro final, making their way to the water. Getting ready to hand out our last $5,000 check here on the weekend. Left-hand side, Tony Marconi. The Aero Roadster, dialed 597. That thing has made a bunch of laps here this weekend. Been on the ladder multiple times. Was doubled late here today. Look to his right. See Darren Taylor. Taylor dialed 609. The Nova out of Rigby, Idaho. The Nova will leave first. The Roadster will follow. This is your pro final round coming at you. They're both red. Marconi is the lesser of the two, and Tony Marconi will pick up the win. 5 thou red and 1 above. Darren Taylor 14 red and 11 thou under. Tony Marconi, your RB Components Sunday Pro winner. Quarterfinal round on the Super Pro side. We'll run these 6 cars, then we got a little bit of winner circle to take care of. Quarterfinal round on the Super Pro side. Left side, Luis Valenzuela, down 553. We'll take on Beto Dominguez. The Nissan down 617. Beto's already had a bye. Luis has not. Beto has issues, so Luis will move on. Brandon Dozel left side. Queen Creek, Arizona is where he hails from. Down 472. Take on Travis Ringeth. Ringeth out of Sherwood Park, Alberta. The TNT Motorsports entry. Dialed 458. There is a bye up for grabs next round. Neither one of these men have had one today. Dozel turns on a win light here. It will be all Arizona at 3. Seventh foul, separate them up front, win light. Give it to Ringeth, 007, 2 above 7. Gets there first, 18 foul, Dozel 14. 3 above, no good. Travis Ringeth keeping Canada alive. Mark Darsow left side, Cottonwood, Arizona, dialed 508 in the dragster. Paul Lorton in the right. Lorton dialed 617. That thing sounded like it had a litany of issues last round. Lorton has already had a bye. Darsow has not. So Lorton turns on the win light here. Travis Ringeth will have the bye. Darsow would have to be better than 7 and turn on the win light to get the solo to the final. Win light Lorton, 11, 1 above, gets there first, 0, 0, 0, 6 by 6-10 foul. It goes Lorton's way. Darsow 28 and a foul under, no good. So Paul Lorton will have lane choice over Luis Valenzuela, and Travis Ringeth will have lane choice in the final. Travis Ringeth will have the bye to the final. That concludes this round of Super Pro. So we've got a quick winner circle celebration to do before we get into our semifinals of Super Pro. We're down here in the winner's circle with our RB Components Pro winner today, Tony Marconi. Tony, you had a long day. I think I watched this hot rod make no less than about 150 runs today. Obviously getting the win here on the pro side. Was in very deep on the Super Pro side, hitting the bottom the whole time. Looked like there's a potential to double up, come up a little bit short, but pulled through here on the pro side.
Yeah, we finally started putting some stuff together, and it was great because we've been struggling. It's been 2025 hasn't been our greatest year so far between breakages and not drawing, not pulling up in the staging lanes right, and not doing it, getting it done. And today felt great. We really started putting some stuff together, and then kind of fell off against Darso there at 11 in Super Pro, but we got through by the skin of our teeth in Pro. So grateful to be here, and want to thank my wife and kids, Pat Patterson, the racing guy, the guys over at El Bandito Tequila, and the track staff here at Tucson Dragway. This was insane what these guys put together and did this weekend. The hurdles that we had, it was absolutely amazing. Jim and his guys, thank you.
Well, Tony, through all the obstacles, through all the ups and downs, you end up your weekend a $5,000 winner here on the pro side. Congratulations, Tony Marconi, our RB Components Pro winner here on Sunday. So at this time, semifinals. We will welcome you back to the Stage and Lane semifinals. We will take you back. Travis Ringeth on the bye. Paul Lorton, lane choice over Luis Valenzuela. Travis Ringeth, we need you to the stage and lanes. Travis Ringeth, we need you to the stage and lanes. Travis Ringeth, we need you now. Here we go. Super Pro semifinals coming at you. Left side, Luis Valenzuela. Out of right here in Tucson, dialed 553. Take on Paul Lorton. Lorton dialed 618 in the Vega. Two Arizona guys going to square up. Winner takes on Travis Ringeth in the final. Advantage goes to Lorton. Win light goes to Lorton. 17 dead 2. Gets there first 11 thou. Luis 39 and 9 thou under. No good. It will be Paul Lorton and Travis Ringeth in our RB Components Super Pro final round.
All right, gang. Just doing a little pre-packing and getting some stuff in the car that doesn't need to be in the booth right here for now, and getting ready so that when this thing is done, I can tear down and haul all of this back to the hotel and then put it all away, because putting it away out here is just not going to happen. So, want to thank everybody for tuning in. It's been an amazing weekend of racing. Tony Marconi said it when he was talking about the track staff here and everything they had to deal with. You guys that watched all weekend long know that we had rain on Friday, rain on Saturday morning. It was cold, all these things. Today was beautiful weather, but it took yesterday and today to finish up the Friday action, and the racers did a great job. And again, the track staff here. What you don't know is that the track staff here also had to deal with rain and storms and what have you on Wednesday. And Thursday was test and tune. On Wednesday, there was a big windstorm and lightning and all kinds of stuff, and a big giant lightning strike here that blew all the power out at the racetrack. And apparently a transformer or something on the property or next to the property, I don't know where. So the power company came out literally in the middle of the night on Wednesday night and early Thursday morning, and they fixed everything and got it all set, which is awesome. Jim Hughes does a great job here, but he is not alone. He has a really, really good staff of people who love what they do and love working for Jim, and they do a great job. So they kept this racetrack on point all weekend long. We had rain, like 3 different times on Friday. 2 of those times, it was sprinkling. But quite frankly, at a lot of racetracks, in fact, most racetracks this size, okay, because this facility is, fairly small in comparison to, some national event facility. At most racetracks this size, they would have all just taken shelter and watched it rain, and then when it was done, they would have went to drying it. But not these guys. They were out here with the drying equipment while it was sprinkling so that they didn't lose the racetrack. And what I mean by lose the racetrack is where it just gets so wet that you're starting from scratch and it might as well have poured 2 inches of rain, right? And so they do a really good job. They were out here with the broom tractors, with the vacuum tractor, etc., pulling up as much water as they could as it was falling. And because it was a light enough rain, they were able to do that. We were back racing like 15 or 20 minutes later. It was amazing. We had one scary on-track pass last night where I thought 2 cars were crashing, and neither one did, which was great. The gentleman that almost got the wall on the right lane, he said, he goes, "You know what? That was all my fault." He said, I hardly ever race at night. He says, I've only been down the drag strip in the dark a few times, and the lights here are really good, actually. But a drag strip looks very different in the dark. The stripe is not as prominent as in the daylight, but also it's all very shiny. And he said he honestly just was looking at the other guy and all this and got out of the groove. And he said it scared him, and he was only about a foot from the wall, but he didn't hit it, so that was great. Nothing major. We had a couple of minor oil down stuff, and I can't even call them an oil down. A couple of cars that broke, but drivers doing the right thing and pulling over or stopping immediately. Because, as I always say, it's way easier to clean up a puddle than a stripe. And it was really, really good. So I love working with West Coast Bracket Races. Chris Forsyth and his whole team do a really, really good job. They are all such nice people, and we have a good time together. This weekend was brutal on me. It always is when it's cold and all this junk, and I'm an idiot, so I think I should sit out here and swing the camera. But it makes it a little more bearable when you have people that actually care Sally is in charge of parking and she's in charge of lunch and dinner delivery. And she does a great job, and I love Sally, and I work with her at a bunch of different events, and she's wonderful. But it really is a different thing here. It's cool, right? It's lunchtime, and Sally's on delivery, and here comes a cheeseburger, and today was burritos. It's a cool thing, and I really do appreciate it. So, to Chris and all the West Coast Bracket Racers, family and team, it's really good to be a part of it. I love that. Gleggy is up there in the tower right now, and I bust his nuts all the time, and so does Nate, because we like that guy. He's great. He's from, runs a race in Texas that I'll be streaming actually for Mark Walters here. I think it's later in the year. Maybe it's next month. I don't remember when it is, whenever it comes up on my calendar. But anyway, at Ennis. So their race, we'll be streaming that to Motor Mania, which will be good. But Gleggy's a great guy. He does a great job, and it's always fun to hear him on the mic. He is a diehard bracket racer and promoter in his own right, and he is incredibly knowledgeable about bracket racing, and it shows when he's on the mic, and it's great. And of course, Nathan Hershey, Nate I'm fortunate to call him a friend. I have worked with Nate for a very long time now, and in my opinion, Nate is arguably the best announcer in the country. I love what I do, and I love announcing events, and I love announcing with Nate because I'm the loud and excited guy and all those things, even though I love calling bracket races and stuff too. But Nate is the guy that can deliver in every circumstance, and he is just an absolute pleasure to be around. He's always got a smile on his face. He's funny. He's fun. And he does a great job, and he comes down here and he's away from his family and all those things. And for some of you out there may not realize, but Nate has a real job that he does during the week, and it's a high pressure, big job, and he does a great job there, I'm sure, as well. But he loves this stuff so much, and so he left at about 6 o'clock because it's a 6.5 hour drive to get home. And with the time change already, he doesn't gain any time going to Vegas. So he is on the road right now, and I hope he's listening. He's a great guy to hang out with. And if you get the chance, make sure you come to the tower at Vegas and say hi to us. We'll be there for LS Fest West next month. Streetcar Super Nationals this year I'll be announcing with Nate again. The big VW race, Corey Mack's VW race, that was awesome in December last year. So there's a ton of stuff going on. Joey Ozarks for Life is asking if I'm doing the West Coast race in Bakersfield. That's a little up in the air right now. Unfortunately, that date, they really were struggling to get that date confirmed. And there were a couple of dates up in the air. That one I have a potential conflict with. So we'll see. I don't want to say yes or no at this point. I'm looking to try and figure out what some options are. So we'll see, and we'll keep you posted on that. The staff here at Tucson Dragway, like I said, I want to say thanks to them. Want to say thanks to Kid Performance and Dyno. You heard all weekend long all of the kids racing. There are several of them, and they are all badasses. They do great stuff. If you're looking for dyno services, engines, parts, etc., hit them up for sure. Want to thank Q's Performance. If you're looking for transmission stuff, those guys are great. And RB Components, dude. RB Components is a cool company. If you did not look them up, go to rbcomponents.com and check them out. They are and this is going to be selling them short, but they're a Sprinter van outfitter, okay? And I believe they'll outfit a Sprinter van for you, but they'll also sell you all the stuff to outfit your Sprinter van. And not just a Sprinter, like your race car trailer, a Ford Transit, all these things. But they have some specific parts that are just for Sprinters as well. And it's a bunch of neat stuff. They ultra high quality cabinetry, accessories, drawer systems, all this stuff for if you wanted to build yourself an RV out of a Sprinter van, or a expedition kind of rig out of a Sprinter van, or if you're a plumber or an electrician or any of that, you want really nice stuff in your van, they're the guys for sure. So go visit rbcomponents.com, and if you find something in there you need, remember to use drag20 on checkout and you'll get a discount. So you get 20% off. They're doing a discount for anybody in the chat bleachers and any of the racers here at the race. So use the code drag20 at RB Components and tell them Chad and the West Coast Bracket Races guys sent you, because they're great. Ronnie K, how can I get a BS hat? Is it on the online shop? It is not right now. So I am sorry to say that right this second, you cannot buy Bang Shift apparel, but you will be able to very shortly. So I bought out my partners on Bang Shift late last year, and I'm working on a complete revamp of our online store and merch and all those things. So you'll be able to get the designs you guys know and love, like the big BS, logoed stuff, like the, big BS hoodies and t-shirts and all that, the Shift Happens style. There's a few other ones that are old designs that we're going to bring back. Every time I wear one of them, people are like, what? You still have those? But we have some new stuff too. I don't know if Barn is still on or not. I know it's getting late for him. I'm going to give you guys a little sneak announcement. I'm not supposed to do this yet. We're supposed to be making an official announcement, and I will here in the next week or two. But thanks to Barnalicious, who is our moderator extraordinaire, along with Edward and RTC and all the gang. We, meaning Bang Shift, which means me, have acquired livedragracing.com, and with Barnes' help, we're going to do a revamp on that site and do some fun stuff. It's going to be really cool, as well as 1320online.com. So really excited about that. If you're watching right now and you run a race anywhere at your local track, if you run a race series, any of that stuff, whether it is a live streamed event or not, okay, we want to know about it. So go to livedragracing.com. There's a spot there you can submit your event, and we will put it in our listing. So it's going to be very cool. So very excited. But ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, no more of me talking. It is time for the Super Pro Finals here on RB Sunday at the West Coast Bracket Races Southwest Showdown at Tucson Dragway.
Left-hand side, Travis Ringeth, Sherwood Park, Alberta, Canada. The TNT Motorsports, American Hauler, Quality Fast Foods, FTI Converter, Sunset Performance Engines, Pro 1 Safety Canada entry. Dialed 458. Looks to his right and sees Paul Lorton, the Vega. Dialed 618. This is your RB Components Sunday Super Pro $10,000 final round. We've had a Dragster winner. We've had a door car winner. This one breaks the tie. Tree falls. We are clean and green. Ringeth in full control. Win light. Give it to Paul Lorton. 23, one above. Gets there first. One foul. Ringeth 004. 3 above and stays 1 foul behind. Paul Lorton, your $10,000 winner here on RB Component Sunday. And that will wrap us up for all of our on-track action. Once again, thank you to all of our fantastic sponsors that helped us out this year at the Southwest Showdown. Thank you to the amazing Tucson Dragway staff and to our awesome staff here at West Coast Bracket Races. Chad Reynolds, Bang Shift, thank you for the live feed. We got one more Winter Circle celebration before we put a bow on the 2025 edition of the Southwest Showdown. And our last winner circle of the weekend, Paul Lorton, our RB Components Super Pro $10,000 winner here on Sunday. Rolled it in deep through both classes. Fall a little short the pro side, kept it rolling on the top bulb side, and in dramatic fashion on the buy, sounded like everything was crazy. Come back, turn on a couple more win lights. Now you got a big check for $10,000 to wrap up your weekend.
Yeah. I just want to say, first off, I said a little prayer before that. Thanks to Jesus. Second off, the competitors today they're all very tough. So I feel very fortunate to get by the people that I did. You know, it was multiple races that a foul, stripe, or I was 001 twice. I mean, almost clicked the red there. So I feel very grateful for being here. And you can have the mic back. Oh,
Well, you had a very eventful day, made it far in multiple classes, ended up being our last winner here on the weekend. This Travis Theobald trophy is for you to keep. Got all sorts of goodies from RB Components as well, and obviously big check for $10,000. Paul Lorton.
All right, so the other thing I wanted to say was normally my family comes down here, and I'm missing them to death. I was like ready to leave earlier. You know, I'm still rolling. I'm like, don't even care. If I get beat, I'm out of here, you know, go get some dinner with the family. So I know, I know they're watching right now, so it's pretty special to know that they're watching. And also, there's a few weeks back, broke the tranny in the car. Jeff Hughes got it fixed right away, and since then the car's been money. I mean, I could dial this thing like I told Chris in the semis. The guy asked me what I was going to run. I told him 618 with a 3. Pretty close. So shout out to Hughes. These tires are getting worn out, so let's get Mickey on board. And once again, thanks Chris for putting on the showdown. It's awesome.
Paul Lorton, your Sunday RB Components $10,000 winner here at the Southwest Showdown. And that will wrap us up for the 2025 edition of the Southwest Showdown. Once again, we thank each and every one of you that made your way here to Tucson Dragway. We hope you've had fun. We ask you please be safe on your way home, and we'll see you in a couple short weeks in Bakersfield.